Test, 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 test.
Holy shit.
Okay, for class 68.
Test.
I got it working finally.
I do. I'd rather have it right here.
If you're in the holding team, keep on.
Test.
It's just balance.
You do a mic test. Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Mic test, 1, 2. Test, 1, 2. Testing. Test, test, test. Testing, 1, 2. Is it test, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
You just have to pick those up.
Test, 1, 2. Testing. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Wave 2 of the San Antonio Junior Livestock Show Barrow Show 2023 version. Again, thanks for tuning in. TaylorFort.com, Taylor Fort on Facebook. If you know anybody that would like to tune in and watch the Barrow shows, certainly get that word out there. If they don't have a Facebook account, they can go to that Taylor Fort on Facebook and find it. But if they don't have a Facebook account, go to TaylorFort.com. Click on the live button at the top of the screen, and it should take you up into the most live webcast that we're doing. Our Barrow Show Wave 2 Day 1 is what it'll read at the bottom. So Welcome today. We're starting our day off with our Chester breed. We'll do Chesters, Yorks, and Landrace today, and then we'll do the first 8 classes of crossbreds. So again, here in our Chester division, we'll be doing 3 classes. Classes 68, 69, and 70. Class 68 is sifting at this time. There's 41 head in that class. Again, we'll be looking for a top 5 here in the Chester breed. After we get done with the Chesters today, we'll be moving to the Yorkshires. There are 6 classes of Yorks. There'll be 2 divisions in the Yorkshire show. Upon completion of the Yorks, we'll go to the Landrace breed. There's 2 classes of Landrace. And then today, in the other crossbreed division, we will be showing the first 2 divisions. We'll be getting 8 classes showed today, and we'll do the first 2 divisions, champion and reserve champion, in the crossbred division. So, busy day today, and then tune back in tomorrow for the conclusion of the crosses, and then tomorrow afternoon we'll have our grand champion Barrow drive. So, again, the way that this sift works and what we did last wave is during the sift portion, we will not be on here webcasting, so don't expect sound at that point. But during this sift, what they're doing is they're coming in there one at a time, being looked at by our lead judge. Our lead judge today for the Chesters is David Korb from Oxford, Ohio. So Judge Korb will look at that barrow, and if he likes this barrow coming out right now, he's studying him, he likes him, so he's sent him underneath. And what he's going to do underneath, he's going to come directly ahead and go underneath the announcer stand to a 3-man classification committee. They'll classify him and deem him a Chester. If he passes the classification standards, he'll go to the validation check. He'll get his validation number checked. And then upon that approval, he'll go to the scales. And barrows have to weigh within 10 pounds either direction of their turn-in weight. So they'll be weighing them there. And then if she gets, if that young lady right there that just got kept meets all those 3 criteria, then she comes to a holding pen. So in this instance, this young lady here in the teal sweater, Mr. Korb did not keep that barrow. So she went to our associate judge here for the Chesters, Doug Albright, and Doug has decided to send that one on to the truck. Doug actually has 2 choices in this second pen. He can either send it to the big ring or he can send it to the truck. And so he will usually discuss, just like he is with that young man, that he's going to send that one to the truck. But now both judges will step out in the main ring. Anything that Doug said, hey, wait, we may ought to take another peek at this barrow, they put up here in what a lot of people affectionately call the Dead Sea. And we are in the Dead Sea at this time. We've now moved to the main arena. Both our judges are up at the main arena. So we're in the main arena now. Every class here at San Antonio Barrow Show, we're looking for a top 10. So we'll be looking for a top 10 in every class. They'll have to pin at least 10 barrows. And then, like we say, every class then also will have a certain amount of barrows that will make the sale. In the Chester breed, there are 5 that make the sale. So as we redrive these, the top 10 ribbon getters will all go to the backdrop and get a picture. The top 5 ribbon getters will all be in the premium sale on Friday here in San Antonio. San Antonio sells 346 market barrows for our 4-H and FFA youth of Texas, so appreciate what San Antonio does. So again, we are kind of talking you through the process today. Again, throughout the day, we won't be live during the sift portion, but we will, once we get to the main ring, be live and commentating on how things are going and where we are in those particular classes. Again, we're judging Class 1 of the day, class number 68 overall, our first class of Chesters, weight range from 250 to 265. Okay, here in first class of Chester's, class 68, it looks like our judge has kept quite a few. So I think all of the pins were full, so we'll have at least 16. So we'll redrive, and obviously every class is different depending on how many they keep, how they may rework this top end, but judges are peculiar sometimes. Sometimes they do things very, very consistent, and sometimes they like to change things up to keep us guessing. But I will tell you, I think these two folks, David Korb and Doug Albright, did a good job of discussing and working together in the first wave, and it's been really fun to watch those guys work together, and they worked through that first wave very efficiently. We had 1,730 head in that first wave on Saturday and Sunday here at San Antonio. Considerably less in this light wave is what we consider it, because it's the lighter colored hogs typically. But 916 head, I believe, or 915 head is what we've got in this wave of Barrows. Again, we're in class 68, our first class of Chesters of the day. We'll be looking for a top 10 and ultimately a top 5 that make that sale. So here in our lightweight Chesters, our judges have 5 pinned back at this time in the top end and have not let them all out yet. So again, they've got 5 back. If they do like they did last wave, they'll discuss out here. They may keep 1 or 2 more. In a couple of those classes, they maybe kept 7. Most of the time, they would keep at least 5 or 6 in every class here at the top end to redrive. But now they're kind of studying. Once they kind of decide they've got their top end pinned, one of them, and typically it's been the associate judge, will come over to our superintendent, Davey Griffith, and go ahead and grab the chips. He's found one more he wants to put back, so he's pinned back 6 in this particular pin. They're still discussing. Now Doug is headed over to Davey to get those chips, and they will work together now, it looks like, to get the rest of our top 10. So, like I said, they've got 6 pinned back, so they'll be looking for 7, 8, 9, and 10 here in class 68, our lightweight Chesters. Again, first wave, I hope y'all enjoyed tuning in, and unfortunately or fortunately, one of the two, you got to listen to just me. But I am very pleased and really excited to have a partner for this second wave. Kind of a legend in the San Antonio stock show industry for sure, but in all of our show pig industry. And if you've ever heard of W. Rohde and Sons Do-Rocks or Creative Awards, a guy that probably doesn't need any introduction, but really pleased to have Wayne Rohde with me today. Wayne's going to help me do the commentating the next 2 days and hopefully add a lot more to our webcast. So, Wayne, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Brandon. I appreciate that so very much, and thank you for such a wonderful, warm welcome. It's a pleasure being here and working with you during this second wave of the Barrow Show. It's an honor to do this with you and follow and help our audience go in and show them some play-by-play things that occur and hopefully give them some valuable information. Looking at what they've just excused all the ones out of the big ring at this time, and they've got 6 that they're going to bring back. Of course, they're bringing back the first one here for evaluation.
They will redrive these top 6, and again, we talk about sale slots in a class, and so we're redriving 6, and those top 5 will be the sale getters. So while everyone is concerned and everyone wants to win a class, it's really critical that 5 and 6 area too. So
absolutely, that's like almost winning a class or winning a breed, because.
So earlier I talked affectionately how everybody calls it the Dead Sea. That 6th place in this class, everybody affectionately calls that the crying hole. So heard that many times here at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Absolutely. Sometimes you wish you were the Dead Sea versus that 6th hole if there's only 5 placings.
Yep. So 6 of them out here driving right now. Again, critical decision to start. The way they did this last week, or the first wave, they would study them. The associate judge would hand out chips from 3rd through 6th in this particular class, but from 3rd on down, then they would gather back up, discuss those final 2. The handoff would be made of 1st and 2nd place chips. So in this particular matter, Doug would be giving those chips to David Korb, our lead judge for the Chesters, and then he picks our 1st and 2nd. So here we've started with that process. There's 6. So the next 5 will all be in the sale. Congratulations to these young kiddos.
Absolutely. Look like they've got, Brandon, a pretty uniform set out here in this first class of Chesters.
Yeah, they kept quite a few. It's always nice. Start your day off with a set that you can find and kind of pattern them up. And anymore, they've just got to be so good to be in the top end. So very nice set.
Looking at these 5 out here, they really appear to be really pulled apart in their chest floors, got some good chest width and some nice top shape and big old hips in them and some muscle down low and in their rump area. How did you see the first day as they're placing these last ones?
I thought they've done a really nice job of just conversating and finding the really complete ones. Most of the time, if you kind of watch them up close, and I'll tell you get some pretty intriguing views with the webcast like we've got it. But one time they got on the microphone and said they didn't agree, which thank goodness. If every judge agreed, we wouldn't have any reason to have stock shows. So there's 3rd and 4th now, and he hands the chips off to David to do 1st and 2nd. But I think they've done a really good job of just finding the complete ones that combine a lot of positives. Obviously, market hogs need to have plenty of power and mass, but then how they motivate with it and how they look in the show ring, I think, is important, especially as we showcase our San Antonio Barrow show. We want good-looking, attractive show bears.
And it looks like, just coming in, they're not driving them too hard either.
Yep, they've had a pretty good balance. Here's Judge Cord with comments on our first class of the day, Class 68, lightweight Chesters. Congratulations.
Well, good morning. As we kick back off here in Wave 2, Day 1 with Chester Barrows, we start out with a very good animal to go ahead and win, and that's Young Ladies Barrow right here in the center of the ring. He excels the class in comfort and bone. He's an animal that still opens up well enough in terms of his chest floor. He's the boldest in his rib. He's the freshest and the most fall-free within this particular class. Sure, we can nitpick his crest just a shade and maybe just allow him to proportion a touch better, but within this particular class, I still think he has plenty to go ahead and win. Young Ladies Barrow in second. One that we really like is he drives right at you. He's an animal that still has shape up high. He's powerful as you get right in behind him. We read him flatter in terms of his rib cage today. Honestly, he just gives up some weight in comparison to that animal that wins. Just got to be bolder through the center part of his body. Young Ladies Barrow that comes next in 3 is one that I really like when he comes right out of the gate and drives right at you. He's got a good kind of head in him. He's an animal with still a fresh back in him. Doug and I just didn't think he was comfortable enough out here to compete with the top 2. He's an animal that gets really hesitant off both ends of his skeleton. He's a hog that just needs to be intensified in terms of his platform and his foot. An animal that we still like, though, and just in terms of muscularity and balance from the profile. Young man's Barrow comes next in 4, and this is the bold, stout one within this particular drive. I love his bone. I love his back. I love his shape. He's an animal with a big rib cage. Unfortunately, he just gets a little too moderate within this particular situation. Wants to close up, get too straight up front out of his shoulder. Need to make him just a shade prettier out of his front end as well. Still a powerful animal that I can appreciate for his added bulk and density within this drive. Young man's Barrow comes next, and he's quite the opposite of what the young man's Barrow is ahead of him. I like this hog in terms of his soundness. I like him in terms of his freshness. Just simply put, he's too frail within this particular class to get up any higher. Still a good animal, just not quite dense enough and stout enough to compete with the hogs ahead of him. Young man's Barrow comes next, and one that's extremely impressive in terms of his shape and his back line. Very, very bold as he comes and goes. Gets too high in his top line, too quick in his neck, too quick out of his rump. Got to fix him from a structure standpoint. Young lady's Barrow here is very good. Every part of his body except when he drives right at you. He's very, very closed up in his knee and his chest, but I thought an animal that's still good out and go out of his hip and hind leg. Hogs down the line. Got some muscle, got some power. We got some structure issues to fix in these particular Barrows, but still high-quality market animals to round out the class.
Okay, as we did at the first wave, as soon as we get done and our public address announcer does the top 10, then I'll jump on here and give you a top 10 as well. I haven't figured out a perfect way to tie his mic in without you guys having to hear all the announcements to call every class up here. But again, we first start our day off with Class 68 lightweight Chesters. First place in that class goes to Rylan Pekachik from Snyder FFA. Second place goes to Peyton Ralston from Dallam County 4-H. Congratulations to that family. They've been through a lot this week. Third place goes to Kate Franklin from Plains FFA. Fourth place goes to Jet Stevenson from Abernathy FFA. Fifth place goes to Blake Williamson from Ira FFA. Sixth place goes to Timry Collier from Snyder FFA. Seventh place to Dakota Folas from Mitchell County 4-H. Eighth place to Jacob Juarez from Randall County 4-H. Ninth place goes to Paisley Oglesby from Hamilton County 4-H. And 10th place goes to Henry Slough from Tarrant County 4-H. Again, congratulations to your top 10 here in our lightweight Chesters, Class 68.
So we're just beginning to do the sift on Class 68 of our Chesters. There are 42 in this class. The weight ranges from 268 to 283. Again, there's 42 head in this class, and we're on Class 69. As they're sorting these, as they're sorting this Class 69, I thought it would be a good time to kind of give you a little background about San Antonio, and not only do they have good premiums in as far as in their auction, but they also, the champion will receive a scholarship in addition to going to the auction, and it's in the amount of $10,000. And how these scholarships work is a young person can win up to $20,000 at San Antonio. It can be in all different areas, but it's a total accumulation. They can max out at $20,000, and so they're also not only going for trying to make the sale and maybe trying to get that breed champion, but they're also, we got $10,000 scholarship on the line as well for that one who gets that pick. The first scholarship ever given in the Chester Whites here at San Antonio was received by Shelby Spillman. She was awarded in 2007, and she received a $10,000 scholarship at that time. Brandon, it looks like they've got, two here penned here so far, and looks like we got 3 out in the big arena at this time.
Yeah, and so we're doing the sift, and again, just to reiterate what they're doing in the back, if our main judge, David Korb, likes them, he sends them straight. If he doesn't like him, they don't hit him right off as one that he wants to keep. He's sending it over to the associate judge, Doug Albright, is looking at him now, and then Doug will have 2 choices. He'll have either the choice to send them out to the main ring for reevaluation, or to go ahead and send those barrows directly to the truck. So kids spend a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money. Families spend a lot of time, effort, and money to get here. So I think it's San Antonio's done a great job of getting this thing set up where every kid gets as good a look as they can. Used to be San Antonio and back in the day, Brenham at Houston are big majors, and we got plenty of big majors now in Texas, but that one look was all you ever got, and you felt like, man, all that time for those 5 seconds of fame. But at least now they get the opportunity to come to the big stage, be in the big stage, go through the process, and San Antonio's made a lot of changes, haven't they, Wayne?
Oh, absolutely. We've come a long ways. You know, I worked this ring for about 11 years before my oldest son Landon started showing, and then after that time I stepped out of the ring and felt like that was the best thing to do, and it's come a long ways. There were a lot of times too, not only, you know, just inhaling all the sawdust in the show arena and coming home and going to the doctor, going to these new shavings and having the 2-judge system has been so outstanding, because like you mentioned there, these kids have worked so hard with these projects, and they deserve every opportunity for a fair evaluation and a good evaluation. And having this 2-judge system just gives you 2 sets of eyes, and it's not as much fatigue on one particular judge, and they get to share this together, and if one has missed something, the other has an opportunity to back it up, to give that young person every opportunity to try to get pinned and get a second chance of showing. Looks like we've got 5 so far here pinned back. As you might have heard Brandon say earlier in our show, in this Chester White breed, there is only 5 placings here that go to auction. So it's really a tough situation when you're looking at 42 head and only five make it. But you know, I'm glad what I've seen in the first class, and I think Brandon mentioned it as well, that they try to pin back extra there to ensure that they get their alignment as consistent and be as fair to each and every one of these young people as we can, and that's all you can ask out here. I think this program, in not only in the swine but just in the livestock business itself, is one of the best sporting events that you can participate in as a family, because it's a family-oriented type a sport. You know, you get to teach your kids responsibility and caretaking, and teach them also good sportsmanship, because you're going to have ups and downs when you get into this sport. But you're doing this as a family, and there's a lot of life lessons that they receive by being in this sport. Like we've got 9 in the pen so far out in our big arena. We've got six in that area as well. So these out in the big arena, they'll have an opportunity to possibly get a chance to get pen in second evaluation. I had the honor to help with the purebred show, breeding gilt show last week, and I'm sure that they have done the same thing. If there's one that looks different in this small area, and that can happen so easily. You're in a small pen. A pig sometimes needs that extra striding profile to get out in this big arena to really show what he's made out of. And we had some in the gilt show last week that were penned out of the big area and came back in and got penned and was in the top 4. So it can happen.
Yeah, a lot of the show camps we work with, we call that a first impression, making that first impression, and how hard it is to get those things looking good out of the pen, and that's a big part of your job as a showman. But pigs don't always act just like they'd want, and I know what the problem was with the gilt show, Wayne. Those gilts, they were showing gilts. That was the problem. Some of those gilts don't always act real good to start with. That's why we didn't feed them about once a month. They were always a problem to have around. So.
Oh, absolutely. And it's those hormones working in those gilts.
I didn't say that. But yeah. But the Barrows too, that first impression is really key. And I will tell you, first wave, it was really, really good. And I know previous judges, I know my brother judged down here one time, and you get one out of the Dead Sea and have to work him up. It's kind of a hard pill to swallow for a judge, but I'm glad that they do it and go ahead and say, hey, we missed this one coming out of the gate. This kiddo worked hard. One that comes to mind, first wave, there was a young lady from Fayette County, Cammie Schley, worked her way up, came in and got in the second pen, never got frustrated, but came out here, drove really hard, and ended up being second in one of those very, very competitive dark cross classes. So definitely don't, a true lesson, I don't ever give up. Don't get frustrated. I mean, you never know when they're going to be paying attention and seeing that right angle or right look, so always work hard.
Well, and you hit it on the head. I mean, in those small pens, you just can't see everything about that barrow. And, I always admire judges that they want to make sure they look at each and every one, and they have put the best set possible together, and that's a sign of a true admirable type judge that really wants to has the kid's best interest at heart and getting the right animals to the top.
Again, we're in class 69, total number overall, but for logic reasons this morning, these are the middleweight chesters as we study them. Got 3 classes of these chesters. I think you said that weight range was 68 to 83, right?
That is correct. And it looks like, Brandon, they've put 13 into the pen, so they've really thought this class is deep, and they've let the first one out here as they evaluate. The second one's fixed to come out as well.
Again, just to reiterate, if you're just tuning in, we will get a top 10 in every class. So the top 10 get ribbons and go to the backdrop to get that coveted San Antonio Barrow Show picture. And then here in the chesters, we'll be selling the top 5. Like Wayne talked about, the scholarship on the top end, the scholarships on the top end, not only here at the Livestock Show, but San Antonio, just like a few other stock shows in the state, they offer big scholarships at the end of the year as well, to rewarding FFA members and 4-H members who have filled out applications and possibly just showed in the past. And a lot of money has divvied up from our stock shows, but San Antonio is one of the big players every year, puts in a lot of scholarship money to our kiddos here in the state. So kudos to San Antonio.
Well, absolutely. And, San Antonio, they don't have quite the resources as some, but but they seem to really find people, giving people to really put this all together, and I've really admired them for that. In fact, from the inception, the San Antonio Stock Show has given over $243 million in total premiums, auction monies throughout its inception. Because if you think about it, the first scholarship ever awarded was in 1984, and only 15 were given, totaling $90,000.
I knew that's why I needed you here, Wayne, because you could bring all that information. But that is lots of dollars. So congratulations, or thanks to San Antonio. Congratulations to all the young kids who have benefited from those scholarships to future their education here in the state of Texas. Again, one of the other really coveted things that we pay attention to, Wayne, high priority here in the Barrow show. I don't know what they did in the gilt show, but the mullet counter. And the mullet counter needs to go up by one. We've got one out here in the ring. This young man sporting quite a mullet. And congratulations on getting a point on the mullet counter in Class 2, the middleweight Chesters.
Well, I'm not familiar. Explain that to me a little more.
Wayne is looking at me like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, please share it with me a little.
So we started last year talking about mullets, just kind of something to keep the conversation going, I guess. And back when they didn't have commentary, which this year we've added full commentary, and appreciate Taylor allowing us to be here. And I think it adds a little bit. I hope it adds a little bit to those people that are out there looking at it. But this year we've tried to be a little bit more. A mullet is, kind of a well-kept haircut that's short on the sides. They say party in the back and business in the front, and this young man out here in the pink shirt in the middle of the ring has got one of those true mullets. We've tried to
almost looks like an Alan Jackson type look, huh?
Exactly. See a lot of those driving when you leave Wichita Falls and head up through a state north of us and kind of get into Kansas. Before you get to Kansas, there's a lot of those mullets. I'm not wanting to call any state out, but. But no, the other day, though, we decided we'd be a little more particular, because in today's time, there's a difference between just kids being lazy and not going to the barber and kids actually working hard to establish and achieve that mullet. So this young man's worked really hard.
Absolutely. So I appreciate you educating me a little bit on this, because I knew there was something in the background that you were fixing to share with me there. So tell me, how many did we have the first wave?
I think we were up to 29.
My goodness.
And it's on the scroll on the bottom of our screen. We'll see here in just a minute exactly where our mullets are. Typically, it's been on the bottom of the screen. I don't know. They may have taken it off, but we'll make sure it gets back up there.
Fashions, they come and go, don't they?
Yeah, which is good and bad.
So do pig styles, right?
I get a kick out of how Champion has become just the coveted sport or sweat jacket for kids to wear, those Champion jackets. And I can remember back in the day, Champion wasn't exactly a name brand. It was a cheaper brand.
Absolutely,
but
yes.
Now everybody's got a Champion sweatshirt on. So
kind of like the North Face as well.
I have moved from name brand to basically comfort, and as long as they fit right, I really don't care who made them.
Me too. That's that German influence in my background.
Got 6-pin back here in the middleweight Chesters. We've been a little busy talking about other stuff, but having another commentator helps with that. So we've got 6-pin that we're going to redrive, and they're placing 7, 8, 9, and 10 now at this time. I believe that's our 10th place button right there. Goes to the young lady in the black shirt. So we'll be left 3 out of this pin. Again, just an honor to make the top end here at San Antonio. Now we'll resort these top 6.
And with that in mind, with having 6, of course, unfortunately, there's going to be one that's going to not make the sale there. But, it is an honor, with 42 head to be in the top. To be in the top 6, I always tell young people, I said, yes, that's tough. That's a life lesson there, just like going and interviewing for a job, and you're in the runnings, and you make the final top 2, and you don't get it. But these are life lessons you learn from, and pick your head up and know that, hey, you got you got all the way to that position, and not to give up and keep trying and working hard at it.
But sitting up here in this position, obviously, Wayne, they didn't ask our opinion, but that young lady that came out with a blue bow, I thought that was a very nice barrow.
Absolutely.
We like to show a few of these. For whatever reason, we like to show down eared hogs. So Durocs were our favorite breed. Probably Chesters.
I knew your grandfather a little bit through my dad, because raising Durocs all my life, and we started back in 1968 or so, and I remember your grandfather's name and us going out there, and so it's. I understand why you like we like them, but we didn't have a choice.
Yeah, nothing more challenging, I don't think, than trying to raise Duroc hogs.
Yeah, those Chesters even more challenging at times. I remember being in San Antonio with a Chester, and I won first place, and I was so proud of that. And I'm turning it as he's giving an explanation. That Chester wants to go after another one, bites me right into the hand.
Yeah, they were born to fight, first of all, and then after that
they're definitely aggressors.
Yeah. So again, same dilemma we had in the last drive. We've got a top 6, so this first decision is almost as critical as the next couple. First decision is going to be 6th out, and then 5th place, which will be the first sale hole. So again, someone's going to be, that choice will be made here momentarily. Okay, so we've got 6th place coming into the pen right now. Got 5 left out there sorting.
As we kind of look at these 5 out here, you can tell they take a really good stride off all 4s there, and really flexible in their overall makeup. It'll be interesting to see how they line it all up. As you mentioned, the young lady there against the fence there really got a really nice barrow, but all 4 of these are super nice. It'll be interesting how they put it together.
I would use 2 of the girls. Since there's 4 girls,
I was going to say, I don't think we can go wrong that way, can we?
There's 4th.
Yeah.
He'll place. Doug will give out that 3rd button, the associate judge, and he'll hand off 1 and 2. Strangely enough, there was one class that was kind of fun to watch in the first wave, where apparently David wasn't real comfortable about the way Doug liked 1st and 2nd. So David held on to those 2 chips until they had a really good, healthy discussion about how they wanted to place that pair. So it's kind of fun to watch their banter back and forth and watch them work. And some people are advocates of the 2-judge system. Some people, hey, I want my whole opinion to count all the time. And I understand that. But I think just the mental game that it takes to sort through almost 2,500, 3,000 head of barrows. I mean, it's nice to have someone there to bounce off especially as you get into the heat classes and kind of make sure that we're really evaluating. I think it benefits our kid and it benefits our show to really work down and find the consensus best ones.
Well, and working together is so important, because you got to have some compromise there. If you don't, you'll never get through the show.
And there, right there, Wayne, is exactly why those 2 are judging and I'm not. 'Cause they put my barrow 3rd. So
well, I tell you, those 2 that they've got out there look really, really good out there. The young lady there that's coming around there, both of them look really nice, but that one really hit me hard there that's in front of them currently, but they're both really nice, so it's going to be a personal preference there.
You got it right, Wayne. Congratulations to our class winners here in Class 69. Again, middleweight Chesters. Be turning the mic over to David Cord for comments on Class 69.
Well, Class 2 at Chester's here, and certainly a more difficult decision on the top end, and both Doug and I feel the most comfortable with the young lady's Barrow over here to my right to win. He just excels the others in terms of his chest floor. He's the most comfortable animal out here when this young lady gets him drove. We like his proportions. He's the best in his crest and his neck. You know, he's not the EST in terms of muscle out here, but we did think he just drove at us a shade better than the animals in 2 and 3, and ultimately that makes our decision just a little bit easier. When this young lady kind of relaxes and gets him drove, everything comes together on that particular Barrow, and we think he's the best to win this class. Young lady's Barrow in second, very good in terms of his muscularity out of the backside of his shoulder. I do like his bone. I like his power as he turns and goes. I still like his look from the side. Young lady knows he's not good enough chested because she really does a good job trying to hide it from us, and then when we do get a good look on it, he's just got to be more open in his knee to compete with the animal that wins. Still very good Chester Barrow to land in second. Hug that comes out in 3. Highly presented animal with a good kind of proportion from the side. We like his freshness in his back. We like his comfort level out here in terms of his ability to get out and drive. I read him just not tying near his knee out of the top side of his neck. He's an animal that wants to twist his left rear just a little too hard for us. And then in comparison to our other two, he gives up just a little bit in terms of rib shape and body shape today. Young lady's Barrow that comes next here in 4. A very muscular Barrow that's opened up underneath. We like his shape up high. The longer the drive wears on, he just gets too tight off both ends of his skeleton. He's the frailest of the initial 3. He just needs more punch all the way through. Needs to be a little bit better on his feet and legs. Young lady's hog that comes next, extremely opened up in his chest. I like this about him. He's shapely in his back. He's good in his body. He's the small hog within this particular drive. We got to elevate him at his shoulder, lengthen him out of his rump, and just give him a better look ahead of his blade. Young man's Barrow that comes next, another hog that has some shape and some dimension. We get right on top of him. An animal we like in terms of his stoutness ahead and skull. I read him too straight in his blade, a little too quick in his neck, but still a power hog within the drive, the land where he does. Young man's Barrow that comes out here is an animal that is extremely stout in terms of his bone work. It's too open and out in his elbow. Need to relax him in his spine. Hogs on down the line. Good market hogs in terms of power. This one needs to be a little better looking, a little better in his blade. Young lady's Barrow that comes out next. Good kind of design, just got to be sounder. Young lady's Barrow that rounds out the class. Just needs more muscle and dimension to compete with the others.
Okay, placings in our middleweight deer dogs, top 10, congratulations. First place went to Paige Smith from Hockley County 4-H. Second place went to Talon Gardano from Wink FFA. Third place went to Briley Muley from Medina County 4-H. Fourth place went to Jayton Dickinson from Canyon FFA. Fifth place went to Helen Dudley from New Braunfels FFA. Sixth place went to Briar Floyd from Stephenville FFA. Seventh place went to Maverick Cody from Toller FFA. Eighth place went to Gunnar Toch from Gillespie County 4-H. Ninth place went to Jenna Todd from Comal County 4-H. And 10th place went to Reese Sagebill from Fredericksburg FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in the middleweight Chesters. Now shifting in the back, class 70, our third class of Chesters, the heavyweight Chesters at this time. Should have 41 head in that class. Weight range from 284 to 300. So also throughout the day, we'll recognize our certified Texas bred champions in each of our classes. In class 68, class winner and certified Texas bred champion as well, Rylan Pekachik from Snyder FFA. Chester Barrow bred by Burger Farms from Giddings, Texas. Congratulations to Rylan and the Burgers. And then in class 69, Chester's middleweight class, exhibited by Briar Floyd, CTBR champion, was exhibited by Briar Floyd, and that barrow was bred by Alderson Farms of Marion, Texas. Congratulations to Doug and Alderson Farms of Marion, Texas, and congratulations to Briar Floyd, class 69 CTBR champion.
Looks like we've got 11 head penned at this time, and the judges have finished their first initial sort, and they're out going into the big arena here. Got 2, 4, 5, 6 of them out here in the big arena for them.
Again, these are our heavyweight Chesters. Chester weight range ranging from 284 to 300 pounds. 41 head in this class. Again, we're looking for a top 10. Top 5 will make the sale. First and second will roll right back around, and we'll go into our champion Chester drive at the conclusion of this class. So many times and throughout the day, I will bore you to death with pointing this out, but I can't say it enough. We couldn't make this possible without the sponsors on the bottom of your screen. Bottom right-hand corner, bottom left-hand corner. If you know these sponsors or have the ability to reach out with them and tell them thanks and give them that personal note, San Antonio Livestock Show and Taylor Fort have worked together to get these sponsors to be able to webcast not only this show, but every youth show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. We think it's a unique experience to be able to look at them like you're right here. So if you've enjoyed the webcast, please thank those sponsors.
Absolutely, and one thing I've been really impressed with Taylor's group is just how they go out and get all these great views of each one of these barrows, because it gives you, our audience out up north, an opportunity to kind of see what's going on, and hopefully you can see some things and help you set up for your next grouping in that respect, because I understand like Minnesota's expected somewhere around 12 inches of snow today, so I hope they're a little off on that and they don't get that brutal winter. Looks like they've got 3 now that they've let out.
Yeah, they're getting all that snow, and I'm just hoping we don't hit 90 today.
No joke.
It is warmed up here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. It was 91 yesterday afternoon when I rolled through San Angelo.
Isn't that crazy? We're in short sleeves here. For those that are up north, we're in short sleeves. It's hot up here in the grandstand where we're at, and you guys are shivering and trying to stay warm.
I've always heard that being cold is mental, so if we tell them all it's 70 degrees and you're watching a Barrow show in San Antonio, if you're cold out there, that ought to make you feel better, right?
Absolutely. Just mentally think you're here. You're right in the middle of this, and it's 90 degrees, so that'll warm you up a little bit.
You're here without the barn dust.
That's right.
Already got a nice set turned out. Don't know if they've got anybody turned back in yet, but
none yet, Brandon.
Obviously, our heavier weight classes. I've always thought San Antonio is so tough because, especially in the breed hog drives, because all these breed hogs are basically kind of litter mates to the ones that we saw last week at the gilt show. Everybody shoots to try to win the San Antonio gilt show. Also litter mates to the young youthful ones will be litter mates to the August-born hogs that can show, and everybody shoots for in Oklahoma. So, that coveted breed hogs these are litter mates to some really, really high-end gilts that have been gunned to try to win those shows. So that's why I've always thought our breed shows here at San Antonio are tremendous.
Oh, absolutely. Looks like they're just wanting to make sure and get everyone out here in this second sort here. They're not for sure how I think they're still kind of contemplating how they want to start this class out and what they want to pin back. So they're just kind of looking at all aspects of the different pieces that they're seeing and want to put the most combination package together. Just as they're evaluating these, just kind of give you a little background. Our second wave, we had 917 show up for our second wave. Our first wave, we had 1771 for a total of 2,688 barrows total. That's a lot of pork and pork chops running around.
Yeah, they still haven't pinned one back.
No, Oh, I think they see some really good pieces out here that they've sorted, but they're just I think trying to figure out which is the most complete package that they want to start their pattern with in this class.
I don't think Doug enjoyed getting hit with that whip. The dangers of being a livestock judge.
They didn't see the fine print when they signed up for this.
Could be whipped. Yeah.
It could get whipped by the exhibitors. Oh, they got one penned here.
But I'd say that one's probably pretty good because they've studied all these things pretty hard.
Absolutely.
I think they're going to grab their handful, looks like now, and maybe stuff them back and rework them. Gesture game, I mean, these things always have plenty of power. It's how it's shaped and how they motivate with it. That really dictates
absolutely
what a good Chester is.
Well, and I like what I've seen so far, and you kind of touched on it. They're walking them to make sure they get a good analysis of their movement and their looseness of structure, but they don't walk them to death, and and the last one standing is going to win because to me it's not an athletic contest. It's finding the best well-rounded animal that's going to not only be a structural correct one and loose made, but have that muscle package that's going to yield great on the rail. Brandon, we've got 3 pens so far, so probably I suspect they'll reevaluate 6 of them again for those top 5 placings.
Yeah, like I say, at 5, 6, or 7 is what they'd been stuffing back. There was a couple of classes where they only found 4 that they reworked, and as long as they're studying them and making sure that those are the right ones to be up there, I don't have a problem with how they want to run their business and run their show. I mean, it kind of makes it easier on them. Whatever makes it easier on them is the best way for them to handle it. So.
Well, and like any class, you're going to have different strengths in each class, and when you have some good pieces, but maybe not as many completenesses in the class, then they're working together. They can say, hey, are you happy with the 4 we have or 5 we have, and let's roll with it. So it's great that they can compromise and work together and keep this flow going as well, and still give these kids a fair opportunity.
Yeah, the views and angles we get, I mean, you do get to see a lot more. I always thought it was jokingly, there was a guy named Max Stapleton one time, they were needing him to come judge the market steers at one of those county shows. And
related to Chris?
No, distant relative, yeah, probably. But anyway, Max is a longtime county agent there in Haskell, and
sure.
They were calling his name out, saying, Mr. Stapleton, or if you're here, we need you to come judge the steers. And of course, he stood up and he said, well, I'm going to stay up here by the parents. They can see a lot better from up here anyway, apparently. So jokingly, now you kind of get the views that, a lot of times you'll hear a judge go to the microphone. From ringside, you can't get up on top of this bar and really see what we're seeing. And but with Taylor Ford's stream team, I mean, you kind of see it. It's hard to hide anything when you get all the views that you get with this viewpoint. So saying all that to say this, I mean, a committee evaluated these 2 guys and said, hey, that's who we want to judge the San Antonio Barrow show. So in the game we play, I mean, that's what we do. We come here and we show, and they're going to sort us out and line us out like they want to. And our job is, as people spectating or people that show actually against this, is to respect that judge's opinion and move on. So all we can ask, they put as much effort into it as they can. I think these guys are doing that.
Absolutely, and all they ask for, and I think they've, I know that they have done the same, is just a great fair evaluation, and that's all you can ask of any judge, because we all have our own opinions on when you fine tune to the final top placings, and as long as they have a pattern, that's all you can ask of a judge, that you can follow what they're doing, and it looks like these guys are definitely doing that, and you hit a home run when you can do that. Got 5 in the pen for reevaluation. Looks like they've placed 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and I think they've got them all the way through 10th now. So we're down to our top 5 for evaluation. All 5 of these, of course, will make the sale this time. They went ahead and placed 6th on down. So we got the first one out. As they evaluate, they're letting their second one out for evaluation. You know, as a shower, one of the things you want to definitely do is teach your pigs to, as they come out of the gate, to be able to lift that head up so you can show off the chest floor, and then as immediately as they come out of the gate, try to shift them left to right so they can see side profile, and then they are allowed to go back behind them and view the rear hip and hind leg as well. Of course, it's always important, you as a showman, knowing if you don't have that total complete one, know what that weakness is, and not necessarily hide it, but show the strengths off to these judges, so that you want to show off the strengths of, you know, why your pig deserves to make the sale and be, you know, be in this top end. So it's also learning your strengths and your weaknesses of your animals as well as you're growing them up and getting them ready. Conferring right now as they decide to how they're going to place these 1 through 5 or 5 up to first. So I think they're contemplating where they want to start with 5th and up to 4th and 3rd. And then I suspect they're going to then confer again on our first, who they're going to use 1st and 2nd. Looks like they've given their 5th place out to the young lady in the paisley type shirt. Got 4 remaining out here. For those that just started in here, this is our heavyweight class of Chesters. There were 41 head, ranging 284 to 300 pounds. They've given out the next one, the 4th place out, and we've got the third to the young lady in the bluish green shirt, leaving the 2, and as I suspected, they had a little visit about the next ones up there.
We got out of here a pink and a blue shirt. There's the blue shirt goes 2nd. Pink
Oh,
shirt
yes.
wins.
This is one of those classes where, as a judge, you got to take a couple deep breaths and just try to remain positive through the class. And just, I guess advice to the exhibitors: if you want to place well, it'd be recommended that you don't whip the judges with your whip. It'd certainly be appreciated out here. But I think it was probably 3 or 4 times Doug and I got hit within this particular class, and then on top of it, not probably the easiest class to put together. And so, definitely frustrating. I'm here talking on the microphone, trying to calm myself down, take a deep breath, and just dive into this class. We start with the young ladies Barrow over here on my left to win this particular class, and just quite simply, from a structure standpoint, he's the fault-free animal within this drive. He's very opened up in his chest. He's very powerful as he leaves you. Very, very good in his body. Still got shape up high. Ideally, he needs to be a lot better looking to win a class at a Texas major, but at the same time, within this particular drive, he's the best animal, and that's why he's going to win today. Young ladies Barrow there in second is the one that we like in terms of freshness of back. He's very good out of his hip and hind leg, got a lot of power as he turns and goes. An animal with still a good kind of look from the side. He gets too straight out of his shoulder, compensates too hard on his front pastern. We need to stouten him about his jaw, knock him down in his crest, but still a good animal out here that was presented and exhibited at a very high level. Animal comes next in 3, and another hog that has some shape and some dimension and power up high, a hog that we like in terms of stoutness of head and skull. He gets too straight and too rigid off both ends of his skeleton. He's an animal who wants to really hop up in his crest more than ideal, but still a powerful, shapely hog to land in 3rd. Young man's hog here in 4th that's taking a little nap in the back is an animal that is very similar to the hog there in 3, extremely shapely on the top side of his skeleton. Gets a little too soft on his front pastern, gets a little hesitant out on the move. And I thought in relation to the animal ahead of him that he's built very similar, he didn't have as much muscle. Young lady's hog that comes next in 5, a fault-free one from a skeleton perspective. We like his hip and hind leg, like his body shape. He's a low-fronted animal within this class. It gets a little too plain in terms of his head and neck carriage. He's an animal that just needs to be stoutened up and powered up to compete with some of the other animals within this drive. Young lady does a good job getting this one's head up, and his shoulder assembly and angle to his blade is very good. He's still got a good look from the side. He gets real slow moving out here, and then when you get right in behind him, he simply just doesn't have enough in the seat of his pants to compete with the others. Young lady's Barrow here, very stout, just too straight about his shoulder. Animals on down the line have some structure issues, but presented at a high level. Just got to be better in terms of their movements today.
Okay, real quick, we'll get you a top 10 here in the heavyweight chesters. First place went to Hallie Heinrich from Lubbock County 4-H. Second place went to Larissa Garcia from Sweetwater FFA. Third place went to Bailey Grove from Fredericksburg FFA. Fourth place went to Nash Stanton from Shallowater FFA. Fifth place to Addison Turner from Glenrose FFA. Sixth place went to Jayton Hicks from Tahoka FFA. Seventh place went to Lacey Seidenberger from Glasscock County 4-H. Eighth place went to Talon Luke from Hampshire Fennet FFA. Ninth place went to Hagen Weininger from Burke Burnett FFA. And 10th place, Tyler Rocca from Lubbock Friendship FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in Class 70, our heavyweight chesters. Again, next up will be our champion Chester White Drive.
Yes, and they'll pick a champion and reserve in here. There's no weight division since there's only 3 classes. Give you a little trivia about this. The first scholarship given to the Barrow Show in the Chesters originated in 2007, and it was awarded to Shelby Spillman, and she received $10,000 besides having the champion title and going on to the auction. Last year's winner, just to kind of give you a little background there, was Dallas Martinez. He had that was a champion chester last year and received a $10,000 scholarship as well.
I know Dallas very well. I bet he gets
Darren.
Nah, it's them Smith boys from over in the East Texas.
Oh yes, absolutely.
That's one of them's their boys. So he is quite the young man. He'll get that other 10,000. If they offer him 20, he'll figure out a way to get it. So
hey, they just good, hard-working people.
We're getting ready for our champion Chester Drive. Again, 3 weight classes represented in this particular division. Stay tuned if you've got a Yorkshire. We've got 6 classes of Yorks coming up. We'll do those in 2 divisions, lightweight division, heavyweight division. But we're now ready to pick our champion, Chester Barrow. Out of Class 1, our class winner was Rylan Pekachik from Schneider FFA. Second in that class, Peyton Ralston from Dallam County 4-H. In our middleweight class winner was exhibited by Paige Smith from Hockley County 4-H. Second in that class was Talon Garduno from Wink FFA. Our heavyweight class just completed. Class winner in that class, Hallie Heinrich from Lubbock County 4-H. Second on deck in the heavyweights, Larissa Garcia from Sweetwater FFA. Congratulations to our class winners here in the Chester division. Again, out of the lightweight class, we have Rylan Pekachik from Schneider FFA. Out of the middleweights, we have Paige Smith from Hockley County 4-H. And our heavyweight class winner, Hallie Heinrich from Lubbock County 4-H. Pretty nice set, Wayne.
Absolutely. It'll be kind of interesting there. They all were very mobile and get out there and take a stride. Maybe the prettiest fronted one will be the young lady kind of in that kind of brownish, what would you call that colored shirt over there? Maybe not the widest based one, but they all got really good muscle and width shape to them, don't you think?
They got it figured out. Here's Judge Cord.
Let's put our hands together for your Chester exhibitors today. I won't lie to you and tell you that the Chesters were the most fun to judge here today, because they certainly weren't, and maybe not the best breed as far as just docility and those other things. But it's a challenge to put together a really good Chester Barrow. It's hard to make them sound, it's hard to make them stout, and certainly it's still a breed that can compete at the very highest levels. We get out here and it comes down to 2 of them for us. That's between the lightweight there and the middleweight. One of them's got an advantage a little bit just in toughness of bone and maybe just spread and muscle. The other one's got the advantage in terms of look and balance and design. And when this young lady gets this one right in terms of his stride and his drive, he really comes together extremely well. We like him the best. Young ladies, middleweight's your champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your champion Chester White Barrow at the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show, exhibited by Paige Smith from Hockley County 4-H. Congratulations to Paige. Now we bring in Talon Garduno from Wink FFA to show for reserve champion.
Well, we drop in that second place Barrow and certainly taking nothing away, because he does fit right into the mix from a muscularity and just stoutness perspective. We talked on his issue in class. If he could just come in at you just a shade better, we could certainly run a long way with his kind. There's another one out here that suits us in terms of chest width and squareness of knee, power, and just dimension up high. Young ladies, lightweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Chester comes out of the lightweight class, exhibited by Rylan Pekachik from Schneider FFA. Congratulations to Rylan. Again, congratulations to Paige Smith from Hockley County 4-H with your breed champion. Reserve champion goes to Rylan Pekachik from Schneider FFA with your reserve. So our Chesters are done. Now we go to the next breed of the day, Yorkshires. Again, we'll have 6 classes of Yorks. We'll have 2 divisions. The way we do those divisions, we'll judge all 6 classes back to back, and then we'll come back, we'll do the lightweight division, and then we'll do the heavyweight division, and then pick an overall champion York at the conclusion of those 6 classes. After the Yorks, for the rest of the day, we'll do our 2 classes of landrace hogs. Sometime in there we'll have a lunch break, and then after the lunch break we'll dive into our other crossbred division. We've got 4 divisions of those crosses. We'll do 2 of them this evening. So we'll be doing 8 class of crosses this evening as we get going. So again, off and running. Moved to class 73 overall. Our lightweight Yorkshires, 33 in the class. All of them weigh 250 pounds.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. 250. No extra weight there. They're all equal.
Yeah.
So while they're getting ready to start the Yorkshire breed drive, again, as Brandon said, if you just joined us, it's class 73, and they're all 250 pounders turned in at, and there are 33 head in this class. As we mentioned, not only in the Gilt Show do they give scholarships. Of course, in the Barrow Show, you are eligible to get a scholarship as well if you win the breed champion. But the difference between the Gilt Show and the Barrow Show is you get to go to premium auction and get additional money in addition to the scholarship. So with that, if you win breed champion here in 2023, you will receive a $10,000 scholarship if you win the breed. The first scholarship ever given in the Yorkshire breed was in 2007, and it was a $10,000 scholarship, and that first recipient was Jordan Gregory, and so congratulations to them. Last year's winner, which also received a $10,000 scholarship for winning breed champion, I think is Cameron Cliff, I believe is how you pronounce that. If I have not said it correctly, I apologize. But anyway, that kind of gives a little history behind that. Some other history for you is that a young person can continue to come to San Antonio and to receive additional scholarship money or win additional scholarship money. They can get up to $20,000, and that can just be added money of winning other areas as well. Once you hit the ceiling, you get the difference to maximize you to the ceiling, which is $20,000. So what a great thing that San Antonio brings to our young people to further their education. And what's cool about it too, it's just not for four-year university educations, it's for trade schools as well, and other educational areas to benefit and to further our young people's education, to be leaders in our community and in our country. You know, we talked about the amount of money that they put together since the time that San Antonio started giving money and having premiums and auctions, etc. It has exceeded $243 million since the inception. This is money that was awarded in scholarships, grants, endowments, auctions, and calf scramble and show premiums. The first scholarships ever awarded was in 1984, and at that time only 15 of them were given out for a total of 90. So it has really escalated since then, and in fact they give each year they activate about 1,500 scholarship recipients every year, and each year they add about 550 new ones to the scholarship program. As you're kind of seeing, David is the lead evaluator in this first sort here. If he likes this animal, he will send it straight. In this case, that particular one was sent over to Doug Albright, which he's looked at him and gave him an explanation. So appreciate him giving an explanation. Same on the next one there. He's going to evaluate this one, the young lady's pig, and determine if he's going to keep him or send him on. So if he sends him into the big arena, they still have another opportunity, and that's important, because just now this young lady in the Royal Blue, David liked that pig, so he's sending him to be evaluated for classification and weighing. So, and then they'll be penned and then be reevaluated in the second evaluation. It's so important when these pigs come out of the ring that you try to set them up as well as you can. and try to get that head up high. So because one of the things he's looking at coming out of the gate is see what kind of chest floor is in these animals. So it's important to teach these pigs when they come through a gate to get that head raised up and keep him moving on so that he can evaluate the front end, side profile, and rear profile. Like they penned this or sent this one on to the pen. So again, if you're just joining us, they go through 3 classifiers, and if they receive 2 out of 3 2 out of 3 blue chips, then he is classified into that breed and goes on. If he is given 2 red chips or more, then he will be sent back to the pen and show in the crossbreds, and then his weight will be put into the class that that particular weight was broke into. Looks like we've got 2 pens so far, and one that has been kept into the big arena at this point. If you've just started to join us, we are judging the Yorkshire breed. This is the first class. There are 33 in this class, and we have the weight range is all 250s. No other weights were in this class. They will be placing 10 barrows will receive ribbons. However, only 5 of them will be eligible to go on to the auction. In our Yorkshire breed, we have 6 classes of Yorkshires, and we will be dividing it in between 2 divisions. We will have a lightweight division, and then we'll pick a champion in reserve of that division, and we'll continue on and judge our heavyweight division, and we will do the same there. But I think I wasn't here for the first wave, but I suspect they'll probably go through all the classes and place all the classes and bring out the first and second place, and then do the first 3 or 4 classes will be your lightweight division. Then we will do the second half, which will either be 3 or 4, depending how they've divided that out, and that will be your heavyweight division champion in reserve. And then those 2 will go in. The champion of the lightweight and champion of the heavyweight, they will compete for the overall title. And then once they pick that champion, if it's in the heavyweight division, they'll bring out the reserve to compete against the champion of the other weight division for the reserve. If you've just recently just tuned in, we welcome you to the 74th annual second wave of the Junior Market Barrow Show. It comes to us live by Taylor Fort and his group. I thank him so much for what he does and what he brings to our viewers. The clarity has just been outstanding, and it makes you feel like you're actually here at the site itself and being able to see it firsthand. And we're so thankful that he makes this happen for all of you that aren't able to attend this show. Young lady hard a good hand as well, because there were 33 in this class, and it's a tough show here at San Antonio. It's one of the most brutal because it's not as many placings, and there's always a lot of competition depth here, and so few placings. So she's done a good job as well of making it to this point. They're ready to start letting out the first 1 pen. They're fixing to let him out at this time. So Brandon, we've got 9 in the pen. They picked. There were 2 out in the big arena there. They picked one of them, so he's back in classification and weighing.
Found him a top 10 here anyway here in the lightweight Yorks, so may shift them a little different with that. May go a little quicker anyway. They'll probably just throw their top end back and then start giving out buttons. Like we talked about in the Yorkshire breed, we've got 6 classes. We'll show all 6 classes back to back, show them all the way through. At the conclusion of those 6 classes, we'll do a lightweight division drive for the first 3 classes. We'll do a heavyweight division drive for the second 3 classes, and then bring them back and show that pair for champion Yorkshire at the end of that breed. So Wayne, give us a little bit more history. Like, I want to know how many years you think you've been to the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Probably,
without
I
showing
would
your
have.
age.
Oh yeah, don't tell off on me. I've probably been to this show probably 50 years, to be honest. And as we talked about, a lot of changes since then. I don't know. Did you ever do any of this whitewashing on these white animals back in? Or do you remember that happening back in the 80s?
No, that was before my time. I moved to Texas, and my first experience at San Antonio was as a young county agent about 1997 would have been my first year to come to San Antonio.
Well, and what I was referring to kind of on that was like when you were in high school up in was it Missouri that you
grew up in Kansas.
Kansas. Did y'all do any of that kind of stuff at the show?
No, we never got to that.
I tell you, one of the things that's been with me forever is we would put this white paste on these hogs to make them whiter. Well, my ag teacher said, well, this guy doesn't like solid black pigs, so we're going to whitewash this pig. I said, oh no, are you serious? And we whitewashed this black pig, and so he became a smoky colored powdered pig. And believe it or not, I made the sale.
Oh, be darn. Huh.
But talking about making memories you'll never forget.
So I've always said in Texas you don't, and I've always just had a bad theory about solid black hogs and red belted hogs and polka dotted hogs. I've always just called them third place hogs. I mean, because, I just don't think they have enough look a lot of times when it comes down to it to get along. And my son's senior year here at San Antonio, I decided we were going to feed a set of Yorkshires, and we were 11th in the Yorkshires, didn't get a picture, heavy Yorks. And that year there was 2 polka dotted dark crosses that, because by golly, we weren't going to be third, I let them go. And they were lightweight division champion here at San Antonio in the dark crosses, and one of them was 4th in the heavies. So that's what I get for thinking. Solid black Barrow was reserved at Angelo just the other day. Very nice hog, bred by Lindner Show Pigs. And so times have changed. Good hogs should be good hogs, I guess, when it comes right down to it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely. Under that hair and skin, they all eat the same. Looks like we've got 3 pen backs so far. And again, as Brandon said, we have 5 that will go to the auction, and we'll be interested to see how they put this class together, if they're going to keep 6 back and reevaluate, or just make their decision that they've got their top 5 and then place them on 6th on through 10. So they've done it, from what I understand, visiting with you, Brandon. And I've seen it a little bit this morning. Some classes they'll bring back the 6, and others they'll keep the top 5 and place it 6th on to 10th. Got 4 back at this time. Looks like Doug has got his buttons out already, so it looks like maybe they might even consider placing the 5th place already and just look at the top 4.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do. Here comes fourth place into a pen. No, fifth place. I'm sorry.
Fifth place.
Fifth place there. That fifth place in the Yorkshires, we talked about that sail hole. That fifth place was our final sail hole here in the lightweight Yorks. 6 places in. I know they've given a button out for 7. That young lady's headed into the holding pen now. There's number 8. Get us a top 10 here pretty quickly. There are top 10, and we'll have one left to go back out at this point. We had kept 11, got top 10 ribbon getters. Now we're going to rework this top 4. Again, we're here in class 73, our first class of Yorkshires. All of them weigh 250 pounds. We begin the Yorkshire breed. 33 head in this class. Again, the other day we were talking about the looks that we get from the stream team. I mean, I don't know, have you been to a Cowboys game at Dallas Cowboys Stadium?
Never have had that opportunity yet.
Well, the only one I could afford to go to, I went and watched some of the state championship high school football games in there. And, you sit there around arena side, and obviously we've got a very good viewpoint here. But what you inevitably end up doing is looking up at that great big monster big screen that Jerry's got at Jerry's World. So I kind of equate that with the view you're getting. I mean, there's times when I catch myself actually looking at these hogs on the screen that's right in front of me as opposed to in the ring that's right in front of me as well because of the extra views that I get from ground level. So.
Well, absolutely, because from our level, we can see design and some chest width, but we can't see that top shape or how correct that rump shape is sometimes and how wide it is. So, absolutely. It makes us look like we're out there judging with them and by their side. Looks like these 3 we've got out here, Brandon, they've definitely kept their pattern from the Chesters onto these Yorks. They're really powerful fronted type hogs and big top and really got some hip and hind leg muscle.
2 and 1, they've got them placed now. So again, David Core will be our lead judge here in the Yorkshires again as well.
Well, good class of Yorkshires here to start out the Yorkshire Drive, and we start with a very easy handle in our opinion. The young lady's Barrow right here in front of me. He excels the class and in terms of width and muscle up high, very powerful as he turns and goes, and still very flexible out here on the move. I like his look from the side. I mean, ideally we could knock his crest down just a touch. I still think he's an attractive, proportional Barrow from the profile, and then when he drives right at you, I know he's not perfect there, but in relation to the rest of the class, he's acceptable enough to go ahead and win this drive. Young lady's Barrow here in second is just a little higher about his head. He's an animal that is maybe just a shot stouter in terms of bone work out here. We didn't read him nearly as correct in his shoulder blade and the way he comes at you. Wants to get just a little bit forward about his shoulder. He's an animal that is still very shapely, but maybe just doesn't have quite the power that our class winner has. Very good animal to land in second. Hugger comes in 3, just a fault-free kind of a Barrow. But like his chest width, I like his shape when you get right on top of him. He's still got some power as you get right in behind him. You got to knock his crest down and just make him more attractive from the profile if he's going to compete with our top 2. Young lady's Barrow comes next in 4. Really neat from the profile. An animal with some muscle and some dimension. Got a good look ahead of his shoulder blade. He's too straight about his blade. It gets a little too twisted up out of his shoulder. Consequently, it affects his movement off his rear end as well. Young man's Barrow here next. Another powerful one in terms of chest floor. Another one that's still still got shape and dimension up high. He needs a better look ahead of his blade. I like the length in his rump, but still a good kind of an animal from a power standpoint. Young Ladies Barrow here, attractive from the side, can get out and go. Just needs more power coming and going to compete with the others in this drive. Young Ladies Barrow here, another one that can get out and wheel. Just needs more dimension and power all the way through. Like to spruce them up from a skin and hair perspective. Animals on down the line. Good fundamental basic market hogs. Just need to be a little bit sounder in terms of their movements to compete in this setting.
Okay, our top 10 in lightweight Yorks. Class winner, Kenley Shield Knight from Spearman FFA. Second goes to Hayden Pegas from Medina County 4-H. Third place goes to Charles Moses from McKinney FFA. Fourth place goes to Macy Vospender from East Central FFA. Fifth place goes to Bax Edwards from Idalou FFA. Sixth place goes to Holly Kaiser from Guadalupe County 4-H. Seventh place goes to Katie Casas from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Eighth place goes to Cale Jones from Tidehaven FFA. Ninth place to Ashlyn Wade from Lipscomb County 4-H. And 10th place, Corley Carr from Prosper FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in our lightweight Yorks. Again, now we move on to our second class of Yorks, class 74 overall. Again, 32 head in this class. Like weight range is 251 to about 266. We'll get that for certain. $252 to $267 is the weight breaks here in the second class of Yorks. So again, certified Texas bred, go back to your Chester breed, that heavyweight Chester in class 70, exhibited by Hallie Heinrich from Lubbock County 4-H. Barrow was raised by JDF Farms from Seminole FFA. Congratulations to our certified Texas bred champion in class 70 heavyweight Chesters. Again, Hallie Heinrich from Lubbock County 4-H with the Barrow bred by JDF Farms from Seminole.
If you've just joined us, we're in our second class of Yorkshires, class 74. We have 32 head in this class, and they're in the initial first sort. The weight ranges from 252 to 267. Again, the weight ranges from 252 to 267, and we're on class 74. In this breed, we've got a total of 6 classes of Yorkshires, and we're in our second class. We'll go through all 6 classes, and then they'll be broken in. The first 3 classes will be considered the lightweight division, and the last 3 classes will be considered the heavyweight division. Each division will pick a champion in reserve within their division, and those division champions, those 2 will compete for the overall Yorkshire title, and then the reserve title. As the first one is picked out of that particular division, then the reserve is allowed to come in, and he gets to compete for that reserve title in the Yorkshire deal. Again, within that breed, not only do the top barrows make the top 5 make the premium auction or the auction, but they also, the champion receives a $10,000 scholarship. So that's just an added bonus to further their education. Looks like we've got 4 pens so far. They do a placing of 10 that receive ribbons, but again, only 5 of them make the auction. In our big arena, these are the ones that when they go to the secondary judge, when they go to Doug, Albright is the one in our second.
Well, now it's Texas bred from class 73 York.
So our Texas bred in our first classes is Yorkshire was Kenley Sheernite from Spearman, Texas, was our Texas bred winner, and the breeder of this pig was Brockman Farms out of Montgomery, Texas. Congratulations to not only the Kenley but also Josh Brockman and his fine operation as well. While we're seeing these judges sort class 74, it looks like they've just now finished and they're coming to the main arena. So far I see in here they've got 6 pen, but there could be some through classification and weighing yet. Only 3 out in this big arena. So what they're going to do is get up to 10, so I'm sure there's some more in classification and weighing because they have to have 10 so that they are allowed to give out all 10 placings. And again, the top 5 make the sale. While they're looking at these out in the big arena, just some additional information that you might be interested in. Last year's grand champion, Barrow, sold for $80,000, and the reserve grand champion sold for $45,000. So those winners from last year, what a great way to get their college fund going and just get their life and foundation on a great start. And thank you, San Antonio, for making all of this happen through your great auction group. If you've just joined us, we are in our first day of our second wave. We've gotten through the Chesters. Now we're into our second class of Yorkshires. We had a total in the second wave of 917 that showed up for our second wave. And the two waves combined totaled a 2,688 total for the show. So what a really nice show. Now they're going ahead and letting the first one out for their second evaluation.
Got one they like. They're throwing back there pretty quick.
Absolutely. Boy, that's a wide-chested, big rib booger.
Got three of them coming back now into the holding pen. In last class, they kept four. In every class, we're looking for 10 ribbon getters to go to the backdrop. In the Yorkshire breed, when numbers fall, is basically they'll be selling 5 in each of these lots. San Antonio says a Barrow show or Barrow premium sale on Friday, and they'll be selling 346 Barrows. If you go to San Antonio's competitive events Facebook page, you can find, I know they've got a link posted. If you wanted to do an add-on for any of these kids in their sale, you could go to that link and be able to add on to any of these kids. Well-deserved reward for what they've done here at San Antonio.
That's great to know. That's outstanding that we, how technology has really come forth and made it so easy to provide these extra things for our young people.
Yeah, I always tell everybody this, best of my experience, this is the only good thing that got better with COVID was our ability to webcast and bring these shows to people's living rooms.
Absolutely. My youngest one, Clay, he was a senior during that year, so it was a tough, brutal year for everyone to survive and get through.
For sure.
I won't forget, that last show was the alternative show, and I found out that my senior present of memories for Clay was that I found out I could stay up 36 hours.
Yeah, I stayed up and helped with that show and set up the announcer stand, and as that thing ran through, we got done about 10 o'clock that next morning.
It went all night long too.
Showed all the way through Sunday. Got done about 10 o'clock on Monday morning because City of Lubbock had told us, hey, this barn needs to be evacuated by noon on Monday, and so lots of effort went in to get that thing done. And I went and I thought, well, I'm just going to go shut the curtains at the motel room and try to catch a little sleep. And I got there about 30 minutes later. I got a call from one of my employees that said, hey, what do we do if we've got a COVID positive? So I had to get up and go home and write policy on COVID policy.
Oh, my goodness. Well, one thing about it, those were memories made, and you found out how young you are.
For sure. Yeah, we were second at the alternative.
Yeah, that's awesome.
With a red one we thought was going to do pretty good at Austin.
Love those red ones.
Not real sure. We'll find out here in just a minute. I know we're going to redrive
They,
5.
they did switch them. I think
I know we're going to redrive 5, maybe 6.
6, because they took that ribbon back, and that young man that is in the 6 pin is not, doesn't have a rosette.
So again, if we redrive 6, just like we were in the Chesters, top 5 are sale getters, and come back for the sale here on Friday. So big decision right off the bat for these guys at 5th and 6th. Appreciate them taking the extra effort to make sure we get that placing right. Yeah, we do have 6 ribbon getters in the pen. He does that a rosette now, so they're redriving 5 here. Here on the top end of our second class of Yorkshires, class 74. So of the 6 classes, this will be the middleweight class of the lightweight division here in the second class of Yorks. So 5 and 4 back in, down to a top 3. Again, Doug will give out 3, and then he'll give 1 and 2 to our judge, our lead judge, Mr. Korb, to give out 1st and 2nd in this particular drive.
Now, the one he started the class with, that's the one they pulled back first, wasn't it?
Yeah, I believe so.
Well, very easy class winner here in the young ladies Barrow to go ahead and win. He just excels the class in width and freshness and muscle. His look from the side is very, very good, and yet still has plenty of power all the way through. You know, the only thing we really maybe got critical on him was his flanks wanting to drop on him. Past that, I think just a very good Yorkshire Barrow to go ahead and win. Young man's Barrow here in second is one that is maybe just a shot stouter in terms of his form. We like his muscularity up high. He comes in more pieces for us. He's a lower-headed Barrow that wants to twist out of his shoulder. He's not nearly as smooth in the way he ties down into his ham loin junction and back out and down, but certainly a Barrow that with plenty of power, plenty of muscle to land in second. Young ladies hog that comes next in three is a very interesting one to us. He's got a really big back leg, and yet he's still got a good look from the profile. Animal is still opened up in his chest. He's got shape up high. You know, we need to clean up his skin and hair if he's going to make it in the top two within this particular class. He looks maybe just a shade mature out here in relation to the other two as well, but still a nice kind of an animal to land in three. Hog comes next in four, and the decision was between 4 and 5 for us. I landed on this Barrow for his athleticism, his build, his ability to get out and go. I like his natural rib cage that he possesses. He's opened up as he comes and goes. He gets plenty plain in terms of his muscularity and his look out here, but is an animal whose skeleton and boldness allows him to beat the young man's hog that comes next in 5. This animal's more opened up. He's got more muscle, and he's got a better look from the profile. I read him just a little too short stepping off both ends of his skeleton. If he's more athletic, he could certainly play at the top end of this class. He's just got to be better moving for us today. Young man's Barrow here is extremely heavy muscled, bold, stout, dense, all those things that we like. He comes in too many pieces for us. He's a lower-headed Barrow that gets off in his top line. He doesn't tie nearly as smooth in his stifle or his hip, but still a power hog to land where he does. Young ladies Barrow right here, very good build, very good design, just needs more dimension and power. Same can be said with the animals on down the line. Good structured hogs with a good look from the side, just need more power coming and going. Young man's Barrow that comes next just got to be a little bit squarer from behind. Good class Yorkshire Bears.
Placings in that lightweight Yorkshire class. Class 2 of the lightweight divisions in the Yorkshires, class 74. First place went to Madison Rice from Gonzales County 4-H. Second place went to John Mueller from Splendora FFA. Third place went to Tatum Braden from Glasscock County 4-H. Fourth place went to Caden Smith from Hockley County 4-H. Fifth place went to Jacob Kaiser from Nolan County 4-H. Sixth place went to Kellen Criswell from Happy FFA. Seventh place went to Addie Hartnett from Wall FFA. Eighth place went to Nate Terry from Shallowater FFA. Ninth place went to Shane Parks from Galveston County 4-H. And 10th place, Chad Bilbao from Lipan FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in Class 74, our second class of Yorks, middle class in the lightweight division. We now move to Class 75 Yorks. That is the final class in our lightweight division, our third class of Yorks. Again, 35 head in Class 75.
Okay, if you just now joined us, we just finished Class 74. They're on to going through the first sort of Class 75 of our Yorkshires. We have 35 in this class, and the weight ranges from 268 through 277. Again, the weight range is 268 through 277. Looks like we've got one in the pen so far. I'm not sure back what behind us there, if any are on classification or weighing, but that's what we've got so far that I can see. In the big arena, which the evaluator of that is our secondary judge for this breed, which is Doug Albright, and he is doing the secondary evaluation. If David comes in and sends him over to Doug, and then if he likes him, then he'll send him to the big arena. And so far we've got one in the big arena at this time. This will be the last class as far as ending for our lightweight division. They're going to have two weight division. They're going to evaluate a lightweight division, which will be our first three classes, and pick a champion in reserve in the lightweight division, and do the same in our last three classes, which will make up our heavyweight division, and we'll do a champion reserve there as well. But they'll do this all after they finish the entire six classes of our Yorkshire breed. And then, of course, the champion of each weight division, there'll be the two out there competing for the overall champion. And that champion that receives that championship title will also not only go to the auction as a champion, he'll also receive a $10,000 scholarship. And also he'll go on to compete for the overall grand and reserve grand overall Barrow show tomorrow when they complete the final weight classes of the cross drive. If you're new to watching this Barrow show, we welcome you. As you're seeing here, we've got David. He just motioned this Barrow to go on. When he points that direction forward, that means that that Barrow's going to get penned. Before he gets penned, he has to be classified to see if under three classifiers if they will call him pure or call him a Yorkshire, and then they'll go for weighing and then on to the pen. The way that works on three classifiers, you have blue and red chips. If he gets 2 out of 3 blue chips, he's in as a Yorkshire or in as that breed. If he gets 2 red chips and 1 blue, he's out, and he goes and gets lined up with the weight class in the crossbreed, and then shows respectively in whatever class he fits in, if it's today or if it's tomorrow, depending on his weight. As you see there, as they go to Doug there, if he talks to him and stuff, it means that he wants to tell him what he sees, why he didn't use the pig. If he motions on forward, then that means that he wants to have them in the big arena. So that's the two options that you have as a final evaluation. If you can get into the big arena, you still have a chance. I've seen it where you're in the big arena, you get penned, and you end up being toward the top. And you never give up, because a pig in these small arenas are hard sometimes to see everything of that animal. Because they just can't get out and stride as well, and some pigs they have different personalities, just like us as human beings are. We all have different personalities. Some are better in the mornings, and others are a little more grouchy in the morning. So anyway, they're kind of in the same mode sometimes, or they just need to get out and get some space so they can get out and feel good, and they look different sometimes out there. So it's great that we have the two-judge system where that can occur.
Okay, we have your certified Texas bred champion from class 74, the second class of Yorks. Out of class 74, that certified Texas bred champion goes to Madison Price from Gonzales County 4-H. Breeder of that Barrow, K-Max Livestock from Troop, Texas. Congratulations to Madison Price and K-Max Livestock on their certified Texas bred winner here in the second class of Yorks at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Looks like we've got 7 in the pen so far, and out in the big arena we have 5 so far. So again, we placed 10 receive rosettes. First through 10th place receives rosettes. However, only 5 in this breed will receive eligibility to go to the auction and sell their animal. Looks like they've finished their sort, and now they're heading to the big arena to evaluate what they have in the big arena that Doug has kept back for both of them to confer on and possibly put some back in the pen. If they don't have 10, they'll definitely put enough in there to get the placings of all 10. If they have more than that, sometimes if they think it's really a deep class or they see something out in this arena that they want to compare to the ones that they have, then they'll go past 10 and reevaluate the amount that they have penned, if it's 12 or 14 or whatever. So it just kind of depends on the depth of the class and how they see how uniform this class was and for what they're looking for. So as I said, there's 6 out here in the big arena. They're discussing it. Looks like I see in the pens 11, so they're already hit their 10. So it's they're debating if they want to keep another one and compare it. So that's what they're conferring about presently.
I know they've got at least 12 pinned.
Yes, sir. They evaluated this class to being pretty a uniform set, so that's good. I mean,
What's the weight range here? Have you already told them?
yes, I have, but I'm happy to say it again. It's 268 through 277.
Again, they just adjusted the weight break or the weight range here at the San Antonio Livestock this year. Our base weight now is 250. 250 to 300 is that range.
Yes, isn't that amazing? And what it takes to get one to 300 is amazing too at times.
I stepped down there floor side, and those big hogs going by me, and we're just now looking at the heavyweight class of the middleweight division. So,
And there's 35 in this class, by the way, if you've just joined us.
again, if you are just tuning in and know someone else that you want to tune in, if they don't have a Facebook page, you're probably maybe watching it on Taylor Fort's Facebook page. Go to taylorfort.com, and there's a live tab at the top of the screen. You can get back to the live webcast of the day here at the San Antonio Livestock Show, and he'll be one of the top ones. Wave 2, day 1.
I've already started the evaluation. I already have 2 back in the pen. It didn't take them long.
Puts 3 back in the pen. 4 back now. Also in this class, we did have a young man in the back that didn't make the big ring that got registered onto our mullet counter. And then if you notice, there's a young man out here, the red-headed kid has got on the mullet counter as well. So
what does that bring us up to now, Brandon?
we're at 36 on that mullet
Oh
counter.
my God, I bet we might hit 50 or better.
Yeah, last year we weren't probably as accurate as we needed to be in precisely describing what a true mullet was, and there was like 100 total in the Barrow show. But again, we're being a little bit more selective. I mean, you have to have a true mullet. It's got to really kind of be cared for. Shorter on the top, long in the back. Sides, to me, really dictate a mullet, whether you kind of keep your sides drawn in or not. Big difference between a kid that's just got long hair and hadn't been to the barber in a while.
We might, with you getting this all put together and got all this criteria for it, we might have to talk a little bit about an award category for this possibly.
Yeah, we could. I mean,
Maybe
it could
we
really
can even
grow,
get some scholarship money going.
Could grow nationwide, yeah. We could really get some intense efforts made if we got a $10,000 scholarship for the best mullet.
You know what? I think we'd have record numbers then.
I actually think there is a competition for the best mullet somewhere. I didn't call that state out earlier, and I don't think I'm going to again, but I believe that's where they have the Mullet World Championship. If you are just tuning in, we've got, look like 6 of them kept back here in the Yorkshire class. This is the 3rd class of Yorkshires. Heaviest class in the lightweight division in this particular breed. We've got 6 pinned back. We'll have, looks like now they've grabbed the chips. We're going to place 7, 8, 9, and 10, dismiss a few, and then rework that top 6, trying to get 10 ribbon getters in each class. Depending on the breed and the numbers is how many make the sale. In the Yorkshire breed, there's 5 that make the sale. So again, got our top 6 in the pen right now. They are looking to, here's 7th right now. Not only did he get on the mullet counter, he got 7th. Congratulations to that young man.
He's still on that winning team, regardless he didn't make the top 5. He's still a winner.
Well, a ribbon and a backdrop pictures, very, very memorable for this trip to San Antonio.
Absolutely. There's nothing to be ashamed there at all.
If you are just tuning in as well, sure want to thank our sponsors. Couldn't make the live stream possible if it wasn't for San Antonio Livestock Show and Taylor Fort getting together and then them reaching out to get sponsors for this particular webcast. Not just the Junior Barrow Show, but every Junior Livestock Show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show has been webcast. So in today's time, if you aren't able to come back, the other day, I mean, and throughout the day, they continue to announce the people that need to move their vehicle or they're going to get towed, or you don't have to deal with San Antonio traffic. If you just pull the webcast up and watch it, it's a whole lot easier to do and more comfortable sitting at in front of your computer or even in your living room if you've got it figured out where you can just webcast it on your screen. Probably better than watching the news, quite honestly. Again, redriving the top 6 here in Class 75, our 3rd class of Yorkshires. Like the water's getting a little deeper out there, Wayne.
Absolutely. And also, by the way, it's being 9:25. I wish you'd kind of turn down turn the air conditioner down a little bit up here in the grandstand. I'm kind of getting a little
Well, yesterday I tuned into the
bit.
steer show, and they were thanking the Sullivan Supply for bringing some fans in there to help keep things cool in the back. I'm sitting here by the computer monitor, and it's radiating some heat. My legs are warm. On a cold day, that would feel very good. But I can tell you it's going to warm up here at San Antonio. So if anybody from Sullivan Supply is out there listening, we would take that same gesture that you gave yesterday at the steer show. I could have a little
Absolutely.
air blowing on me.
I'll take it in. You don't want us to pass out now.
Well, they may. I mean,
They might be tired of listening to us.
Too much, Wayne. Yeah. Down to our top 5 here. And so here, that was a very important decision here in the third class of Yorkshires, that 5th and 6th. Again, these 5 bears will move on to the junior premium auction on Friday. Congratulations to these exhibitors. San Antonio sells 346 bears through the ring at that junior sale. Yes, so San Antonio sales will be a lot different this year. You know, we talk about life happens, tragedies happen. We lost Jason Spence this year. I remember last year I was down there at San Antonio and worked with him on the junior gilt sale, and then he had an accident between last San Antonio and this San Antonio, and you know, he was a huge part of supporting kids and supporting 4-H and FFA in the state of Texas, and dearly missed this year at San Antonio.
Absolutely. I've had the privilege of knowing him about 20 years, and you nailed it on the head. He's going to be well missed. He just went the extra mile to make sure these kids got a great amount through the auction, and just a great, outstanding man, and just he was just so fun to be around. Just always, he lived life to its fullest, and we're sure going to miss him.
Super positive is what I'd say. He was always encouraging to anybody and everybody. So,
absolutely.
So here's one of those instances. We're down to our final 2, and Doug's like, I don't want to give you those chips just yet, David. We need to study these hogs. I thought
Let's talk about it a little bit more.
This was interesting. They did this first wave too, but if you'll notice, David doesn't have those chips in his hands. So I guess that's the one thing Doug can hold on to until it gets close. But
well, they're very similar in kind, so he wants to make sure, hey, let's make sure we do this how we feel good about it. So
one's a little cooler looking from the side, and one is just extra burly and stout, maybe just a little lower fronted, but pair of nice Yorkshire bears.
Absolutely, both really nice. It's just a matter of what your personal preference is.
They've got them now. Second. Congratulations to these young ladies here in Class 75 Yorks. Our lead judge, David Korb, here in the Yorkshire breed for comments on this class.
With some discussion to be had here on the top end between these 2 pairs, and I think both these bears are high-quality Yorkshire show pigs. Ultimately, we land with the young lady there, and I believe is Pink, an animal with a very good hip and hind leg. We thought he was the most secure on his front foot, the most secure in his chest. We like this animal in terms of his body shape. I think just a really proportional square market hog to go ahead and win. Now, the animal in second is just a shade stouter in terms of bone work. I like the feature to his skull. I like his extra length up front. An animal, though, when you watch him drive right at you, he wants to close up, and his knee compensates on his front foot, and then at the same time, he wants to twist in just a little bit harder. He's a lower set Barrow as well, and I didn't read him just nearly as firm from stifle to stifle. Good pair of Yorkshire Barrows there on the top end. I thought it was extremely close. Young man's Barrow that comes next here in 3 is an animal that is very, very fresh out of the backside of his shoulder. I like his stoutness and his ability to get out of his hind leg. I read him just a little more closed up in his knee. I rated him just a little plainer about his neck set. He's not nearly just as long about his hip as those other 2. Good kind of an animal to be in 3. Young man's Barrow comes in 4, and extremely wide and powerful as he comes and as he goes. His muscularity is very, very good. We like the way he can get out and drive out of his hip and hind leg. Simply put, we couldn't get past his head. If his head was any stouter at all, he's certainly a contender to win this particular class. He's just too fragile about his jaw to get up any higher than where he he is. Young ladies, Barrow comes next here in 5. Good looking from the profile. We like just his ability to get out and drive. You watch him come, watch him go. He just runs out of power in comparison to the animals ahead of him within this drive. I like some things about this Barrow that comes out next. He's got an incredible Yorkshire kind of skull on him. He's an animal with a big natural rib cage. His length is very moderate and secure. I like his just natural width as you get right in behind him. In comparison to the other animals, he's the plainer headed one that just simply needs more natural shape and muscle to compete in this setting. Young man's Barrow that comes next here is another one that has a good design from the side. I like his muscularity. Thought he was just a little more refined in a few areas. Young lady's Barrow here, very opened up in his chest. He's very good in his shape. Young lady does a tremendous job driving this animal. You get him behind him, his hock's got to be more secure, like to take the swelling out of his joints and just clean him up in that regard. Animals on down the line, good built, good designed hogs that just need a little bit more to them to compete.
Top 10 in Class 75, our heaviest class of the lightweight division. Third class of Yorkshires out of 6. First place goes to Roxy Sherman from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Second goes to Ryan Riddle from Lubbock County 4-H. Third place goes to Seth Wilcox from Nolan County 4-H. Fourth place goes to Hollis Albrock from Potter County 4-H. Fifth place goes to Hagan Williamson from Ira FFA. Sixth place goes to Tristan Noble Jordan from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Seventh place went to Braxton Richters from Coahoma FFA. Eighth place went to Jada Farley from Santa Ana FFA. Ninth place went to Kason Green from Iowa Park FFA. And 10th place went to Jackson Wyatt from Stratford FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in our third class of Yorkshires, class 75 overall. Now move to the first class of the heavyweight division. In class 76 will be the class number for this particular breed or class. 30 head in class 76, or the fourth class out of 6 Yorks.
Hey, if you've just now joined us, we're in class 76 of our Yorkshire breed. We have completed the first 3 classes, which ends our lightweight division. This will be the start of our heavyweight division competition. In this class 76, we have 30 head, and the weight ranges from 278 to 283. Currently, we have 4 in the pen, and out in the big arena, we have 2. So, with that basis, our second judge, Mr. Albright, is determining if he wants to put them in the big ring or send them on to have them trucked on. So, anyway, we've got 2 so far in that big arena as well. We've got, as far as what's left in our Yorkshire breed today, we have this class plus 2 more. And then that'll end up finishing out our Yorkshire classes. At that time, then, the first 3 classes that were shown will line all of these pigs up, and then the first 3 classes, the first 3 first places out of the first 3 classes will come out and compete for the champion of the lightweight division, and then the second place, which one is picked, the second in that class will then come out to compete for the reserve along with the other 2 first places in class. And then they'll do the same thing for the last 3 classes, the heavyweights that were picked in those classes do the heavyweight division. At that time, then, they'll take the class champion of both weight divisions to name the overall Yorkshire title, which the champion title then will not only get to compete for the grand and reserve grand tomorrow, but he or she wins a $10,000 scholarship. Looks like we've got 6 so far in the pens, and we got 3 out in the big arena. Like they've completed their sort in this class, and they're going in to make sure they get at least 10, because there are 10 rosette winners here, and unfortunately only 5 make the sale. But to get in the top 10 here at San Antonio, it being one of the toughest Barrow shows in the country, is a great accomplishment. Maybe you might not see it on the pocketbook, but there's everybody wants to win, but just to even get this far is a milestone and a great accomplishment that you can always be proud of. Looks like 9 have been penned. I don't know if any are in the back on the scale or in classification, but we do have 3 out in the big arena. Looks like they've have 10 that they've already pulled. So these 3, they're giving each of these kids an explanation of why they weren't penned, and I appreciate them doing that. So at least they know, what they saw in theirs that they would like to change.
You can see the guy on the screen right now in the red shirt with the knee brace on. San Antonio is unique, and I know every stock show has a tremendous amount of volunteers that come and help, and the hog show here at San Antonio has been awesome, I think, over the many years. This guy's been here as long as I know it, but what I like about what he does, he makes a point of it to make sure that every kid, whether they get up here in this top ring, whether they're out in the middle, or whether they just go straight to the truck, he makes sure that kid gets a high five, a fist pump, something. Works hard every year. Looks like he's had a hog or 2 take his knee out. I did get a little more history on that gentleman. He was a police officer in San Antonio and started working security out here during the rodeo, and was just out here in his police duties at the rodeo, and kind of eased his way into the hog position. I don't know if he's retired. I assume he's probably retired now from the PD, but comes out every year and supports these kids, and really makes this thing run real good and smooth.
Absolutely. He's a very great, outstanding person. And, yes, he's been here a long time, because I had been involved in the swine deal since 91, I guess it was, and he's just devoted to helping these kids. So many of these volunteers have either they have full-time jobs and they take their vacation time to volunteer their time to help these young people. And what a great contribution they're giving back to these kids and wanting to see them be successful and succeed in life. We have the results of the Texans bred class from the previous Yorkshire class, Class 75, which was the last class of the lightweight division. The winner of the Texas bred was Roxy Sherman from Lubbock Cooper FFA. The breeder of her hog was Stork Livestock in Hyco, Texas. Again, Roxy Sherman was the Texas bred winner from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Congratulations to Roxy Historic Livestock as the breeder of this from Hyco, Texas.
Still haven't pinned any back. Maybe they just got one right there, but looks like they've kept about 12 in this particular drive to redrive. Yeah, they have pinned 2 back at this point. Again, this is the lightest class of the heavyweight division, Class 76, Class 4 out of 6 Yorkshires. Weight range from 278 to 283. And send 6 back at this time here in our first class of the heavyweight division of the Yorkshires. Now they've got chips. Looks like they're going to start placing from 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. We've got our top 10 here in this class, class 76, class 4 of the Yorkshires. Again, we'll have 2 more classes after this, then we'll go into the Yorkshire Drive. We'll show the lightweight division, which is the first 3 classes, and then the heavyweight division, second 3 classes. So stay tuned for that. After the completion of the Yorkshires, we'll go into the landrace breed. If you've got a landrace, you need to stay close. Those are smaller classes, and there's only 2 of them, so you definitely don't want to miss it. And after the landrace are completed, not sure if we'll take a lunch break at that time or what we'll do, but we'll do the first 2 divisions of our crossbred division today. So 8 classes, 4 in each division, to end our day here today. So a very busy day here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully, obviously, you guys have found it, so you don't need any help. But you know anybody that does need some assistance finding where you can find the webcast. If you've got a Facebook account, you can go to Taylor Fort Facebook or go to taylorfort.com and go to his front screen and enter it and go to the live button on the top. And the live button at the top will direct you to the webcast for today. It'll be Wave 2, Day 1 of the San Antonio Barrow Show. Again, we're able to webcast the San Antonio Barrow Show because of the sponsorships that you see coming across the bottom of the screen. If you have a connection or know any of these individuals, please help us thank them by dropping them a note. That sometimes makes all the difference in the world. I know if I support something, if someone reaches out to me and just gives me a quick thanks. Today's time, we always used to like to send thank you notes, but a quick text, a quick phone call, just a quick comment next time you see them at one of your other industry events would be very, very helpful, because if you've enjoyed not only the Barrow Show but any of the youth livestock shows here at San Antonio, only made possible by those sponsors, so appreciate them very much. Got it down to 3 now at this point. Okay, now got it down to the final 2 here in Class 76, our 4th class of 6 classes of Yorks.
Looks like they're in agreement because he gave him the buttons.
Yeah, it was quicker that time. Pretty good one to win.
Absolutely.
Congratulations to all of our ribbon getters, sail hole getters here in the 4th class of 6 classes of Yorks. Judge Corb, my first comments on this particular class.
Well, again, another good class, Yorkshire Barrows, but most of you might not know this, but I am a little bit colorblind, and so working with another judge can sometimes be a little bit of a challenge when we start talking about shirt colors and things like that. So if we're pointing a lot more, that's why, is because I have no idea what kid Doug is actually talking about when he starts telling me about the colors of kids' shirts. We get out here, young man's Yorkshire Barrow wins easy, and that one's the stout one. He's the athlete of the group, still very shapely, up high in terms of his muscularity, got a big back leg that can get out and roll. We like that one a great deal to go ahead and win. Our only criticism is he maybe just look a little mature around here, but at the same time, he's a bold, stout one to go ahead and win. Young man's Barrow in second is an athlete out here. His ability to get out and travel, still have width to his chest, width to his rib, and still have some power from behind is very good. He gives up quite a bit in terms of bone, gives up quite a bit in terms of just jaw and skull, but still a muscular animal with some some body, and just a fault-free animal to land in second. Young lady's Barrow that comes next here in 3, very, very stout. Got a big back leg, a good kind of look from the side up front. He gets a little too twisted out in his knee, wants to roach forward in his shoulder, and then he needs to be fresher on the top side of his skeleton to compete with those other animals. Young lady's Barrow that comes out next in 4, and quite honestly, I had this one as high as a second, and unfortunately, he just broke down on the young lady, and we just felt more comfortable go ahead and getting him in a pin. But he's a muscular hog up high. It's got plenty of power as you get right in behind him. Still an animal with plenty of shape and body to him. I think as you drive him right at you, he gets a little twisted out in his shoulder. We could stout him about his jaw and just give him a shot more foot at the ground, but an animal that we liked in terms of freshness today. Young lady's Barrow in 5, very flexible, very comfortable out on the move. I like his just natural silhouette from the profile. Animal with some skull and some jaw. He just gives up too much in terms of power and freshness and muscularity. I just need to see more in him to compete. Young man's Barrow's got a good look from the profile. Wants to kind of waddle from behind. He's just got to drive with more authority and comfort off his rear two. Like to fix his rear toe just a shade as well. Got to stouten him about his jaw. Young man's Barrow here, a good-bodied one that just needs to be a little bit more elevated at the point of his shoulder. Like to make him just a shot prettier in terms of his look. Young lady's Barrow here is another fresh one in terms of body shape. Flanks working against him. He's a lower statured Barrow. Animals on down the line. Have some look and have some design from the side. Just got to be sounder to compete with the others.
Placings in our first class of the heavyweight division of York. First place went to Clayton Powell from Farmersville FFA. Second place went to Corbin Green from Splendora FFA. Third place went to Peyton Goff from Needville FFA. Fourth place went to Emma Henson from Dripping Springs FFA. Fifth place went to Madeline Savinsa from Abbott FFA. Sixth place went to Fisher Waldrop from Dallam County 4-H. Seventh place went to Ryland Sherrill from Ropes FFA. Eighth place went to Emma Carrion from Fisher County 4-H. Ninth place went to Brooklyn Carr from Lake Creek FFA. And 10th place went to McKinley Tucker from Whiteface FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in that class 76 overall, the fourth class out of 6 classes of Yorks. Now shifting in the back is class 77. In our middleweight class of the heavyweight division, 34 head in that class. What's the weight break on this, Wayne?
They range from 284 to 296, so we're hitting that 300 real close.
Getting close, yes, sir. So that's shifting in the back at this time.
Okay, I have results from our certified Texas bred winner in this past class, class 76. The winner of the Texas bred is Clayton Powell from Farmersville FFA. The breeder is HF Genetics out of Port Lavaca. Again, the breeder of this Barrow is HF Genetics out of Port Lavaca. Congratulations to Caden and HF Genetics being the breeder. Great job. Kind of while they're doing the sort, we're doing the sort. If you just recently joined us, we're on class 77. This is the second of 3 classes of our heavyweight division. We just have one more remaining class, and then we finish out the classes of the Yorkshires. In this class that they're sorting, they're going through 34 head, and the weight ranges are from 284 to 296. Currently, we don't have any in the pen just yet. That's not to say that they haven't pulled one to the scales or classification. But while we're waiting, as they're sorting those, just to kind of give you a little tribute, the first champion that received a scholarship in addition to going to the sale was Jordan Gregory in 2007. At that particular year, the scholarship was $10,000, which still remains today. So what a great job with San Antonio being able to keep that large scholarship amount going and continuing at $10,000. You know, as far as number of barrows that make this entire sale, here at San Antonio, it is such a competitive show and a competitive barrow show. As out of these, if you haven't joined in through our show today, the 2 waves together totaled a 2,688 barrows, which is a nice large amount of barrows. However, guess what? Only 346 make that sale. So when we say it's a tough show and a tough road to get to that sale, that's why it is. You know, 2,688 and only 346 placings. So far, what I can see here from the grandstand, we've got one in the big arena, but I haven't seen any show up in the pens yet. But again, they might have, I haven't been able to see everything on the screen, so it could be that they've sent some to the classification and scale at this time. Again, there's 10 placings in each of these classes, and from those 10 placings, only 5 of them will make the sale. But all 10 of them will receive a nice rosette. Also, some additional tribute. The last year's champion Yorkshire winner of the Yorkshire breed was Cayman Cliff. He had the that Yorkshire was the champion last year in 2022, and that person also received a $10,000 scholarship. Looks like we're starting to move some into the pens. We have 3 that I see down from the grandstand at this time, and we also have 3 out in the big arena. As I've talked about the scholarship bases and everything, One thing is that San Antonio really works hard to gather together scholarships. The pool is tight here in San Antonio, and it's amazing to me how many people come together in this city and surrounding areas to help bring these scholarships together. Over the start of the inception of this show, they have accumulated $243 million of funds that have been awarded through scholarships, grants, endowments, auction, calf scramble programs, and show premiums. And to think, in 1984, the first scholarships that were awarded, well, there were only 15 of them, and it was just a merely 90,000. So what a change and what has happened into that. They give about 15 active scholarships as far as they activate them every year to the scholarship recipients that go to college or trade school of their choice. And also into that, they also add about 550 new scholars every year to this scholarship program as well. So just really special, and we thank the Stock Show here at San Antonio for working hard to continue to make these good things happen and see the value of furthering these young people's career and education. Looks like we've got 5 in the class penned here in this class 77 so far. Looks like we also have 3 out in the big arena as well. No, actually 4, sorry.
Again, if you're just tuning in, thank y'all for tuning in. I did find out another way. If you've got a smart TV, you can go to YouTube and just type in San Antonio Livestock Show, and I think those live feeds will come up there too as well. So TaylorFort.com, Taylor Fort's Facebook page, or go to the YouTube page on your smart TV and type in San Antonio Junior Livestock Show, and it should pull you up. So like our main public address announcer was just talking about the sale on Friday, go to sarodeo.com, or you can go to their Facebook page, San Antonio Competitive Events, and find the link if you want to add on to the animals in the sale, if you wanted to give a donation to any of these kiddos making the sale. Again, they sell 346 head. That'll be on Friday afternoon. I think they try to start at 1. It just kind of depends on, I don't remember if the turkeys or the something's selling that morning, and if that takes a while. But it usually set for 1. You'll be able to watch the live webcast as well here on TaylorFort.com.
Yeah, Brandon, you mentioned the 346 units that make the sale. And we've talked about throughout this morning how tough this show is. So just to let our audience and our listeners know what that comes out to, only 12.8% of what has showed up will make the sale. And that's why when we talk about those odds are tough, that's pretty tough odds.
That is correct.
Looks like they've got their 10 in the pen, and they've just now excused the ones out in the ring, and we'll have to give these a shout and a appreciation for what they've done, because they've really worked hard to even get this far. As I said, when there's only 12.8% that even makes the auction, to get this far is such an accomplishment, and that all they can take this on as recognition down the road, because they have something to be proud of to make it this far.
Like we've got at least 12 here in the holding pen, so again, they'll drive them back out here. We're looking for a top 10 here in Class 77 Yorks, our 5th class out of 6 Yorkshires. We'll have one more class of Yorks, then we'll go in, we'll do our lightweight division drive, our heavyweight division drive, and then stay tuned after that. We'll do a champion Yorkshire drive, get us a breed champion York and a reserve breed champion York of the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show. And then we are going to, they did announce, we are going to show those landrace before our lunch break. So we'll show 2 classes of landrace. Again, smaller in numbers, I think around 25 or less in those particular classes.
Yeah,
so
actually 24 and 21.
24 and 21.
The odds to make that top 5 is a little easier.
Only problem is I think there's only 3 shell holes.
Oh, there's only 3? Oh, yes, you are correct. Oh,
yeah.
It's the percentage toughness going to be about the same then.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So stay tuned for those landrace, and then for your planning purposes, we will take a break and then come back and start that crossbred breed after lunch. We'll do 2 divisions of the crosses. So Wayne talked about the last class getting a little deeper. I mean, they're digging them out and throwing them back pretty quick here.
Absolutely. I think this is not. This is not dissatisfied us in this class at all either. Really a deep set.
Redrove 7 head and thrown 4 back. So,
that's
they
quick.
like this class.
Yeah, I kind of anticipated, that this class, just based on their weights and everything else, that this could be the deepest class of the day from end to end, and it sure hasn't disappointed us to this point.
Again, also, if you're just joining, go ahead and introduce our judges. Our main judge here today is David Korb from Oxford, Ohio. He's the lead judge in the Yorkshires. He'll hand over to the crossbreds. The lead judge in the crossbreds will be Doug Albright to finish out our 2023 San Antonio Stock Show. They kind of alternate back and forth in breeds. They've got those established early on, how they're going to work those. But in this particular breed, David Korb is our lead judge, again from Oxford, Ohio. And Doug Albright will be the associate judge in this particular breed from Coldwater, Michigan. Doug has been here the last couple of years here at San Antonio. He did the purebred gilts last year. Before that, he did the crossbred gilts. So he is very familiar with San Antonio's setup and how we run things. David has actually, I think I visited with him, and I think this is the second time he's had a chance to come judge a major in Texas. I know last year was the first one, or I think was the first big one that he did down here at San Angelo, and I watched him sift that show and did a nice job. Earlier I talked about, and we used to talk about our major show. Our kids in Texas are pretty blessed because nowadays we have 5, I would consider 5 major shows. We've got Houston and Austin to finish out the year, San Antonio and San Angelo right here in the middle of February, and then we kick off 1st of February with that with our Fort Worth show. So you got 5 opportunities to pretty large window to drive hogs and get out and take those chances. So, and tough environment at all 5 of them, I would say. But my opinion, I think San Antonio in every breed gets to be the deepest of any that we've got out there.
Absolutely, and as we talk, if you've just now joined us, when you have only 12.8% make the auction, it shows the competition is deep. Everybody's after trying to get one in that sale and try to go for that breed or reserve breed champion title.
Buttons are going out. We're looking at to get our 10 ribbon getters. Look like to me we've got 7 back that we're going to redrive. So there's 8, 9, and 10 will be going into the pen. A couple of them going out the gate. Great accomplishment just to make the first.
Like 6 does have a ribbon the way it looks.
Oh, is 6 got a ribbon?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so we'll
Yes, sir.
be redriving 5 then. And a few going out the gate, but just a great opportunity or to be in the top end of one of these very competitive classes like we are getting into here in this Yorkshire division. Okay, we're ready to redrive now. So, Wayne, when we talk about the changes that San Antonio's made, I was only here 1 year when they had all the breeds in the barn at one time. So, can you allude to how hectic it was? I mean, nowadays we've got 2 waves and we use probably 3 times the amount of space that they used to have. Would you agree?
Oh, absolutely, because, we didn't have, back when you're referring to, we didn't even have the Morris Center yet then. And we were doing that, and then like we at one particular time we were using the Morris Center as the arena back over there. So it was really tight. I mean, you'd have a lot of times 3 to a pen, and so this 2-wave system has just been a lot easier on not only the pigs, but the parents, the kids, and of course all this volunteer help that you had pointed out earlier. I mean, I remember being so fatigued I didn't know if I was coming or going.
Yeah, and another upgrade. Obviously, think about a third of the room that we've got to spread out in now and 3,000 head all at the same time. That was a big change. The other thing, and some of these judges maybe that have been here, that you talked about the work, we used to show in deep sand.
Oh, absolutely.
And,
before the shavings, before the dry shavings, you're right. And then, man, it was dusty with all that sand too.
They'd wet that sand down early so it wouldn't get dusty. So, it's either going to be warm or cold at San Antonio. There's really no in between.
Absolutely.
It's either a muggy hot temperature or the coldest cold you've ever been because of the high humidity. But I remember talking to judges, and they would talk about how much work it was and how cold it was on their feet to be out there in that deep sand.
And two, that deep sand, it's kind of like when you exercise barrows in deep sand, you build muscle strength and you get them in shape. So those poor judges, if they weren't in good walking shape, they were pretty fatigued by the end of the deal at the end of the barrow show. Like we're down to the final 3, huh?
Final 3. And I've seen 2 of these quite a bit this jackpot season.
Oh, they've been jackpotting, huh?
Yeah, it's neat to follow these kids. I do get the opportunity to go out and announce a few shows and be around the. It's kind of what I like to do as a hobby. I'm really bad at golf, and it just frustrates me. So I'd rather go watch a hog show on the weekends.
I'm an annual golfer.
Well, I'm an annual golfer too, and I think some people would appreciate it if I just retire.
I learned my favorite. They had a favorite term for me. 4.
Yeah, you thought you'd change your name to 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No joke.
Yeah, growing up, I had a name too. My mom gave me. It was a little different than
Uh-oh.
that. But, yeah, it was.
You might not want to say it on the air.
You always kind of thought your name was something Brandon instead of Brandon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the really nice barrows here, huh? it's be interesting to see what they end up with. The young lady's pig in the bluish colors, really a nice Barrow. Really gets out there and takes a really nice stride, really tall, pointed shoulders. The other young lady's pig's got some power and some rib to him, and young man's pig just fits in there real well as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they're conferring presently to see how they're gonna line them up. And there we have it. Three really outstanding Barrows, and here we have David giving us his comments on the class.
Well, extremely challenging class to put together here, especially on the top three, and it's challenging because all three of them are very, very good animals to work with and to study. We start with a young man's Barrow here to win, and I think just excels the others in terms of comfort level out here. He's secure and more square when you get right in behind him. He's got the look of our second place Barrow, but he's still got density like our third place animal. He's in a hog that really got a good design from the profile. Got a big hairy leg that can get out and flex off both ends of his skeleton. I'd like to secure both of these as they come right at me just a shade, but I thought he had the advantage when he got right in behind him in comparison to the animal in second. Hog here in second is very, very wide and has a really neat look from the profile. I like his proportion from the side. He steps just a little bit wide on the outside of his body when we get right in behind him, and then as you watch him drive right at you, wants to really close at the ground just a little bit more than we'd like to see. Does excel in terms of just flexibility, look, and design out here. Just need to secure him on his feet and legs to get up any higher. Young lady's Barrow that comes in third, and quite honestly, right out the gate, this was my class winner because this is the big-chested, big-rib, shapely one within the group that's reads the stoutest about his jawline, the stoutest about his skull, an animal that still has plenty of power when you get right in behind him and maintain squareness. The longer the drive wears down, this hog breaks down pretty fast. So we didn't drive him that long that he should be breaking down like he is, and then as you study him, he's really getting rigid in his rear ankle, and unfortunately, that's what gets him beat within this drive. If he was able to have a little more stamina out here, that's probably our class winner from a dimension standpoint. Just not quite sound enough to compete with the other two here today. Hog comes next in four. Young man's got a very nice Barrow in terms of look from the profile. His ability to get out and drive off his rear two is very good. He's secure in his hind leg. He's still got some shape when you get on the top side of him. We didn't see him just has opened up in his chest as our top three, but still a good pig to be in four. Young lady's Barrow in five. Got a stout skull and a big chest as he drives right at you, and that's where I'm drawn to him. I like his muscularity up high. You get him behind this hog, he just disappoints you. Got to change the shape to his rear toe and just give him more width and power from stifle to stifle. Young man's Barrow comes out next in another muscular one that has a good kind of head and skull on him. He's got a big form, got a lot of shape. He's a little straighter off both ends of his skeleton, gets rounder out of his hip. He's got to have more punch and just softness to his center body. Young man's Barrow right here is another one that is incredible in terms of his shape. He's great in terms of his look. He's too soft up front, and you get right in front of him, he closes up in his knee. But if you get right in behind that hog, that's an incredible market animal view with a perfectly square hock. He's just got to put the parts together just a touch better. Young man's Barrow right here is another good one in terms of bulk and bone. He's just a little quick, a little lower in his head set, but a very good Yorkshire Barrow. Young man's hog and the young lady's Barrow, both animals that have a great design. They just need more power. Young lady's Barrow needs to be squared up from behind. Hog that rounds out the class. Got a good look, just simply needs more power and dimension to compete. A very, very good class of Yorkshire Barrows here in Class 5.
Have those top 10 placings in just a moment. We now roll into sifting in the back, Class 78, our final class of Yorkshires. Heavyweight Yorkshires. Again, stay tuned. We'll roll in right into the lightweight division drive and the middleweight division drive upon the conclusion of Class 78. Placings in Class 77, the fifth class of six classes of Yorks. First place went to Ben Montoya from Lipan FFA. Second place went to Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA. Third place went to Maddox Poole from Dallam County 4-H. Fourth place went to Mason Albus from Whiteface FFA. Fifth place went to Peyton Jerzombic from Floresville FFA. Sixth place went to Brayson Reutz from Hansford County 4-H. Seventh place went to Maddox Tedford from Aledo FFA. Eighth place went to Rhett Reed from Crum FFA. Ninth place went to Katie Burks from Brock FFA. And 10th place went to Zane Thompson from Farmersville FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in Class 5 out of 6 in the Yorkshires, Class 77 overall. Did peak, and your certified Texas bred champion in that particular class was the class winner, exhibited by Ben Montoya from Lipan FFA. Again, that barrel was raised by Fortner Show Pigs. Congratulations to Fortner Show Pigs and Ben Montoya, certified Texas bred winner in Class 77 Yorkshires. Now sifting in the back, Class 78, our final class of Yorkshires. Barrows weighing from 297 to 300. Again, heavyweight Yorks.
If you've just joined us, we're in our last class of Yorkshires. We're on class 78. There are 35 head in this class. Their weight ranges from 297 to 300 pounds. Currently, we have 7 that I show in the pens, and we have 5 out in the big arena at this present time. This will be the last class of our Yorkshire breed, and on the completion of this class, we will bring out all the first and second places out of all 6 classes. It's broken into 2 weight divisions. The first 3 classes will be our lightweight division, and we'll go ahead and show the 3 first places out of them, and then pick our champion lightweight division, and the second place of the winner of that lightweight division champion will come out and compete for the reserve of that lightweight division. Then we'll do the last 3 classes, which starts our heavyweight division, and we'll do the same thing in that as well. And then we'll take the champion of each weight division, which will only be 2 out there, of course, and they will then compete for the overall champion title, at which point the champion Yorkshire will receive not only the title, but a $10,000 scholarship and an opportunity to compete in the Grand and Reserve Grand Drive, which will be held tomorrow afternoon, sometime after lunch, depending when they get it all set. Looks like we've completed the first sort of our last class of the day for the Yorkshires, and they're just now conferring to see about picking some more possibly picking some more in the pens. Like we have 11 in the pens so far. Again, there's only 10 placings. But they are looking, looks like they've probably made up their mind that they have what they need, and they're telling each of the kids kind of what they would like to change about their animals.
Class 77 Certified Texas Spread winner, Ben Montoya, Lipan FFA. Congratulations, Ben. And Fortner Show Pigs from Anna, Texas. Again, Ben Montoya, Lipan FFA, Class 77, York CTBR champion. Barrow raised by Fortner Show Pigs from Anna, Texas.
Just now starting our second sort of this last final drive, and so anyway, they've let the first one out. Now they're going to release the second one out.
Again, as we have in every class, we'll be looking for the top 10 ribbon getters here in Class 78 overall, our final class, heavyweight class of the Yorkshire breed. Upon completion of Class 78, we'll roll into our division drives. We'll do our lightweight division drive in the Yorks with the first 3 class winners in seconds, and then we'll do our heavyweight division drive with the class winner from this and the previous 2 classes and find us a heavyweight champion in reserve. And then we'll show for our champion Yorkshire Barrow here at the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Show. And redriving here in the heavyweights, I think they kept about 11 or 12 possibly. They rolled 1 back already in the top end of this class. There's the second one. Third one. Again, we will show the Yorkshire breed all the way through and do the lightweight and the heavyweight division. Then we'll show the land and then pick a champion York. Then we'll show the two classes of landrace, and then we'll go take a lunch break for today's action, and then start back after lunch with the crossbred drive. We'll show two divisions of crosses, 4 in each division. So we'll be showing 8 classes of crossbred this evening. We will go ahead and have those 2 division drives after that as well. So lightweight division and heavyweight division, or I'm sorry, lightweight or Division 1, Division 2 of those crosses we'll go ahead and show today. Got 4 pinned back now here in the heavy Yorks. I think they've pinned 7 back now that they're going to rework. I think now this is first button 8. So ribbon getter number 8, they'll get a 9th and 10th, dismiss a couple out of the ring, and then redrive these top 7. Again, we're in the heavy Yorks, looking for a top 10. Top 5 go to the sale. Obviously, class winner and seconds will turn right back around and get ready for our division drives. So redriving here in the top end of our heavyweight class of Yorkshires. Class 78 overall, but our 6th class of Yorks. So first one back will be 6. Remember, we sell 5, so this 5th and 6th place decisions are pretty important. I'm sorry, they've got 7 to redrive. So 7th and 6th will come in, and then that 5th one will be the first sale pig here in our final class of Yorkshire. So redrive in the top 7. Seventh goes in now, looking for 6th. Now here's our 5 sale getters here in the heavyweight York showing. Here's 5th place getting button given out by our associate judge, Doug Albright. He'll give out 4th and 3rd, and then they'll conversate more than likely, and then give those final 2 chips to Mr. Korb. It looks like they had 5th and 4th mixed around, so if that was yours, maybe we have a clarification there in 5th and 4th. But 5th and 4th are now placed, both sale getters, so congratulations to those 2 young kiddos. Now showing our top 3 here in our heavyweight Yorks, class 78 overall, 6th class of Yorkshires.
Now that first place, he looked really stylish, really cool fronted, isn't it?
Yep, and backs it up when you get behind him, coming at you.
Absolutely.
Nice pick.
No, nice set. These top 3 barrows are really uniform.
The animal that wins this class suits me extremely well. When you watch him come right at you, he is opened up in his chest, and yet still reads very, very fresh about his head. I like his muscularity up high, still right about his body, still square from behind. You want to nitpick him just a touch. His hind leg could reach and get under him more, but that's a very good animal in terms of balance, in terms of freshness, in terms of power out here to win. Young man's hog here in second. Another one that is stout in terms of his skull, like his rear leg bone. His ability to drive off his rear two is very good. He's still got shape up high. Didn't read as fresh from a skin and hair perspective. Not as fresh in terms of his look up front, but still a very nice animal to be in second. Young man's hog there in third. The decision was between second and third. We thought the animal in second just had a little more elevation at the point of his shoulder. Thought he opened up in his blade just a shot better as well. This is a good hind-legged animal with a good kind of body. His freshness and muscle is very good for a heavyweight hog. Just didn't read him quite as attractive in terms of his overall look from the profile. Young man's Barrow that comes next here in 4 sneaks his way up and initially wasn't getting the best drive out of him. You get him back out here and he gets to drive, and that's a nice animal in terms of his head shape, his skull, his ear, an animal with some shape in his back. Of the top 4, he is the flattest in terms of his rib cage, and ultimately that's what gets him beat. Young ladies Barrow here in 5, a big boned one that has some shape and some dimension. When you get right in behind him, I read him flat in his blade, wants to compensate on his front foot, just got to open up, just be more opened up as he drives right out. Just same with his same kind of story with the animal here. Another one that's very muscular, skin and hair is is presented at a high level. Got a big set of bones on him. You get in front of him, you get him behind him. There's just not enough width and muscle. He gets flat in his upper blade, flat in his upper rib, and ultimately that's what gets him beat. Young lady's Barrow from the profile, very, very good. He's short body, got some power, got some bone. You get in front of him, getting behind him. He's entirely too narrow to compete in this setting. Animals on down the line, good livestock that just need more dimension, need more power, need more bone to compete, but a very, very good class of Yorkshire Barrows.
Okay, placings in your heavyweight Yorkshires. First place went to Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA. Second to Tracy Shackelford from Sulphur Springs FFA. Third place went to McCoy Scott from Kendall County 4-H. Fourth place went to Kason Evans from Medina FFA. Fifth place went to Brindley Becker from Live Oak County 4-H. Sixth place went to Avery McNallen from Jacksboro FFA. Seventh place went to Briley Lacey from Tom Bean FFA. Eighth place went to Dylan Kieschnick from Dimebox FFA. Ninth place went to Reagan Strickland from Collin County 4-H. And 10th place went to Clayton Edwards from Ropes FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in our heavyweight Yorks. We'll have our division champion momentarily, so please stay tuned as we get ready for our lightweight Yorkshire Division Champion drive. Yeah, we're getting awful close to showing for our lightweight Yorkshire champion. You want to do the lightweight division representing the first three classes 73, 74, and 75. Out of class 73, your class winner comes out. That's Kenley Shield Knight from Spearman FFA. Kenley's Barrow was also the certified Texas bred champion in that class with the barrow bred by Brockman Farms from Montgomery, Texas. Second in that class, Hayden Pegas from Medina County 4-H. Second class in the lightweight division, first place went to Madison Rice from Gonzales County 4-H. Congratulations to Madison, as well as the certified Texas bred winner in that class, K-Max Livestock. K-Max Livestock from Troop raised that barrow. Second in that class was Logan Mueller from Splendora FFA. Out of our final class in the lightweight divisions, your class winner exhibited by Roxy Sherman from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Roxy's Barrow was also the certified Texas bred champion in that class, raised by Stork Livestock. Second in that class, Ryan Riddle from Lubbock County 4-H. So best of luck to our 3 class winners here in the lightweight division of the Yorkshire breed. A little more conversation here, Wayne. A couple of times on the microphone the first wave, I didn't have enough time to even hardly get names spit out of my mouth when they were going to the mic. So,
Hey, you look a little more rested today. I just wanted to come and save you a little bit. Yeah, 3 really nice Yorkshire Barrows out here for this lightweight division drive, and you know the winner of this will compete against the winner of the heavyweights, and then they go head to head for not only a chance for Grand Reserve.
Let's put our hands together for the first division of Yorkshire Barrows here today. It's been a very, very good Yorkshire show, and we're 3 deep in this particular division. And like we were talking, I think we could use any 3 of these and truly justify it, because they're all 3 high-quality animals that do all the fundamentals right. I think with that said, there's one that just takes it to the next level in terms of extra look, extra shape, extra freshness. Now, he's got a little bit of a small problem underneath that's maybe bothering us just a touch, but past that, he's the best one in our opinion. Young Ladies Barrow out of Class 2 be your champion. Congratulations.
congratulations. Coming out of the middleweight division of the lightweight classes, Madison Rice from Gonzales County 4-H. Brings in second from that class, John Mueller from Splendora FFA to show for reserve champion lightweight York.
We'll take nothing away from that second place Barrow, because he is certainly stout in his own right, but the other 2 out here are just built a little bit better. Now, I think that's what it comes down to, is just build. Now, there's a Barrow out here that just suits us from a balance standpoint. I think he's an animal that gets out of his shoulder a shot better. I think he drives out of his hind leg better in comparison to the other animal. He's not the biggest one, but we think he's the second best one. You know, ladies, Barrow right here is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve champion in the lightweight division, Yorkshire, comes out of our first class, exhibited by Kenley Shield Knight from Spearman FFA. Class 2 and Class 1.
So now we're going to go on to the heavyweight division, which we have 3 class winners there to pick the heavyweight division, which then that champion will go on to compete against that lightweight champion that was just picked, and they the winner of that will be the breed champion, go on to the grand drive tomorrow, but take away today not only the title but a $10,000 scholarship.
Again, in that lightweight Yorkshire division, your champion shown by Madison Rice, Gonzales County 4-H. All 3 of the class winners in the lightweight division were certified Texas bred winners as well. So that bear raised by K-Max Livestock, a Troop FFA, or of Troop Texas, I'm sorry. And then in the reserve lightweight in that was out of our lightweight class, exhibited by Kenley Shield Knight from Spearman FFA, bear raised by Brockman Farms from Montgomery, Texas. So congratulations to our lightweight champion and runner-up. Also both certified Texas bred champions in their particular classes as well. want to say here in that heavyweight class, class 78 Yorks, your certified Texas bred champion was Tracy Shackelford from Sulphur Springs FFA. The bear raised by Brockman Farms from Montgomery. Congratulations to Tracy Shackelford, your class 78 Texas bred winner for CTBR. And also the breeder of that pig. Congratulations to Brockman Farms from Montgomery, Texas. Getting them staged and ready for our champion Yorkshire drive. Again, when Barrows come up to the ring, the way that San Antonio's Barrow Show works, you have 10 pounds either way of your turn-in weight. So 10 pounds up, 10 pounds down. And every time they come back to the ring, they've got to weigh within that range. Unfortunately, we had one happen in the Duroc drive where when they came back in for a division drive, that one didn't qualify. And we have a similar circumstance here in the heavyweight Yorkshire drive. So we'll let you know of that. And certainly it doesn't disqualify that individual from going on to the sale, but they did get disqualified from moving any further in contention in their particular breed. So unfortunately, those are the rules and those are the guidelines, and it's kind of like the way the ball bounces from time to time. So our Yorkshire Heavy Division champion, we bring out our class winner out of class 76, Clayton Powell from Farmersville FFA. Second in that class, Corbin Green from Splendora FFA. Out of class 77, we bring in the runner-up in that particular class, Hallie Stone from Tahoka FFA. And out of our heavyweight class winner exhibited by Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA. Second in that class, Tracy Shackelford from Sulphur Springs FFA. Again, showing for heavyweight Yorkshire Division champion. As soon as we complete this drive, we will roll into our overall Yorkshire Breed and Reserve Breed champion. And then stay tuned for what we think will be a quick landrace show. 24 head in class 1 and 21 head in class 2. Think long, think wrong. We'll be placing 3 for sell holes in the landrace breed and placing a top 10 in each of those classes. And then we'll be taking a lunch break. That's your favorite out here, Wayne?
They're all very, very similar in kind, you know. It's going to be interesting. What they do, the one in the blue, she's the runner-up, right?
Yes, sir.
That took the place.
Yeah.
She doesn't hurt this drive any at all, but the one with the ponytail sure looks good to me as well. I don't know. It'd be pretty interesting. It's one of my favorites, but they're all three very good.
Here we've got a decision made.
Put your hands together for Division II Yorkshire Barrows here today. We lose one, and ultimately I don't think it made a difference because it's always been between the young man's Barrow here and the young lady's heavyweight there. And if you watch both of them drive right at you, you know that we're going to like that kind of livestock if you followed anything we've done all day or all week. Both these animals I think are very good in terms of their muscularity. I think they're very good just in terms of their just boldness to their body, boldness to their ribs. When we get out here and study them, we think one of them is just a notch more secure from behind in terms of squareness of joint. I like this pig in terms of his stoutness of skull, his stoutness of jaw opens up extremely well. You know, I think there is some maturity, just differences between the two, and that certainly comes into play. The animal that I ultimately like best is young man's Barrow right here. He's going to be your champion this division.
Champion goes to Clayton Powell. Clayton came out of Class 76, the lightweight class in this heavyweight division.
Well, again, taking nothing away from that second place Barrow, but there was another one out here that suited us just so well. His chest is so good, his shape is right. He's very youthful in terms of his head and neck carriage. We just didn't think he went good enough out of his right rear. We didn't read him just quite as stout about his jaw or as rugged in a few areas. He's still a very, very good Barrow. Young ladies heavyweight's going to be your champion, or reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, so in that heavyweight division, our champion comes out of the lighter weight class, of the first class of the heavy division, exhibited by Clayton Powell from Farmersville FFA, Barrow weighing 278 pounds. Reserve champion in the heavyweight division comes out of that heavyweight class winner exhibited by Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA with a 300-pound Barrow. So now we roll that set of four back in. We'll bring our lightweight division champ and our heavyweight division champ back out here to show for your champion York of the 2023 San Antonio Junior Livestock Barrow Show. We're ready to show for our champion York. Out of that lightweight division, your champion lightweight, exhibited by Madison Rice from Gonzales County 4-H. Your heavyweight division champion, driven by Clayton Powell from Farmersville FFA.
Well, I still got to pick a reserve here, but this will close my time as being the main judge in this side of the ring and for the show. And so it's been a very enjoyable experience getting to work with Doug, and I know we'll get some commentary in the Grand Drive, but it's been a lot of fun. You know, this Yorkshire show was extremely deep, and probably one of the deeper, I don't want to say off-breed, but maybe not one of the priority breeds to work through in quality in each class. Every class winner we thought was very, very good livestock, and so it's been a very, very enjoyable show. And, at the end of the day, you got to pick what you like, and you got to stick to your guns. And that's what we've tried to do all week. And certainly, I think it fits within this champion drive. We get out here, and there's one that suits me so well. When he comes through the gate, he is so big in his chest. I love his skull, love his shape, love his balance on the side. I think just a very, very good animal. Young man right here, he's got my champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Your champion Yorkshire comes out of the heavyweight division, exhibited by Clayton Powell from Farmersville FFA, and that was out of the heavyweight division, Barrow raised by HF Genetics out of Port Lavaca. Congratulations to Clayton Powell and champion York and HF Genetics for raising him. Now showing for reserve champion, we bring in that reserve champion heavyweight, showed by Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA.
Well, again, this closes my time. It's been a dream come true to get to stand here and grab the microphone and sort of evaluate this show. Again, thanks to Doug for working with me, and thanks to the crew, everybody in the ring and everybody out back for all they do. I know we'll get to talk again, but this closes my time for the day. Well, there's another one out here that suits me extremely well. Like we've talked, you come at me like this animal does, and you're going to have a very good day. Young ladies, reserve heavyweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Reserve champion shown by Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA here in the Yorkshire breed. Again, champion overall York goes to Clayton Powell. Clayton's from Farmersville FFA. Congratulations, Clayton. And reserve champion is also of the heavyweight division. Your reserve champion was Rainey Shacker from Dumas FFA. Congratulations to our breed and reserve breed champion, Yorkshire. Yeah, now we move in. We are going to show the land race before we take a lunch break.
Yeah, these two classes of starting the landrace breed, they're going to go pretty quick. You know, Brandon, I kind of hear your stomach growling a little bit, so I think it is getting close to lunchtime.
It is, and one of the perks, I tell you, perks of being a volunteer at San Antonio, and obviously with our stream team, they're nice enough and gracious enough to feed us, but it's a treat to go back here. They serve lunch every day here during the San Antonio Stock Show, and got another group of volunteers that come in here and cook. Probably had some of the best shrimp tacos I've had in a very long time.
You had some of those, weren't they great?
On day one, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next day we had fajitas, and I had a steak one and a chicken one, and I couldn't tell you which one was the best one.
You tend to gain a little weight here at the San Antonio Livestock Show, and letting them feed us.
Kind of like I talked about earlier, the older I get in terms of worrying about what fashion statement I'm making with my clothes, I worry more about comfort. And it's because of that, because of very good meals that you get fed from time to time.
Hey, and we're at a point in our life, we're working on our toolbox investment.
I've invested a lot in my weight, I guess, overall weight. A lot of it goes into my belly, but yeah.
Put a lot of effort to try to get all that done. I know I have.
I'm glad you brought that up, because now I'm really hungry. Good Yorkshire show, though.
Oh, most definitely. I thought both of those Barrows were outstanding in their own right, and you know, they definitely held their own, and they represented the breed very well. And if you just tuned in for that and didn't catch that, the winner of the champion also not only has an opportunity to go in for the grand drive tomorrow, but he also won a $10,000 scholarship today. So congratulations to the Powells for having that champion Yorkshire, and also getting added to their education a $10,000 scholarship.
Kind of like we talked about earlier with Dallas, so that'll be another young man that if there's $20,000 out there to get, he'll get it before it's over with. He and his family, I've followed them for a very long time, and that's what's really neat about this whole deal is the friendships you make and who you meet and who you're around, and you kind of figure out what kind of people you want to hang out with, and they're just good people here in the stock show industry, and you know, we get here and we worry about who gets champion or reserve, but at the end of the day, we raise a pretty good set of kids in this barn, I think. So,
and everybody's happy for everyone. And you know, one thing about it is that the kids that grow up in this type of sport, you know, they learn to be communicators. I think in today's society with our young people, we get tied up sometimes in our cell phones and iPhones, and we forget about that interaction of communication. And our group here in this livestock world, and like you said, it's one big happy family, and everybody's, you know, we're all competitive. They're all competitive, but at the end of the day, they're happy for each other and want to help each other out. And anyone will go out of their way. If you're in a bind, they'll come and help you. So for this first class, we've got class 85, and they're waiting to. They're actually loading all the pens to get them ready. Of course, it's not very many, as Brandon said. We only have 24 in this first class, being class 85, and they only place, instead of 5 like we did in the Yorkshire, since there's so few. They only do first through third. Will make the sale. So. As far as ribbons, I'm not sure. I think that they might go all the way through 10th place. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I'm pretty sure they probably do. And so at least you'll know where you stand within class if you get a chance to make the top 10 and get a nice rosette. You that have just joined us for the landrace breed and haven't been in on our show throughout today, there's only 3 placings that make the sale, so only 6 total in the landrace make it. However, the landrace, for example, the champion landrace, of course, it'll just be a champion in reserve and no weight divisions. So the champion will also, in the landrace, receive $10,000 scholarship as well. The first scholarship of breed champion that was given here at San Antonio was in 2007. The recipient of that scholarship and had the breed champion that year was Marilyn Stanley. Marilyn Stanley in 2007 won that first scholarship with her champion. The champion last year of our landrace breed here at San Antonio that won the $10,000 scholarship was Lindsay Lowry. So Lindsay Lowry had the champion last year in the landrace breed. Congratulations to Lindsay from last year, and also the first recipient, Marilyn Stanley, back in 2007. As they're doing the first sort here, our lead judge here is Doug Albright. He's the lead judge in our landrace breed, and David is doing the secondary job. Looks like we've got 2 in the pen that I see so far, and 3 out in the main arena. They only placed 3, and just to tell you how tough it is here at San Antonio, there's only 346 total that make the sale or make the auction here in San Antonio, which when you look at the percentages, you're right. We almost had right at 2,700 head. I think it was 2,688 to be exact total. So only like less than 13% make the sale. So the odds are real tough. So even if you get pulled or you get in the big arena, to even get that accomplishment, it's something to be proud of. And even if you didn't get it, you just maybe didn't have the right pig for what they're looking for in today's time. But that just makes our kids stronger, because when they go out down the road, they're not going to get every scholarship they apply for. They're not going to, when they go out and get a job and get their degree or learn their trade and graduate from trade school, they're not going to get their first job that they apply for. So this is just ways of preparing our young kids not only for success, but also when they're not as successful, how to deal with it, work through it, and keep trying and do well again. Looks like we've got 5 in the pen so far, and we've got 4 out in the big arena. Looks like, I think we just have a handful yet to go through the way it looks. Maybe 2 more after the one that Doug's looking at presently. He sent that one on, so. If you're just joining us, tell you a little more about San Antonio and their ways of trying to give money and try to get money to help advance our kids. From the time of inception, they have raised and given out $243 million in dollars and funds that have been awarded through either scholarships, grants, endowments, auctions, a calf scramble program, or show premiums. And to think about, back in 1984, the first amount of scholarships that were given were only 15, totaling 90,000. So what a great contribution they have made to our young people. Looks like our judges are back out in the big arena. They're looking through what they have there. They have, looks like 7 in the pen that I see that have been penned so far, and then we have 6 out in the main arena. So they're discussing if they want to keep some more. Looks like they've kept another one in there. Unfortunately, I think, Brandon, do we have 10 placings in this class, but only 3 that make the sale?
Yeah, every class that we show, we do 10 ribbon getters, but in the landrace breed, we only place 3 for the sale. The top 3 go to the sale. So
kids will get an opportunity then to at least have them compare them to the others. So that's a great thing that they're able to put that many in the pen. And they've excused the ones out here. Looks like we have 4 that didn't make it in the top 10, but they've done an outstanding job as well. This is the first Barrow that they had penned, first one that's coming out.
Okay, so here we are working through our lightweight landrace. Again, 24 head in this class. Smaller breed, but top-end quality. I can remember a time, I don't know if you remember this, Wayne, but there was a very, very good land race raised by Kyle Stevens one year that ended up being reserve of the whole show.
Oh, yeah. No, and it was a good one.
Yeah, it didn't matter what direction,
What color or what breed.
direction his ears went. That was a good pick. So,
Yeah.
you know, and earlier we were talking about the Yorkshires and how many of those were certified Texas bred. And you know, all of us know in today's time we run them under the classification window down here underneath us and make them look like Yorkshires. Some people up north like to call them Southwest Yorks. But they're a nice breed of hogs that we've got, and those Yorkshires look very, very good. So
Yeah, that breed has not. There for a while, I was questioning, are we falling off a little bit? But they were really deep today, I thought.
already got 5 pinned back. They like in this deal.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to have 6 that they're going to bring back out and place them 6th up to 1st.
What is the weight range in this particular class?
Ranges from 250 to 275, so there's quite a bit of range here, 25 pounds.
Got 6 pinned back, got 7th placed, I think 8th placed as well.
In our second class and final class it's going to range from 283 to 300. So not as many pounds in that, but I'm sure just as deep.
Got now our top 10 ribbon getters here in our lightweight landrace class, class 85 overall. We'll dismiss a few from the ring and redrive this top 6 here in lightweight landrace class.
Oh, Brandon, this, we might only have 24 head in here, but boy, these first ones coming out, man, they were very deep in this. This landrace breed is doing all right too, and when you talk structure and balance in these hogs, still be flexible.
Never been an issue getting these things stout enough in terms of muscle mass and content, and I'd venture to guess in every breed of hogs we've got we got plenty of muscle bred in these things. It's a matter of how we can make them look and motivate with that muscle and mass. And you're right. I think there's some really good design, good balanced one out here. I mean, you talk about improving the landrace breed in terms of the ideal market Barrow. Make them a little bigger footed, a little heavier structured, a little cooler and more attractive and taller and more elevated up to the front third of their skeleton. and then make them motivate for the amount of power and product they usually have. And I think, like you say, there's a very, very nice top end here in the lightweight landrace.
Yeah, you only got 24 set, and he's placing them now. But, percentage-wise, you think, well, there's only 24 in the class, and you place 3, your odds are a lot better. Percentage-wise, it's not much difference. We're a little under across the board on all breeds, a little under 13%. We're just a hair over, so it's just as tough. This one might even be deeper, tougher, just with what we're seeing out here for this breed.
Here's that really important decision of 3rd and 4th here in the land race. Again, top 3 make the sale for Friday. And there is our 4th place individual here. Young man goes in 4. Top 3 here. And our lead judge here in the landrace breed, Doug Albright from Coldwater, Michigan, takes over. He's got 2nd here. And 1st. Congratulations. In lightweight landrace, again, Doug will get the microphone and we'll hear his comments on this lightweight class.
Certainly a pleasure to get the mic and lead the way, I guess, here for a little bit. But we were kind of in a groove, and I knew what I was doing, what David was doing, and now we're change it back up and get our bearings back about us. This bear came through and hit us hard from the beginning, and he's really the class winner by. Without question in our mind. That is the bold, stout, burly Barrow. That's the most comfortable when you set him into motion. He's wearing down just a little more than maybe ideal, but he's easily the Barrow that proportions the best from the side, but still has the most mass and shape and dimension when you get in on top of him. The Barrow that comes close to him from a chest width and shape perspective is the Barrow that comes in 2nd. That Barrow does open very good in terms of the center part of his body. That's a big hipped Barrow. He doesn't hinge and go nearly as comfortably as our class winner, not as fresh in his head and his presentation either. The Barrow that comes in 3, certainly another Barrow that's very well presented. That's a big chested Barrow. Just doesn't shape up as well on the top side of his body. That's a plainer shaped Barrow that wants to get shorter and steeper there out of his hip. I'd like to see him pull and use his hind leg with a shot more flex. The Barrow that's next is very similar in that regard. He's a big-chested Barrow that's good in terms of his body dimension. He's too plain for me on the top side of his body while still being too tight there out of his hind leg. The Barrow that's next is one that is almost just too short. He closes there a shot up front. A Barrow that gets too short out of his rump. He's plainer there through the center portion of his body. Just doesn't come with some of those extras as well. On the other end of the spectrum is the Slinky Dog that comes out next, and you love his length of body and his pattern from the side. There's simply put just not enough of that animal when you get in on top of him. He's too flat-bladed, and from there back he needs more muscle. This bear here gets just too stilty and straight off both ends, but a nice bear in his own right. We should work our way down into hogs that just need to be better built with a shot more feature. But a nice class of landrace to get us started. Congratulate those kids.
Okay, placings in our lightweight landrace class. First place went to Whitley Anderson from Snyder FFA. Second place went to Luke Parks from Galveston County 4-H. Third place went to James Howarth from Holly FFA. Fourth place went to Tyler O'Brien from Calallen FFA. Fifth place went to Lindsey Lowry from Troop FFA. Sixth place went to Blair Heinrich from Lubbock County 4-H. Seventh place went to Blaine Miller from Burke Burnett FFA. Eighth place went to Gabriella Cox from Coahoma FFA. Ninth place went to Kaylee Woodall from Howard County 4-H. And 10th place went to Colton Hopkins from Haskell FFA. Congratulations to your top 10. Your certified Texas bred champion in Class 85 lightweight landrace goes to Blair Heinrich from Lubbock County 4-H. Blair's Barrow was raised by JDF Farms from Seminole, Texas. Congratulations to Blair Heinrich, your CTBR champion in Class 85, and JDF Farms for raising that barrow.
If you've just joined us, we are judging the land race. We're in the land race show. We've just got finished completing the first class, and Brandon gave the results on that as well as Texas bred. And we're in our second and final class of our land race. There's 21 head in this class, and the weight ranges from 283 to 300 pounds. We'll be placing 10 of them, but only 3 will end up going to the auction. If you've just joined us for the land race show, just to give you a little idea, our first wave we had 1,771 head in our first wave, and our second wave was 917, giving a total of 2,688 total for the entire Barrow show here. A little trivia about last year. The winner of the grand champion last year went to auction and it brought $80,000. And the reserve grand from last year's auction brought $45,000. Just to give you a little idea what kind of money these guys were able to raise for those 2 winners to go on. Like we've got 4 in the pen, however, I'm sure there's some behind that are still being classified and weighed. Out in the big arena, we've got 6 out there. They will place a total of 10, and the top 3 will make the sale. As the completion, upon completion of this land race class, we will go out and bring out the first place from the first class, and then the winner of this class here will compete for the champion and reserve champion land race of the show. The champion, again, will receive not only that title and go on for the grand drive tomorrow, but also will receive today a $10,000 scholarship eligible for that. First scholarship ever given in the landrace breed dates back to 2007. It was actually $10,000 back there as well. The first recipient of that scholarship and breed champion that particular year was a Marilyn Stanley. Congratulations back that time when that was won by her. This past year, the recipient of the champion landrace was a Lindsey Lowry. Congratulations to them from winning it last year.
Okay, they were waiting on a few of those to get through classification and weigh-in. I think we've got a top 10 found here in our heavyweight landrace class. Again, we'll finish this class and then take a lunch break. So we are in class 86, our heavyweight landrace class, looking for a top 10. Top 3 button getters will go to the sale on Friday. Upon the completion of this class and then the landrace drive, we'll be taking a lunch break, and then we will start back with crosses after lunch. We'll do the first 2 divisions of crosses. There'll be 4 in each division. Like Wayne, they kept 12 here in this heavyweight class. I got 1 they liked and pinned back.
Only 2 now.
2 they've liked and pinned back. So
They got some power there, especially that power, that one in the green sweater. Wow, there's lots of product there.
lots of power. And lots of hog. I mean, these things weigh in
300
plus.
pounds,
Yeah.
Yeah, 300 plus, because that's what you turn in. So they're eligible to go always to the guys that you don't know. If you don't know this, they can go to 310. So
Earlier today, there was a group, we were talking about that young one. I talked about Doug getting hit by a whip and the dangers of being a judge. I mean, you get one of these big 310-pounders step on your pinky toe, and that'll make you think about judging too, the dangers of judging, the small print down there in judging.
those old sharp hoofs, they can get your attention in a hurry if they step on your toe.
That is for sure.
If you've just joined us, we're on our second sort. They have pinned back 4 at this time. Looks like they're going to go ahead and get the buttons here and start placing. I don't know if they've pulled a 5th one out yet, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like they're just going to
They just kept those 4.
stick those 4 and going to go ahead and place 5th through 10th.
Yep. Again, in those 4, we'll redrive them, and again, those coveted 3 cell slots. So we'll be showing right there that 4th and 3rd place decision will be tough. We'll be getting a 1st and 2nd out of this class and get ready to turn right back around and show for our champion land race.
Like we've got 5th, and now he's placed 6th. So we've got the 5th and 6th place in the books. As they're placing this class, as Brandon told you guys, we're going to break for lunch here after the land race show and start up our crosses after lunch. I'm not sure how long we're going to be breaking. Do you know, Brandon, on that? How long?
I asked the other day how long their lunch breaks were, and they said they quit giving times because they're approximate. So
So just check in about 30, 45 minutes and see if we're on the air yet and see if it's going.
The other day they said no earlier than 12:30. So we may get something like that. But I would have just assumed for about a 45-minute lunch break. And if you're back early, that's even better for you.
Well, and if you're going to join us for the cross show, what we're going to do today is actually 8 classes, which would be 2 divisions. Is that correct, Brandon?
Yeah, there's 4 divisions in that crossbred show, and we'll do the first 2 this evening.
Which will be a total of 8 classes.
Right, 4 in each, and so we'll go ahead and do those divisions tonight too. Different than we've done the other ones where the other larger breeds we have 9 in each breed, and we do 3 divisions. We are going to go ahead and do those first 2 divisions tonight for those class winners in case they don't get a division champion, may need to go home or get ventured back on the road. I assume maybe they'll be sticking around for another night or 2 and stay for the sale, but some may want to run home and then come back. But we'll do those 2 division drives tonight after the conclusion of those 8 classes. Yeah, it's a nice class. It's going to be interesting to see what they do up here. I mean, those first 2 they got one that is as pretty as a picture from the side and can go. He can go probably a little better because he is not as loaded up as that one.
Oh, the other one's more, you got the bulldozer there.
Yeah, and takes a big engine to run a big truck, and that one's big four-armed and stout. And
definitely a Mack truck.
Yeah. I think they just placed 4th back. Young lady there in the pink jacket. Gave 3rd out. Now it's back to Beauty and the Beast, I guess is what you'd say.
I would venture to agree with that. That's what we're seeing out here.
We've had some team showmen. This another team out here. Obviously, San Antonio's good enough to let them come out here and assist if we need to from time to time, and seen a lot of that. There we go. We got 2nd for the Beauty, and the Beast is 1st. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to both of them.
Very nice class, the landrace bears, and there's just a big stouty that comes out here in this particular drive the young lady in the green has, and just his column of bone, his feature, his arm, he's just stouter everywhere. He's maybe doesn't have as much look up front, or his back isn't as hard as our 2nd place. That thing's just so much burlier, so much stouter at the surface, and does so and maintains a relative level of comfort out here. Now, the 2nd place bear, certainly tall-shouldered, really good shape up high, really got a neat look from his lower shoulder forward. Felt like that bear gets just a little upright and shovey out of his shoulder. Bear doesn't have the feature down low that bear does that wins, but another very, very nice pig to go ahead and be 2nd in this particular class. The big stouty that comes out in 3, he sticks his head through the gate and he grabs your attention. He's a tall-shouldered bear that's got a really big and bold rib cage working in him. He gets too wide and out in his stifle. He's too flat there in his front foot. Just doesn't stay collected enough for these 2 judges to get inside the top pair. The young lady with the bling that comes out next has got a tall-shouldered show pig that's really good in terms of his look. That bear is just, again, too straight off both ends of his body. Needs to get around better for me. The bear that's next, front, 2/3 of that pig, very, very good. Big chest, fresh back, really good looking. You crawl in behind that thing. He's simply too bow-legged for these 2 evaluators to get any higher in this particular class. We start working our way down. We have a set that just need to be better built, whether it's chest and knee or skeleton when you set them in motion. Hogs all could use just a shot more shape and muscularity as well. Please congratulate those landrace exhibitors on a job well done.
There we have it. This is our 2nd and final class. We only had 2 classes of landrace, and now we're going to start up the champion in reserve. We'll bring out the 2 first places and select the champion, and that champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship and then go on to compete tomorrow in the grand drive for the grand and reserve grand overall. So they're getting the animals weighed as we speak, especially those that the two that were placed in the first class. They have to go across the scale before they come in each time that they come back to the arena. Unfortunately, we had a little incident where one of the Yorkshires there got weighed out for that drive. It did not disqualify them to go to auction. It just disqualified them for only to go further. But it happens when you play this game of 10 pounds because you try to make them look big enough in class and still have enough there. So Brandon's got the results of this last class of landrace, so I want to turn it over to him so he can go ahead and give the results of that class.
Yeah, we may wait until right after. I think they're getting ready to start the drive.
Okay, sure.
First place was Briley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA. Second, Taylor West from Sinton FFA. Third place, Grayson Utley from Knox City FFA. Fourth place, Aaron Broadus from Douglas FFA. Fifth place to Lacey Clark from Hondo FFA. Sixth place to Kyle Anderson from Florence FFA. Seventh place to Gage Harkey from Newdale FFA. Eighth place to Ashton Harvey from Brock FFA. Ninth to Kaysen Russell from Palmer County 4-H. And 10th to Jaden Wellman from Joshua FFA. Now driving for our champion landrace this year's show. First place out of that lightweight class exhibited by Whitley Anderson from Snyder FFA. And out of your heavyweight class comes Braley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA. Second in the lights, Luke Parks, Galveston County 4-H. Second in the heavies, Taylor West from Sinton FFA.
The landrace have been short in numbers, but very, very strong in quality. There's no question about that. But when you get them back out here, there's simply a man that's stouter, that's burlier, that's better. One out of the second class will be your champion.
Congratulations, class winner of the heavy becomes your champion landrace, exhibited by Braley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA. Congratulations to everyone involved with that one.
We dropped that second in, and he is an immediate contender in this scenario. And you compare both of those bears, it's a little bit closer. But in the same time, David and I are in complete agreement. The second best one is still a good show pick from the side. He's tall-fronted. He's got a great shape about him. Doing a great job driving him. Young lady out of the second class will be reserve.
Reserve champion comes out of that same class, Taylor West from Sinton FFA. Congratulations on your champion again. Goes to Braley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA. Reserve champion goes to Taylor West from Sinton FFA. That concludes our landrace breed. We'll go to a lunch break and be back with you hopefully 45 minutes to an hour from now to start with our crossbred show.
Until then, Halios. Welcome everyone to our our second wave of our Barrow show. We're starting here in just a few minutes. We're getting all the animals lined up in the back for the start of the crossbred show on the second wave. My name is Wayne Rohde, and my co-host, he'll be on his way here in a little bit, Brandon Anderson. I'm happy to assist him on today's show and help bring to you some play-by-plays and hopefully give you some things that maybe can help you in the future as well, but yet make it feel like you're actually here and being a part of this show as well. I don't know if you want to be here, but you people that are up in the Iowa, Minnesota area, you probably wouldn't want to be. We wouldn't want to be there. So it's about 90 degrees or so here. It might be a little hotter in the barn. It's pretty warm here, but wouldn't have thought that here in February weather for sure. But yeah, we're in short sleeve shirts and it's definitely a little toasty here in San Antonio, Texas for the 74th annual Junior Barrow Market Show here. How it's going to work here with our crossbred pigs, we're going to judge 8 classes of the crossbreds today and resume tomorrow with the other 8 classes to finish up the day, and then after that we will select the grand and reserve grand overall. Today we'll start with the lightweight, and we'll do the lightweight division and the Division 2. And there's 4 weight classes to each division. So how we're going to do this is we'll start with the lightest one, and we'll go through all 8 classes, and then we'll bring out the first and second place out and line them up, and then do the first division, which would be the first 4 classes of the first 4 places coming out, selecting our division champion, and follow it in class of the second place in the one that they picked for that division champion, and then he goes and competes with the other 2 first places to compete for the reserve title as well. And then we do that in the next division as well, which would be the next 4 additional heavier classes. We start here, the weights here have changed from last year to this year. We start with the minimum weight of 250 pounds, and it ranges from 250 to 300 pounds with a 10-pound weigh back. And the 10 pounds can be either direction. You can weigh 10 over, but you can't weigh more than 10 under. Otherwise, then you are disqualified if you're selected to weigh and classify. But of course, in crosses, there's no classification on those. So we start with class 89, and like I said, we're in that process of getting things underway. There are 34 in this class, and the weight ranges from 250 to 253. In fact, the first 4 classes are exactly the same weight spread, how they divided them. So all 4 classes in your lightweight division category will be all weighing within 3 pounds of each other, and it's 250 to 253. And then the next 4 classes, you'll go from 254 all the way to 268. And of course, those are divided into 4 classes. And as we go along, we will tell you how many are in each class and that weight break as well. But what they're going to do is they're going to fix and sort them. I'm going to go. We don't have the webcast going just yet for it, but I'm going to look behind us. I'm actually on the grandstand where we host you. And I'm going to look back behind is where they do their first sort. So just to kind of let you know where we're at, I'm going to take off the headset a second and see if they are ready to start. So the judges, the pigs are actually loaded in the back, ready to go. The judges have not arrived in the back yet to start the sort, but momentarily we will be fixing to start probably in the next 5 minutes or so. So in the meantime, stay tuned. We'll get back on the air here in just a few minutes, and then we'll be underway with this crossbred show. Hope you're enjoying our webcasting. I do want to thank Taylor Fort and his group. They've done an outstanding job of bringing the show to your household, and we really appreciate what all that his entire crew has done to do a great job of zooming in and zeroing in on each and every one of the pigs that were being shown here today and throughout the webcast. I've had an opportunity to work with the Gilt Show, the Junior Gilt Purebred Show last week, and the same kind of caliber. The crew is just really outstanding in what they do, and we really thank them and for bringing that to, as well as all the sponsors that you see on the screen that help fund some of the costs that it takes. So it takes an enormous amount of costs and equipment and a lot of personnel to kind of make this all work. So we thank all of our sponsors that have participated in that as well. And also all the volunteers here at San Antonio. San Antonio has done an outstanding job and have really progressed. They don't have quite maybe as much industry as some other stock shows has as far as in businesses, but they've worked really hard to put together a great program for these kids. In fact, if you're just now joining us, there has only been this is probably one of the toughest shows because there's so few placings. In the first wave, we had 1771 in total head that showed up for wave 1. Wave 2 was 900, and I think it's 17 in wave 2, for a total of 2,688 barrels showing up. Well, in that, only 246 actually make the sale. And with that in mind, when you figure percentage basis, that is only 12.8% across the board. So your odds are pretty tough. It's almost like going to, I think your odds sometimes are a little better in Las Vegas, but it is, and it's just a great experience for these young people to participate in a sport that's so family oriented and really teaches them a lot of life lessons in this program. And this livestock world is just one big happy family that just gives our kids the right direction to continue to be successful as they continue to grow and mature and go on in the next chapter of their life after they leave high school. As far as on San Antonio, the amount of money that they've given has been $243 million they have generated since the inception, that they've awarded between premiums, auctions, scholarships, grants, endowments, calf scramble program, and show premiums. The first monies ever awarded went back to 1984, at which only 15 scholarships were given and a total of a mere 90,000. So it has come a long way since then. We thank San Antonio and all their hard work and volunteer help that has really continued to progress and continue to make and improve the show each and every year. As we're seeing here, they have started. We don't have it on the webcast yet. In the back, however, I will tell you that we have started the show.
No, like the fame, like their.
And our lead judge that's going to be the lead judge on the crossbred breed will be Doug Albright. And David Korb is our secondary judge. If you haven't kind of watched on how this operation works here. Our lead judge, Doug Albright, will evaluate the animal first. If he really likes it right away, then he's going to send it up to the pens, but it'll be weighed first to make sure it's within the 10 pounds of what was turned in, and then it will be penned. If he's not sure, that he doesn't think he really wants to pen it, then this young person will get a second evaluation from David in the second panning area, in which they'll get to show for a brief moment, and he'll analyze it as well. If he likes it, then he'll send it to the big arena, which at least, if you can get to the big arena, at least it's not all done. You still have an opportunity. Once they have done the initial first sort, they'll come back out into the big arena and go evaluate what they've kept and what David has kept back, and see if they want to pen some of those as well. They actually pen place. Rosettes are given from 1st through 10th place. However, in this breed as well, this breed and the crossbreds, only 5 of them will make the auction. So unfortunately, the 6th through the 10th will not be in the auction. However, they will get a nice rosette, and they have a lot of pride that they're going to, that they deserve and have worked hard, because, like I said, at 12.8%, that's not very much. The odds are pretty tough here. So, but you enjoy it when you can get here. There's been times, you might go several years and don't make it, and come back and make it the next year. So it's kind of, like I said, when you do get to make it, you really enjoy it. Looks like we've got 5 pens so far in our lightweight crosses. Again, if you just tuned in, we are judging the first 8 sets, or first 8 classes of the crossbreds. Which will represent 2 divisions today. We're going to have Division 1 and 2. The first 4 classes will be the lightweight division, and the weight ranges are in all 4 classes were broken 250 to 253. Then in our second set of Division 2, we have another 4 classes, and those weights, which will be divided up, and we'll share that with you as we go along, range from the 254 up to 268. So 268 is going to be the heaviest crossbred hog we see today, and then we'll go ahead and evaluate all the first places, the first 4, and then picking your division and reserve division champion, and then following it up with your second set of 4, and do the same thing and pick your champion reserve as well. And that'll be the end of the day for Wave 2, for the first day of Wave 2. And then tomorrow we'll continue finishing up the crosses, and then after that point, then we'll have a time set for when they're going to do the Grand Champion Drive, and all of you will get to see all the champions and reserve champions that they've picked, and the selection of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion. You that have not have kept up with us, the scholarships are also given here in the Barrow Show. The crossbred, the champion will receive, the overall champion, not the divisions, but the overall champions will receive a $10,000 scholarship in addition to going to the auction. So the judges have concluded evaluating the first class for the first sort. There were 34 in the class. We've got actually 7 out in the big arena. And it looks like we've got 10 in the pen. I'm not sure if there's any others out at the scale, but we do have 10 pen that I can see at this point. And like I said, 7 out in the big ring. And so they're evaluating the ones that David had put out in this ring, and they're conferring and seeing if they want to put some more in there. Looks like they picked one, a young lady in the red there. So she's going to get another opportunity to show. So That's great because, like I said, you never give up. If you can get in this big arena, there's still a chance that you can make those top 5. I've seen it before, and I really respect the judges for really trying to be precise and because you can't see everything in that little ring a lot of times, and they look different when you get them out on the stride. And so I really appreciate the integrity of judges that go in and reevaluate them and then compare them to what they've penned, and know that just because you've penned them in the first time doesn't mean that that's going to be your top 5. So it does happen, and we always encourage our kids to keep it up and don't give up. And now I have with me the one that I've had the privilege to co-host with, Mr. Brandon Anderson, and he's back with me, and I really appreciate the opportunity to working with him today. And we've been friends for a long time, both with him and both of his brothers, and it's been an honor and privilege to work with him today. Brandon?
You bet, Wayne. Thank you for that intro, and it has been a pleasure. It makes it go a little smoother if you got 2 of us in here, at least kind of ad-libbing and filling. We hope you're enjoying the webcast, and certainly if you are, I'm sure Wayne just got done doing this, but I'll plug it again because it's important. Our sponsors have done a great job of being able to help us provide these shows, not just this show, but all the junior shows here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. So if you know any of these sponsors, drop them a text, tell them thanks next time you see them. Pick up the phone and call them. We certainly couldn't do it without those sponsors, so thanks for their support.
Absolutely.
Every class here in the crossbreds will be looking, and every class that we've had, we look for top 10 ribbon getters in every class. Those 10 ribbon getters go to the backdrop and get a picture made. Every breed, depending on numbers and size and how it's broke up, sell a certain amount in each of those classes. So we're selling 5 here in the crossbred division. We'll do, Wayne probably said, but we'll do the first 2 divisions, lightweight division, and then Division 2, 4 classes apiece. So we'll do 8 classes crosses this afternoon.
And it looks like what we've got across the board, there's only one class in these first 8 classes are less than 30 head, which was kind of interesting to me. Class 93 coming up, which is the 5th class, has 26, but everything else is in that around that mid-30s or just slightly above or a little below. So they're very uniform.
All those classes are exactly the same in weight too. They all weigh from 50 to 53, and I'll tell you, there's very few 51s, 52s, or 53s in there. So we're just on the bottom side of our weight range. Obviously, some of these crossbred genetics and some of the genetics in general don't grow as well as they could and should. And so sometimes we end up with quite a few of them right here at that lower qualifying weight. So all of these 4 in this first division, basically, if you're in class 4, I guess you'll get a bonus because you'll be selling as or showing as the heavyweight class of the lightweight division, but they all weigh the same. So
looks like they've got 3 back at this present time that they've pinned back on this second initial sword here. From what we've seen so far today, it's ranged anywhere up to even 6 that they bring back out. But as Brandon said, we only 5 of them make the auction. So it'll be interesting to see. They have quite a few out amongst the big arena there. So they've gotten now 5 put back. So I know Brandon and I'll be kind of watching when they kind of get to that point and have a little discussion. Then they'll pull out their buttons and they'll start placing. So it looks like they're fixing to start placing currently. So it looks like they've got 6 that are not placed yet. So I guess they'll go ahead and start with number 7.
yeah, I don't know if they did 6 or if this is 7 because there's 7 in the pins now, and I think they just went and got the chips. So sometimes they throw us for a loop once in a while. That kiddo in the pin gets it,
but that kind of goes to show you that they think this class is really deep because I guess it's been a little. Did they do some sevens the first wave and the
They
Hampshires maybe?
They
or?
did a few in some of those deeper breeds and
Sure.
heavier classes. So
Yeah, no, you're right. That seventh one does not have a ribbon, and so it looks like we're going to get to 7 of them. We're going to get another try at trying to make the top 5.
you know, Wayne, this afternoon here at San Antonio's warming up a little bit. This morning we were trying to convince them folks up north that it was, 75 and nice and comfortable. And I wish somebody could call and tell me how cold it is and chilly, because I could use a little air conditioning right now.
No doubt. If they came down here now, they might get a sunburn.
Yep, leave it to San Antonio. You can come down here for 2 weeks and experience every bit of weather that there is out there.
And this barn can get really hot, like Brandon said, and it can get really cold.
Speaking of that, I was visiting with our main PA announcer, and he and his family have been here for years. His mom worked for years on this committee, and he and I were telling. He said actually this inn that we show in is a new addition to the original hog barn. So imagine even smaller that we just had in this hog barn. And he said there used to be one set of scales that everything weighed on. And I can remember hearing stories. I only came down here one time when everything was in the barn, but we'd already spread out a little bit. But I can remember hearing stories about the alleys being about just wide enough to shove a pig through. And the changes San Antonio's made, and we've evolved into a really nice atmosphere for these kiddos. I mean, here at lunch we were nice quiet barn and listening to the radio and actually get to hear the music. So it's a neat environment for these families and kids to come down here. San Antonio's improved things a lot, and a great chance to come and showcase their livestock at the highest level. There's 5 out now. Looks like we got 2 more fixing to come. And like we say, in every cross class, we're going to have 5 that make the sale. So of those 7, we'll have 5 sale makers. There goes 7th back in the pen.
Here's where it gets really tough. There's one that's going to be out.
Yep.
That's like showing for champion right here. Do or die.
Bringing the Barrows to holding things at this time. Be sure to have your purple show card with you when you enter the black gate.
There is that 6th place button. I would venture to guess possibly a first-year showman, but think about the experience she got just getting up here in the main ring, and they got her 6th place button, one out of the sale, but I bet she'll be back.
Absolutely. And the thing about it, people would dream about getting that close even. Some never even get that close, as tough as this show is here.
Down to 3.
Looks like to me, they have kept their pattern together. They've got to be wide and square to the ground. And again, I think you see 3 individuals out here is packed with some good muscle and extremely powerful. They just placed another one there, and they're going to confer a little bit to debate what's first, what's second.
Again, our lead judge for these crosses is going to be Doug Albright, Coldwater, Michigan. Associate judge will be David Korb throughout the rest of the crossbred show, or rest of our show. Second and first. Congratulations to those young kiddos.
Absolutely. Great set of pigs to start this crossbred.
Very
drive.
nice class to get us started here in the other crosses. And a pair that there was some discussion on simply due to the fact that you'd like to change them just from a structure, squareness, where their feet hit the surface, and just feature an added feature, especially up front. This narrow-belted bear is our choice. He's got more depth of jaw. He's got more spread between his eyes. That's a stouter armed bear that's just way more secure in his front foot. I'll be the first to admit I need to open that bear just a shot there in his heart and his forerib. And if you do that, he wins this class in a smoke, because that silhouette from the side is simply the best within this particular drive. The young lady's bear that's going to come in second, that is a neat looking one. He's very sharp, but at the same time, I'd like to give that hog he's a little too beak-headed, if you will. I need to stouten his lower jaw. I need him to be more secure as he comes right at you. He wants to funnel to the surface too much when he comes up front. He also is just a shade more hesitant off his rear leg. The bear that comes next is in 3, meat and potatoes, very solid type of show pig in terms of his spread and his squareness. He's as good coming at you as any within this drive. He's just the blandest and the chubbiest. He looks a little bit like me with my shirt off at the beach. Just way too plain up high. Need to shape that guy better in the top side of his body. This bear coming at you right here is one that you love him from the side. There's just not enough when you get in front of that bear. He's too closed up in his chest. That bear gets too flat everywhere. But man, from the side, you could like him quite a bit. The blue-eyed bear is one that you really like, is his just stoutness. That thing's head, his stoutness of features, very good. I want to fix his knee, open him just a shade, and then he's got a little bit more Albright neck working in the base of his throat, and need to make him better looking up front to get around for this pair of judges. This bear that comes out next just reads frailer in his ankle, reads frailer in his jaw, just flatter everywhere when you compare him to those bears that are ahead of him. The bear that's next is a little squatty, a little too quick in his look, a little more unstable behind. But man, that's a broad, dense animal within this particular class. Then some bears down the line that need to be better chested or better built. Please congratulate those kiddos on a job well done.
If you've just now joined us, we just started the first class of crosses, class 89. We had 34 head in that class, the weight ranging from 250 to 253. They're fixing to go into the back and start the next first sort of class 90. There's 33 head in this class, weight ranging from 250 to 253. I think we've gotten the results back over to our booth here, and I'll have Brandon go down the list of giving you the placings of 1st through 10th.
The placings here in our first class of crosses this afternoon, the lightweight class. Actually, the lightweight division, the first 4 classes are all in the same weight range, 250 to 253. First class of those, class 89. First place went to Blake Pellerin from Smithson Valley FFA. Second place went to Kenley Cox from Haskell FFA. Third place went to Creed Klein from Hansford County 4-H. Fourth place went to Toby Alexander from Taylor County 4-H. Fifth place went to Addison Horton from Farmersville FFA. Sixth place went to Hadley Carry-On from Fisher County 4-H. Seventh place went to Cole Range from Fredericksburg FFA. Eighth place went to Chase Miller from Abbott FFA. Ninth place went to Leighton Canales from Odom FFA. And 10th place went to Celeste Ramirez from Glenrose FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 here in our first class of crosses to get us kicked off in this crossbred drive. Again, we are now sifting in the back, class 90. Crossbred bears, 33 head in this class.
As there's as they go through the first sort of our second class of crosses, which is class 90, Just a little trivia for you guys, our audience out there. The first scholarship in our crossbred Barrow show was started in 2007. It was a $10,000 scholarship, and it was awarded to Miles Delm. Miles, great young man. Him and my son Landon were the same age and come from a great family, Rory and Roxy Delm. But anyway, he was our first recipient for winning the crossbred champion and winning the first scholarship that was given in the Market Barrow show of $10,000. Last year's winner in 2022 was won by a young man by the name of Grant Lackey, and that I'm pretty sure that is Jason and Jackie's son, but I'm pretty sure that's right. But if not, my apologies. But they were the winners last year of that champion crossbred and won the $10,000 scholarship. So congratulations to both of these recipients, both from the start and the most recent one. And as we go through these crossbreds, we're going to be doing the same thing. And when we get to the conclusion and judge the champion, that champion will also receive a scholarship, and that will be finished up on tomorrow. We'll do the first 8 classes today, which is 2 of the 4 divisions that we're going to have. We're going to name those division champions and reserves in these first 2 divisions today. But then tomorrow, then we'll start back up in the morning at 7 a.m. And go ahead and finish that all up. Looks like in our sort, we've got 3 that I see here pinned, and then we have 1 in the big arena at this point. There could be some more that come across the scale. It should go a little bit faster getting to the pens, because now that we're in the crossbred show, we don't have to worry about purebred classifications. So they go, if they get pulled by Doug Albright, then they go straight to the scale, and we don't have to go through a 3 classifying system before they get weighed. So looks like we got 2 more out there as well in the big arena. Like we've got 4 in the pen. So they're going to be placing up through 10th place. And then 5 make the sale. So anyway, as you're kind of watching them come out of the out of the first sort, you can see how Doug is motioning on the pig, and in this case he wanted another look at this pig. So that's a good thing. You know, you really appreciate him really reviewing that pig and not rushing and trying to make that sort. In fact, by what he did, he ended up putting that pig in the pen. So, you know, it's I appreciate him doing that and taking that extra time to evaluate it before he goes on. Here's another one. When he points forward, that means he's going to go. It's going to be penned, and then go to the scale for weighing to make sure they're within the 10 pounds on either side of what they turned in. From what they turned in, that they're eligible to go on. Looks like this is a pretty deep class, because he's put several up into the pens already. In fact, we're 7 to the pen, and I think we have another one that's on the scale. So looks like we already have probably 8 that are already have been pulled to the pens. The amount in this class is 33 head. All 4 of these classes, as Brandon had said, range from 250 to 253. They're all alike. They just split them all the same and just divided it by 4. And all these classes have about 30 head in it. There's only one class that doesn't, that has less than 30. It's like 26, but most of them run around that 33 to 36 range. So they're all really divided equally in. So, you know, but, you know, don't think for a minute it's not tough, because as we talked about, it's tough all the way through. And when you figure how many pigs we had showed up and how many pigs make the sale, only 12.8% go to the auction, which is pretty tough odds. It's Vegas is probably about the same amount of odds, I would bet. Young lady coming out with the pink type jacket there. He's evaluating it. He liked that one. He analyzed it from the front, side, and rear, and when he points forward, that means they go to the pen. Got another one. I wouldn't doubt it, at the depth of this class, that we might have, 14 head or better, possibly 14 head. I think we're, though, about finished into that. So if we get 12 or 14 head, that's not, a little under half. So that's a pretty good percentage for them to evaluate for a second time. Got 12 that's pinned, and I think some more coming across the scale. So, yeah, it's a good numbers. And out here in the big arena, it looks like we don't have quite as many, and I think it's due to there was so much depth, he went ahead and pinned them. So we got 4 that David kept back, and they're discussing it presently to see if they want to keep 1 or so out of this group yet to satisfy their top 10 for a second evaluation. Yep, picked one more. The young lady in the pink long sleeve shirt is going to have an opportunity to show as well. Looks like that's all they're going to take. They took 1 more out of there, leaving 3 out here to go ahead and go on. But these kids have worked really hard. We want to give them a round of applause for their efforts. That's nothing to be ashamed of. They've worked hard. Their hogs look good as well. It just comes down to some stiff competition as we're seeing here at San Antonio.
Yeah, it looks like they've kept quite a few here. Looked like at least 15, maybe 16 with that one they pulled out there. So pretty good chunk of them. Yeah, at least 16.
That's really a good percentage. Means it's a very tough class. With only 33 head in the class, that's almost 50% for the first round, which I admire the judges for seeing that depth and not making any, rational decisions. Well, I only want to keep 10, I'm going to be hard, because that shows the fairness that these judges are trying to give these kids to make sure they get it the way they want their pattern to be set forth.
Wayne, what have you learned on the mullet? I mean, you've got the young man out there in the purple shirt. Are we calling that a mullet?
I think that's kind of a borderline there. I don't know. I think we might have to put that toward a panel for evaluation there.
Well, I think it's in consideration. I mean, we talked about mullets and about kids maybe just not going to the barber shop. That doesn't necessarily make it a mullet, but he's got the curlies going on. I mean, but it's curly all over. But that's quite a head of hair.
Absolutely. I tell you, a lot of people would really want a nice set of hair like that, because he's got it going.
If you know my older brother Brian, he would kill or die for some of that.
I was going to say, he probably would like to have a little root transplant there and use some of that, huh?
His let go. Mine just turned gray.
Mine too.
I always tell him I can color that.
Yeah. How's old Brian doing, by the way?
He's doing very, very good.
Oh, good.
Teaching ag in Illinois. He's a Yankee and loving it.
Oh, my God. Well, if you're listening, Brian, I want to give a shout-out to you, Brian Anderson. I hope you're doing well and need to come to Fredericksburg and come see us sometime.
Well, he would love to. They're busy with kiddos right now, but I know, one of the neatest things, when I first moved to Texas, actually the first year before I came down here, he was judging his first time at San Antonio. Seems like forever ago now, but he's been in here in this ring 5 times judging the Barrows at San Antonio.
Yes, and always did a good heads-up job and really worked hard with those kids.
They've got 5 they like. They've stuffed back.
I bet on the depth that they pinned. I wouldn't doubt if they go back to keeping 7 or 8 for the next evaluation again.
Yeah, you just never know what you're going to get when, it's the luck of the draw in these classes that all weigh the same. I mean, it's whether they do it alphabetical or just random or how, but I mean, you could have a class that could be very, very deep, or a class that could be maybe one of the weaker ones, so you just never know.
Absolutely. And
got 6 of them. They're headed over to get the chips now and figure out what to do with 7, 8, 9, and 10. Kept a lot in this particular class. 16 totals what they kept.
almost right at half because there was 33 in this class.
You mentioned Dallas earlier in the Chester deal. That's that young man that just got 7th right there.
Oh, so he was right in there again. Yeah, the Dallas Martinez, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I didn't realize his age. He's got some years ahead of him as well, and I bet they'll keep trucking at it too. They've got their top 10 in here, and as you see, there was 6 of them out there that didn't make it, but they have nothing to be ashamed of. There's really a nice set of quality out there, and
very good deep class.
Absolutely. Yep.
Driving a top 6 here. This first decision will be critical, 6 and 5. Okay, he did this a couple of times early wave 1. He really likes that one, so that one's going to go back in pin 1, I'm guessing. That means you go hide in that pin and don't hurt yourself. I like you. Yeah.
Yep.
Which is good. Earlier you talked about, these things need some endurance. They need some flexibility, and you'll be able to see it. But there is a point when you drive them from an endurance standpoint. Hogs aren't meant to go a mile. They're meant to kind of get out and display and stroll.
They're not long runners or cross-country runners at all. I mean,
kind of like me. I've never been accused of being a long country cross-country runner.
Yeah, me either.
Kind of like someone in our camp said the other day, if you see me running, there's something seriously wrong, and you better run too.
I'd have to take your temperature. Something's wrong.
There's 5, so there's that 5-6 hole. No, 4-5 actually.
Yep, we're down to the 3, huh?
It kind of throws us off because that was 5 and 6, but remember he's got 3 out there, but he's still got 1 in pin 1.
So, that's right. Yeah, yes, I forgot about that too. Like you said, it's hidden back here.
His secret weapon over there.
So I wonder when he's going to pull it out.
Maybe unleashing the beast
right
here
now.
He does. There he goes.
Looking at these 4 here, I don't think they've given up any power from the last class to this class. I think it's there again.
So we got us a top end here in Class 90, and here is our judge, Doug Albright, for comments on our second class of crosses.
Very good class and a very good class winner. Really non-negotiable in our opinion. This bear wins and needs to win. That is a good-chested, good-looking, shapely backed one that's comfortable, square, sound, checks a lot of boxes in this particular class, needs to win. He simply overpowers the blue bear when you get on top of him. And the fight was for second and third out here relative to this pair because the blue bear needs more shape when you get on top of him. His silhouette from the side is like ones that I would draw when I should have been paying attention in class. But he just needs to have more punch on the top side of his body. When you get right in out of his shoulder, that hog needs more back shape for me. If he does that and opens just a shade, we can have a longer conversation in this particular class. Unfortunately, that's where his demise is on the top side of his body. Now, this makes it close is because this bear opens so much better, and he's bolder on the top side of his body. He's rounder about his blade. He's more open and bolder about his cavity. That bear is pretty wide stifled for us, too, when you crawl in behind him. He's a quicker, smaller statured bear in comparison to those bears ahead of him as well. This chrome bear that comes out nice does have a more secure hind leg than the bear that's ahead of him in this particular drive. But I just don't like the design of his head, the design of his crest. He comes with too much, he's too caved in there in his chest when he comes at you. The bear that comes next, ultra cool in terms of the way he ties his neck into the top side of his shoulder. Unfortunately, that bear is too straight off both ends of his body, and I'd like to open him up. This bear that comes next, very functional when you study him from the side. Bear that's just too plain on the top side of his body. The bear that's next is certainly one when he sticks his nose through the gate, can grab your attention. Very well presented. That's a short back, tall fronted one. He gets plenty wide and too stilty and short out of his hip for us to get him any higher today. Then we have a trio of bears that just simply need to be better chested or stouter featured down low to get them higher. Good class. My compliments to those kids.
Okay, got placings for you there in the second class of crosses. Second class of the first division of the lightweight division, class number 90. First place went to Katie Willenborg from Bosqueville FFA. Second place went to Cotton West from Sinton FFA. Third place went to Jackson Kane from Bell County 4-H. Fourth place went to Jade Stone from Martin County 4-H. Fifth place went to Adelaide Birkenfeld from Nazareth FFA. Adelaide, sorry. Sixth place went to Clayton Ellis from Winkler County 4-H. Seventh place went to Dallas Martinez from Shelby County 4-H. Eighth place went to Logan Carr from Lake Creek FFA. Ninth place went to Braylon Creech from Martin County 4-H. 10th place went to Dylan Lowry from Comal County 4-H. Congratulations to our top 10 in our class, our second class of the lightweight division here in the crossbreds. I'd like to announce our certified Texas bred champions from the previous two classes. In class 89, our first class of crosses, CTBR champion exhibited by Blake Pellerin from Smithson Valley FFA. Blake's Barrow raised by Lackey Livestock from Haskell, Texas. Congratulations to Blake Pellerin and Lackey Livestock for their CTBR champion in class 89. In class 90 crossbreds just completed, Your CTBR champion exhibited by Cotton West from Sinton FFA. Congratulations, Cotton. Cotton's barrow raised by Lindner Show Pigs from Comfort, Texas. So again, Cotton West from Sinton FFA, your CTBR champion in Class 90 with a barrow raised by Lindner Show Pigs from Comfort, Texas. Congratulations to our certified Texas bred winners in Class 89 and 90. Now sifting in the back, Class 91, our third class of the lightweight division. Like we have 33 head in that class, and again, they go from 250 to 253. Okay, they've completed their initial sift here in class 91 in the back. Now they're up to the main ring and then maybe going to pull a few others out. Got 13. I know he pulled one, so at least 14 held at this time. So they've got their top 10 covered, but they're going to give them all a good look and see if they anything else needs to go back there and get looked at again. Okay, they found what they want. They went ahead and dismissed these from the ring. They'll work back through these 13 or 14 head that they've got kept. Find us a top 10, again, top 5 in each class in the crossbred division. Make the sale back here on Friday. They sell 346 head, excuse me. And then our class winners and seconds will be coming back as we, at the end of our 8 classes today, we'll show for Division 1 and Division 2 champions. So they'll be coming back later today.
One thing about it, the young man in the pink there, he'll get noticed out there, but from Doug he will, but from David, I don't think he'll notice that difference. Because I don't know if your viewers had listened to some of his comments, he's actually colorblind. He admitted.
Yeah, that pig, that's a pretty high quality one for off the river.
It's got a lot of good traits to him. I'm glad that, you know, like we talked about, it doesn't matter what color they are, it's what's underneath that skin and how good they are.
All shapes and sizes. For
Absolutely.
Sure. Yep, all color patterns.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting when he was talking about that because he started in on that colorblind speech, but he was in the Yorks, and I was like, well, I bet all of them look the same being colorblind, but then he started talking about shirt colors that they were talking about back and forth, and I could see where that was because in that particular class, that kid had a Paisley shirt on, so I'm sure it was a little different looking through colorblind eyes.
That means I can sell him some pink caps and he wouldn't know it, huh?
Yep, send him whatever. Yep. Always the salesman, Wayne Rody. Always the salesman.
Oh, no, we just want to get them good stuff. But I wouldn't sell him a pink one. Don't worry.
Well, you might have to send a couple of samples to him and say, which one do you like?
Hey, you need a sideline job?
Got 3 coming back now, at least in this class.
Yeah, another large class. What did he end up with in the pins?
About 14, I think. Maybe,
Oh, wow.
Maybe 15.
Another-
it's 15 because there's one in that last pin. So we got
Another
enough
deep
to hold
class.
16 comfortably here. Yeah. So a few of those classes where they do end up keeping more than 16, they just roll them over to one of them back holding pins and work them back in. So we never stack them up tight, and everybody kind of gets their own pin. So it's kind of nice once you get in here and provide water bottles and cheapest show product ever.
Absolutely.
Soaking wet.
No additional charge for that either. Only if you want to drink that bottled water.
I've always thought. I mean, we always show all of them soaking wet. Usually by the time we got to the ring, my kid was soaking wet too, and they were hacked off at me. But to me, that water, you know, it keeps them hydrated, but more than anything, it cools them down. I mean, they're getting ready to go, and we'll get a workout. So.
Absolutely. A lot of times we'd put some ice water right on across their back, not only just to kind of draw the blood flow up to the top, but it really brings their body temperature down so when they go out in the show, they don't get as overheated.
Yes, sir. Got 5 back now. Still looking through this. They've got 5 in the pens. I think David's headed over to get the chips now. So again, Associate Judge David Corbin crossbreads will. I think Doug just found another one he wanted to put back though in 6, so they're going to keep 6 here. Then start placing. Looks like 7, 8, and 9. Seventh in the pen, go 7, 8, 9, and 10, and then they'll rework these top 6. Got 8 pinned. I believe that's our top 10 here. So again, we'll clear the ring and get ready to redraw these top 6. Again, here in the cross spreads, 5 out of these top 6 will make the premium sale on Friday here at San Antonio.
Yeah, again, a really deep class in this class as well. And we see these 6 come out. It's going to be a tough fight there between what they're going to do 5th and 6th. They're going ahead and they've released the first one out for this 3rd sort. They're going to be placing the 1st through 6th places. And now we got the 2nd place out.
Deep class, I don't know that there's that heater at the top. You know, first class we had, they had a pair of them
Oh,
they
yeah.
really liked. That last class they had one they obviously really liked because they stuffed him back. And nice set. I don't know that there's that one though.
That all-around one, yeah. You look, you like pieces. The chest width seems to be there, some muscle, but some difference in design patterns and neck patterns and length of body patterns. So yeah, you're right. There's some good quality here. Just not maybe that total 2 that kind of come together to.
Intriguing pig from the side. Sure got that big fluffy tail.
Oh, isn't it? Yeah, really. That big tail shows that they got big bone, big feet.
Big tail root.
Yep, that was what my daddy always said. One thing about it, she won't lose him, and she can grab onto him if she needs to and steer him.
So now we've got 6, and again, that critical spot, 6 and 5. Here's the difference between 5th place sell hole and 6th place not a sell hole. There is that sixth place decision made, so sixth place going in the hole.
It's made now, huh? Oh, no.
Top 5 down to.
Like Big Tail's still in the hunt, huh?
Fluffy Tail.
Yeah, Fluffy Tail. Does look cool with that tail up there like that.
Coming at you, I like that pig, and from the side, I love him. He's really beautiful. He probably needs just a shot more power when you get right in behind him, but if that tail distracts you enough, then you're
It makes them give him a second and third look, no doubt about it.
well, that Fluffy Tail's still in there, fourth place.
Absolutely. It's catching their eye.
Yeah.
But he does really have a really good side profile.
Yeah, and that little gal and her brother both do a really, really nice job of getting them things shown. All these kids do such a good job. They work so hard at home nowadays. I mean, I used to tell everybody, and of course, growing up, when showmanship, we just grab the pig and go to the ring, and I'd always say, you know, showmanship starts at that gate and ends at that other gate. But I can tell you nowadays, if that's your philosophy on showmanship, you're way behind, because these things have been out, they've built endurance, and do a few show clinics, and you know, you think of it, you're asking this thing to walk around the ring looking up at the ceiling, and you got to gain a ton of trust, you and that animal. I know I would not allow anyone to walk me around the room looking up at the ceiling. So,
Yeah, they wouldn't want me walking up through, looking at the ceiling. I'd be on the ground.
yeah, I don't have any friends that I would trust to lead me around looking at the ceiling. I'm pretty sure mine would lead me astray.
What good friends are for, isn't it?
Yep. There
Uh-oh.
we go.
What do we do? Fourth on that one?
Fluffy and Campbell are fourth.
Okay.
I'm gonna say it kind of looks like a skunk tail, but it almost looks like a scorpion stinger, like it might get a hold of you. There we go, fourth. I think we've already got third and second too. Yeah, we're already placed all the way down. Here's our judge.
The undoubtable class winner, excuse me, is the young man's Barrow that's here to the center of the ring. He's easily the stout, burly, proportionate Barrow within this particular drive. He stays comfortable enough and still has more chest and shape than some others within this particular class. Does so with some extra look and a great shape on the top side of his body. Young lady's wide belted Barrow that comes next. That Barrow of the remaining trio is the combination Barrow of chest and shape. He's got a more pliable, bendy hind leg about him than the Barrow that's going to be the blue Barrow that comes in 3. The blue Barrow in 3rd. I do love the front 2/3 of this Barrow. You know, David and I had some questions about him, and we went back and forth. That Barrow is big-chested, huge back, tall-shouldered. Did not feel like his hind leg went with enough comfort for us in this particular setting to get him into second. But a nice Barrow. The Barrow that comes out next is certainly very proportional. He's short-backed. He's got a big, flagged, hairy tail. That Barrow coming at you is not good enough in his chest. Needs to be longer-hipped for us to get him up. Those things change. He's a contender in this particular class. Unfortunately, he just needs to be better chested. The Barrow that's next has got a neat, stout head about him. He's got a big, flexible hind leg. We felt like he was just the plain option of our top 5 in this particular drive, especially when you study the top side of his body. That Barrow doesn't have as much turn and hard back shape when you get right in on top of him. This Barrow that's next is just too fragile in terms of his jaw and in terms of his arm. He's the flatter bodied Barrow. Then we work into the calico that just doesn't have enough feature, but he's a good built, solid type of show pig within this particular drive. Barrows down the line that just need more muscularity or a better set of running gears. Congratulate those kids, please.
Placings in your third class of the lightweight division. First place went to Harold White from Hutchinson County 4-H. Second place went to Lexi Halsell from Ford County 4-H. Third place went to Allie Cadell from Stanford FFA. Fourth place went to Campbell Gross from Grandview FFA. Fifth place went to Jesse Jessup Battle from Ballinger FFA. Sixth place went to Sophie Savoda from Floresville FFA. Seventh place went to Cook Anderson from Midlothian FFA. Eighth place went to Kylan Fulton from New Home FFA. Ninth place went to Isabel Perkins from Frost FFA. And 10th place went to Jared Reed from Idalou FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 here in the third class of crosses, class 91 overall. Again, that's the third out of 4 classes in the Division 1 crosses. Now shifting our final class in the lightweight or the first division. Again, there's class number 92. There's 33 head. Weight range in this class is 250 to 253 as well. Your Texas bred winner from class 91 crossbreds goes to Harold White from Hutchinson County 4-H. Harold's Barrow, bred by Walzer Farms and Hot Rod Genetics. So congratulations to Rod and Weldon. Saw Weldon running around here yesterday or day before. So congratulations to Walzer Farms and Hot Rod Genetics from Canadian, Texas, and Harold White for exhibiting from Hutchinson County, the CTBR champion in class 91 crosses. Shifting in the back, class 92, our final class of the first division. But again, we'll judge 8 classes then. And then we'll do the class Division 1 champion and Division 2 champion at the end of our day today.
Get this class finished, Brandon. We're halfway done for this breed.
Yes, we are. Still waiting on that air conditioner.
Yeah, it's on the way. I heard they're calling in the AC guys.
I've been thinking about it snowing though, and kind of looking outside and see a few snowflakes. It's cooling me off just mentally.
Yeah, I seen some flakes, but I think they were ash.
Yep, from a barbecue probably on the midway.
Maybe by that good barbecue we had, there was some ashes left from.
It was a pretty good lunch.
It
again.
was
Yep.
good.
I know they've got at least 11 kept back that are back at the scales weighing. Obviously, crossbred division, so we don't classify. Earlier we talked about them going to classifying, but they don't go through classifying. They go to the validation. They've got to make sure the validation tag checks up. Then they got to make sure they weigh within 10 pounds of their turn-in weight, higher or lower. Then they get up in this pen. So there's 11 right now back there pinned, and they have already cleared the ring. So we're getting ready to drive our
Yeah,
try
they're
to find
just
our top 10.
yeah, they're just getting, I think, the final ones weighed.
I know we got at least 12 kept back that we're going to redrive. Find us a top 10 here in our fourth class of crosses. That's class 92 overall. Top 5 go to the sale.
Looks like he's got 8 out. Has not penned one back yet, but he's got the top 8 out, 9 now coming. So they're talking about things of how they want to kind of set their pattern in this class. They're letting another one out, so they just want to, I guess, get a good feel here for what they've penned and how they all compare before. They did get one in. That one slipped past me.
One pin. I think he snuck past us because I'm thinking maybe they hadn't pinned anything yet. So making every effort you can. That's what that would be.
Oh,
right
so
there.
this one really has not been pinned yet.
Yeah, I don't-
I gotcha.
So they're
He's got
redriving them all.
everything out,
They've got them
doesn't he?
all out. They haven't put anything back yet, and
Up, they got one now.
there's two. Yeah, and again, you get to these classes where they're 50 to 53, and you just never know. Luck of the draw, and I did like this pair coming out. I thought there was 2 or 3 that looked pretty nice, but maybe not as deep as we had. But first class was very, very deep, and
Oh,
then second class
absolutely.
was good too. So.
Like they've pinned a third one too coming in. One, two, fourth one as well.
Seemed to be the class of opportunity. Everyone's taking their opportunity and running with it, and Doug's having to be traffic cop out there. He's
You know, once you get them all out there, it's kind of hard to sometimes analyze them when they're all together like that.
got 4 pinned back right now. Again, top 5 sell in this class.
Like they've placed now their 5th one, and it looks like they're fixing to start placing from 6th on through 10th now. So probably in this class they didn't see as much depth in their eyes, and so that's kind of why we're seeing the top 5. I think why they're going to go ahead and place 6th on. They see some really good pieces out here. See some good pieces. They're just maybe not that complete package all the way through like some of the classes we've seen before.
7th in the pin, looking for an 8th, it looks like.
And you know, it's like you talked, when you got all 4 classes the same exact weights, you can come up with classes. If you draw the right class, you can be middle of the road and maybe end up being at the top.
There we've got our top 10 now in class 92, and we'll rework this top 6 again and then get us a class winner. Again, 5th and 6th, another critical spot there for that sail hole also. Again, redrive this top 6.
Yeah, so they didn't place that 6th place after all. They were going to.
I think they went in and pinned one.
Yeah.
One more on you. Yeah.
Be sure to have your purple show card with you as you leave the black gate.
Redriving the top 6. Got them down there. Got 6 going back in. So now we've got our top 5 sail hole getters here in class 92 crosses. There's 5th. Imagine he's going to 4th and 3rd, and he'll hand off those top 2 buttons to Doug to place 1st and 2nd. First 2 they put back. A young lady with a solid black hog in the white shirt. And the young lady with the half-belted bear out here in green asparagus-looking shirt.
Asparagus, huh? So you like
I don't
asparagus?
know. I don't know. Dark green out there.
You like that vegetable?
Yeah, not really. Grilled, wrapped in bacon with lots of butter and seasoning.
Yeah.
If you take the asparagus out, it's even better.
Good thing we had lunch, so I might be groaning already. Or growling.
Here's Doug to get our top two here, and then we'll hand the microphone over to him here in our final class of the lightweight. I think we'll just call it Division 1 because we got 4 divisions, so I don't know if we can say lightweight, medium weight, heavyweight. So we'll just call Division 1 crosses, 4 classes, and again, this is first and second in our final class of Division 1.
Young lady in the white shirt received the first place, and the other one in the green, the asparagus, as Brandon would say, was second.
I'm not going to lie, this class is hard, and it's a challenge because there's places we've got to make drastic changes on both of these bears on the top, all the way through on this particular class, where we want to make them better. We felt like the hog that just had more genuine punch on top, and when you got in behind him was the all-black bear. We do got to fix him underneath. We need to bring his right hock in just a shade. That's the fresher, more youthful bear that's just got more punch and shape on the top side of his body. Now the belted bear does have, a bigger arm. There's no question about that. That bear opens good there. He's got a stout jaw. He just needs to be wider everywhere underneath. When you get in behind that bear, we felt like that bear just needed more in the seat of his pants. Love his proportions, shown impeccably. Just needs more just true meat animal shape and muscle when you get right in behind him for us. The bear that comes out in 3 is the wide belted bear is tall shouldered. He's got a good shape. He's by some margin the staler option in the initial 3 that needs to go better out of his hind leg. The blue bear that comes out next, tall shouldered, good pattern type of show pig. That hog wants to throw his shoulder. He gets too bland in his back. The calico bear that's next is a proportional tall shouldered show pig. He needs more jaw. He needs more feature down low for us within this particular class. The bear that's next just doesn't have enough jaw for us. You see that he's the fragile jawed, frail armed bear that's too closed up front. The young lady that comes out next has got a nice built bear from the side. He's easily the plainest bear when you get on top of him within this particular class. We start working our way down. Hogs that just need to be built better or come with more feature to be more competitive in such a challenging class. My compliments and congratulate those kids, please.
Got your top 10 in play in Class 92. Again, our final class of the first division of crosses. First place went to Landry Ottmers from Fredericksburg FFA. Second place went to Bryn Fort from Burke Burnett FFA. Third place went to Keaton Fawn from Cameron County 4-H. Fourth place went to Tatum Duncan from Friendship FFA. Fifth place went to Cree McCrite from Stanford FFA. Sixth place went to Alyssa Smith from Wink FFA. Seventh place went to Taylor Simpson from Early FFA. Eighth place went to Cecilia Johnson from Bear County 4-H. Ninth place went to Kaysen Holly from Harold FFA. And 10th place went to Kinsler Ramsley from Harold FFA as well. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 92, our fourth class of crosses, in our top 10. Now we move into Division 2. Our first class of Division 2 is Class 93. Got 26 head in this class.
Smallest class of the day, too.
Smallest class of the day. So just got to beat 21 of them to make the sale.
Exactly. The other three classes, though, they average about 35. There we got 33 and 94, 36 and 95, and 35 and 96.
What's our weight break here, Wayne?
This one goes is kind of like our first class, about 3 pounds. So it goes from 54 to 57.
Okay.
Oh, actually 4 pounds. Sorry, you got to count. You got to count the 54s too.
I know they've got at least 12 in the pen, so just like we have in every class, we'll be seeking out a top 10 ribbon getters here that'll go to the backdrop and get their pictures taken, and a top 5 here for sail holds. So that 5th and 6th place is very, very critical. And again, now we've moved into Division II, so at the end of our day, we'll be picking a Division II champion, and this will be the first class that represents that division. Here is number 7 coming out. They still don't have any pin back yet.
Okay, I've got the certified Texas bred winner of our class 92, which was the last class that we had. The winner of the Texas bred in that class was Landry Ottmers from Fredericksburg FFA. Know her very well. Congratulations, Landry. And the breeder of her pig is Lintner Show Pigs out of Comfort. Know them well as well. So congratulations to both Landry and Lintner Show Pigs and Luke and his group. And great class for them. And congratulations again.
They've got 3 pinned back right now here in class 93, our first class of the second division of crosses. Again, we'll go through this division, so 3 more classes after this one, and then we'll pick a Division I champion and reserve champion and a Division II reserve champion and reserve champion as we end our day today.
If you've just joined us, of course, as we've kind of talked, the top 5 barrows make it, but this is really a competitive show here at San Antonio. With that being said, there's only 346 barrows that make the sale. With the amount that showed up in both waves combined, it was almost 2,700 head, and that makes about 12.8% is what that equates to. So, you know, your winnings at chances of winning at Vegas isn't much different, but just a really tough competitive show, and people come here time and time again to try to not only make the sale but get some winnings, because I just enjoy coming out here and making a run at it. And San Antonio just continues to get better and better every year, and wanting to improve and just do a really good job of what they do. At the conclusion of today's show, we'll do the other 8 classes tomorrow, and then after that, we'll name the champion reserve overall crossbred. That champion cross will get $8,000. The recipient of the first scholarship given to the champion crossbred Barrow was back in 2007. That was the first one won by Miles Delm. Know him well, know his family well. Great job and a great bear they had that year, and it brought in a $10,000 scholarship for them. Last year's winner was in 2022 was Grant Lackey. I think that's Jackie and Jason's son. Did a really good job, won that same $10,000 scholarship, and congratulations to them of winning that scholarship last year.
Bring up Miles Delm, I believe, and Facebook's a neat thing to follow along some really kind of interesting stuff. Sometimes it's kind of the root of all evil, but what I gather is Miles is one heck of a football coach, isn't he?
Oh yes, he's really when he got out of college, took right into sports and has really done an outstanding job. He's just so good with the kids, and they really put out some extra effort with how he performs around them and gets the most out of them.
Yeah, Rory and his crew been good at this a long time.
Oh yes, yes. He and I grew up together.
Yeah, he is. I noticed he posting a few grandkids and kind of gearing back up in this pig deal a little harder too. Getting a little,
yeah.
not that he ever slowed down, but kind of amping it up just a little bit. Of course, I think he slowed down a little because he's been raising a few of them show steers.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure Brandon kind of got him twisted a little bit there. To do it.
Always good folks, and like I say, you got that scholarship. Miles used it for a good cause, got himself out of school, and shaping, molding minds in athletics. So
most definitely, no, really, really good deal. Looks like we're bringing them back out for the third time.
They ended up keeping 7, I think, on this top end here that they're going to rework.
Sure did. Yep, they did not place 7th, so they're going to go evaluate all 7 and place them from 7th back up to 1st.
You say you grew up with Rory, or
well,
did y'all
showing
actually
pigs.
Okay.
Yeah, he went to school in New Braunfels, but we kind of showed hogs together. We graduated the same year, and so we were at stock shows at the same time. But we knew we had fun showing pigs, but we knew how to have a good time as well. So we definitely had some great stock show memories during our younger years.
I'll tell you, back when I was young and in college and judging, I wished I'd have paid more attention to who I met and who I hung out with. Obviously, still a big stock show family that I still relate back with in Kansas growing up there. But it is amazing in the stock show industry how many of these people kind of circle about and resurface back in your lives later on in life. And livestock judging teams, coaches, kids that have been involved in programs, places you go work out when you go on judging teams. And so lifelong friends and pretty good folks to be acquainted with, and honestly can kind of help you get things done and accomplished later on in life to have those connections too. I truly believe it's not necessarily what you know, it's who you know and how you can make those relationships work. So.
Oh, and you learn so much from them. I recently had a friend come down from Fredericksburg from Illinois, Jim F., and he came to Fredericksburg and we had dinner together, and he talked about how the judging teams would come to him before the National Barrow Show and how he looked forward to that, and he still looks forward to it today, even though his son is he's still involved, but his son is kind of take the leading role on it. So they, like you said, even Jim, I mean, he enjoys the kids and just enjoys trying to give them some more extra knowledge to maybe help better themselves in livestock and in judging contests.
And I think to a degree, all those people that are invested in the industry and know what it does for kids, see what it does for kids. I mean, we use these livestock projects as an avenue to make our kids better, really. And I think they see that and want to just continue to invest in every generation they can. Good class. We're working these down. I know we've got a couple placed, maybe 7th and 6th. Maybe that's
like for the first time, he's kind of weeding from the bottom up, isn't he? He's none in the pen. So we're down to the top 4, huh?
I think we're down to top 3. I think he just gave a button to this young man.
Oh, gotcha. Got a little short fuzzy tail, doesn't he? Or fluffy. Excuse me, fluffy.
So there's 3. Associate Judge David Korb gives out that 3rd. He's got 1st and 2nd in his hand. Whenever they kind of get it figured out, he's going to give those chips to Doug, and Doug will give out 1st and 2nd.
Looks like Doug wants to see the front end on both of these before he makes his final decision.
Kind of like earlier today, David still got those chips. He isn't real sure Doug's kind of got it straightened out yet, so he's going to keep hold of them until Doug gets it figured out, I guess. But good conversation, good banter goes on between these judges.
Yeah, I've noticed they definitely work together. You don't see any power struggle from one over the other trying to overpower anyone, either one of them. And so that's what makes a two-judge system work well. Here he is.
Good pair of Barrows on the top end of this particular drive. It really came down to muscle when you get on top of them, because both these Barrows are just a little in at their knee or a little caved in up front. The black-headed Barrow just stayed more comfortable. He simply put the more shapely option out of the backside of their shoulder. Barrow that stays more comfortable when you set him in motion. He's just got a higher gear about him when he's asked to get into motion. And I think when you compare them, this Barrow just opens so much bolder, so much better up high. The red belt, and everybody knows I'm fond of red belts, and this Barrow is very highly presented. He just gets tight, and he wears down out here. That Barrow doesn't have as much jaw. That Barrow doesn't open with near as much shape out of the backside of his shoulder as the black-headed Barrow does that wins. Now, from a muscle shape perspective, this black-headed target-butted Barrow does have some intriguing pieces. He ties his neck high into his shoulder. That's a Barrow that has a good set and angle to his front end. That Barrow wants to duck walk a little behind. Just genuinely speaking, he's the narrowest when you crawl in behind him. He wants to get in at his hock. He's flatter there in his upper body cavity when compared to the 2 Barrows ahead of him. The Barrow that's next does have a broadness about him that you admire. That's a big back, wide pinned Barrow. Wants to come in a little too much at his knee, struggles more out of his shoulder doesn't get out and gallop and go maybe as well as these other bears. He's a plainer hipped bear as well, especially in his upper pin set. The bear that's next does have some striking looks about him. When he comes out, you like his head shape, you like his height to shoulder. That's for sure. That view coming right at him, right at me, is a kill shot for this evaluator. He's too closed up in his knee. He's too in at in his chest. He also wants to get more rigid there in his rear pastern. Meat and potatoes type of bear that the young man in the red drives. Proportionate, good in terms of his length of body. That bear kind of deceives you. You'd think he'd be a stout-jawed bear. He needs a little bit more right there in his mouth. That bear is just kind of plain everywhere relative to this particular class. Bear that comes out here looks a lot drier through his center. Good shaped bear. Just needs more heart, more forerib cavity. Bears down the line just need to go better or just have a shot more meat animal shape working up high. Congratulate those kiddos, please, on a job well done.
Placings in Class 93, our first class of Division II. First place went to Hunter Vallis from Montgomery County 4-H. Second went to Brandon Barrow from Abilene Wiley FFA. Third place went to Brogan Stone from Tahoka FFA. Fourth place went to Cooper Davis from Iowa Park FFA. Fifth place went to Kaylee Wilson from Winkler County 4-H. Sixth place went to Grant Schilling from Slayton FFA. Seventh place went to Riley Carroll from Huffman FFA. Eighth place went to Jolie Hodgen from Haskell FFA. Ninth place went to Coben Evans from Winkler County 4-H. And 10th place went to James Colton from Paradise FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 93, our first division, our first class in the second division of crosses. Now sifting in the back, Class 94.
Okay. Okay, we just now completed Class 93. We're going to go, the judges have gone back to the back, and they are sorting Class 94. There are 33 in this class. The weight ranges from 258 to 260, just a three pound weight here. Again, it's 33 head in this class. We're judging Class 94, and the weight range is from 258 to 260. In our last class, the Texas bred class champion for that class, it was Class 93, and our crossbreds was Hunter Vallis from Montgomery County 4-H. His breeder is IDK Genetics out of Amarillo. So congratulations to Hunter Vallis from Montgomery County 4-H, and his breeder, IDK Genetics of Amarillo. Congratulations to you both. As they judge this class, Doug Albright is our lead judge on here. He gets the first evaluation on the Barrow. If he likes it, he will point forward, and then that'll go into the pen. Like now he's pointed to his left. That goes to David Corbin, and he is evaluating him for a second evaluation to determine if they're going to keep him into the big arena or take him to the truck. So if you do get in the big arena, if you haven't watched the show throughout, you have a second opportunity to possibly get pinned and get into that second evaluation. Little tribute about our Barrow show last year to tell you kind of what was at stake last year and what the auction brought. The grand champion last year, Barrow, brought $80,000, and the reserve grand brought $45,000. So, we hope that it'll be at least that again. I know the auction committee has worked really hard to try to put some monies together, not only for those champions and reserves and grand and reserve grands, but also all Barrows that have made this auction. The kids have been able to make the auction. There are 346 that will make the auction this year. That is 12.8% of the amount that actually get in. There were almost 2,700 head between the two waves. So that percentage is a low amount, and that's why this show is so tough. And the depth is so deep as well. As if you've watched it on our webcast, you can see that. And this webcast is brought to us by Taylor Ford. He does a really good job, him and his staff, of putting together some great views and clarity so that you guys can see it like we're seeing it here. And we also have, if you notice across the screen, we have the sponsors. He not only does this, he does all the other species as well. But really, we thank him for putting that together, and also thank these sponsors because they help fund some expense, because it takes a lot to put all of this together, and equipment and help, and to bring this to your home, where you can watch this, even up in your northern states where it's a lot colder there than it is here. We're battling 90-degree weather, and you guys are battling freezing weather. Looks like we've got 8 in the pen. There could be some back in the scale, but that's what I see. We got a 9th one that just showed up, probably some more in the scale. They'll place 10, and then of course 5 will make the sale. Looks like we've got 4 out into the big arena so far. And as I said previously, those in this big ring still have an opportunity to be panned and get reevaluated against the ones that are already panned for the second sort. Looks like they've finished their sort and they're going to the big arena. As I said, there's actually 5 in here now. In this class, we have 33 head, and the weight ranges from 258 to 260. So they're going in and seeing if they want to put some more in there. I'm trying to see. Looks like I see 12 in the pen so far, but I can't see behind me to where they weigh. It's directly underneath me in the grandstand, but could be that there's some more. But he did pick the young man in the kind of greenish blue turquoise type shirt there, so congratulations to him to have another opportunity to show. They've went ahead and excused the other 3, and they've worked hard as well. They are getting congratulations from the people out in the stands, and well deserving, because again, another good class of crossbred pigs. Brandon tells me we got 14 head pinned back, and we got the first 2 coming back out.
That one didn't make a Berkshire.
It's kind of printed like a spot, almost, isn't it?
He got a big old back in him.
Oh, he does. He's loaded. Loaded with muscle. Kind of cool.
Big blade, big chest, big back.
Look, they put him back, so they like him. He does have some coolness to him. Really level rumped as well. Got the belted hog back in the pen, young man.
Narrow stripe on that boy in the black shirt.
Yes, another nice hog. Oh, kind of quite interesting. They're seeing some completeness here because they hadn't even got very many out here, and they already got 2 back in the pen.
Four rolled back in at this time. Still got 4 back. Yep. David peeked over there, and I thought this young lady's holding this white shirt with the pink scarf. That's kind of my speed. I like that pig.
Oh yeah, really a good little balanced Barrow there. Big old hip in him.
I think they're all out there now. He's got 10 out in the ring, got 5 pinned back. Placing 5 here in this crossbred class. 10 ribbon getters, though, so we'll need a top 10. Top 5, though, go to the sale. Again, we're in the second class of the second division. Upon completion of this class, we've got 2 more classes today, and then we'll go into that Division 1 drive and then do the Division 2 drive as well before our evening's over here. Stay tuned. We haven't plugged it much, but if you haven't figured out how to get on, obviously most of you have, or you wouldn't be on here watching. But if you know somebody, there's 3 different options kind of. Go to Facebook, go to Taylor Fort's Facebook page, and you can pull up that live stream there. You can go to taylorfort.com, his website, and go to, once you enter in, go to the top and go to the live tab. And we should be one of the top live streams up there that's being live today. Again, we're Wave 2, Day 1 on the live stream. Another option is you could go to YouTube on your smart TV. Someone smarter than I am told me that you can go to your smart TV and go to YouTube channel and type in San Antonio Junior Livestock Show, and it'll pull you up those options and have the live feed there as well. So really want as much as you can to tune in. I've said it many times throughout the webcasts that I've done over the last 2 years. This is the only good thing that's came from COVID, is our ability to better webcast and better show you folks at home what we actually do at these stock shows. And so we hope you're enjoying the streams and the live view that you get. Taylor Ford and his stream team do an excellent job, I think, whether it's being the hog show or whatever ring they're in, bringing you some really good live, up-close, great views for your webcast vision. Okay, we've got 5 held back, and I know he's giving a button to number 6 right there, so we'll do 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Roll back in here and work these top 5.
Looks like they've got them placed from 6 down to 10, so they're ready to, they're letting the ones out that didn't make the top 10, and they've done an outstanding job as well, and the people in the stands gave them a great round of applause, which they were well deserving. So here comes out the first one, so they start the evaluation of our top 5 barrows.
So those 5 have already made the sale for Friday. Congratulations to those kids.
Absolutely, no pressure. Just get out there and show now.
What's our weight range in this class?
There were 33 head in here, and the weight was from 258 to 260. So about 3 pounds here. There's that colorful Barrow. He does get out there. He's got a lot to him, doesn't he?
You know, and first blush, you think, man, that thing may not pedal well enough. But, you know, much as he's trucking around the ring, he does a pretty good job of handling it.
Not bad at all.
See how long he stays good.
See how long they're going to keep him out there.
Yeah, I'd rest him right now.
Put him back in the pen.
If I was coaching my kid, I'd go back there behind those 2 and kind of hide out.
Put him in the corner.
Nice complete bear that young lady brings out.
Oh yeah, that's that Hampshire-looking one that you liked a while ago, and I think he's.
I like this other one too. That this last girl came out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the one in the white.
Yes, sir.
Yep. No, I like that Barrow too.
Wants to duck his rump just a touch, but I think that helps him kind of use and reach his hind leg and utilize his hind leg.
Get that up. You notice how he got that head up high, and she got him there a little bit, maybe a little more arched in the top, drooping that rump.
Gets a little tight spine, rolls his
Yeah.
hip just a touch. Look from the side. Nice pig though. I'd take
Absolutely.
that kind every day.
Oh, sure. It's hard to get them that way and hard to breed them that way at times.
Everything's got to go right for these things. I mean, you know, temperature fluctuations that we've got. A lot of these people will come down now, do a layover a couple of days before, and kind of get hogs acclimated to the extra humidity that they deal with down here closer to the hill country and San Antonio and
Yeah, what some of our audience might or might not know, a lot of these people that travel long distances, they'll get within an hour, hour and a half radius of San Antonio, and they house them for a whole week, some of them, so that they don't have to travel so far back to the wave. So you're right. I mean, these pigs have to go through a lot because of moving to different locations, so they get moved twice. And so you're exactly right.
it'll be interesting to see how they line this 4 up. That girl's the belted one, traditional belted one's kind of built for speed and can go and flex, but maybe not as amped up and powerful as the other trio.
Yeah, exactly. Not quite as pulled apart up front.
And then if you want one that's amped up, you got old speckles and spots and wannabe spot Burke kind of deal out there. And
that's kind of the tank one out there, isn't he?
yes, sir. So that's what it's down to, and Corb's like, I'm gonna get out of the way. I'm gonna let you handle this pair. And but I think it's a great pair. I think they're both very quality hogs. I mean, where they excel, they really excel. And we like
the spotted
spots.
one is so level hip. Looks like he uses them too.
Yes, sir. Yep. That thing stayed durable. Stayed the whole class. So
Yeah. No,
Doug.
he's a tank.
Here's Doug with his comments.
I wonder at times how you Texans do it, go from stock show to stock show to stock show. I've been in bed at 9:30 every night, no kids waking me up. I'm like getting as much rest, and I'm still, the crud is setting into my voice and my throat, and so I'm just sucking down these lozenges as best I can. And it allows me to think about things like that when you have one that wins classes as handily as this calico cheetah mark thing that comes in. Corb goes, "You think this is Berkshire gone wrong?" And I said, "Well, heck, if he's Berkshire gone wrong, I want to know where the pieces and parts made that thing go wrong." But that's a good show pick, guys. I mean, he's maybe just a little more mature about his neck and his head than maybe ideal, but he's so much bolder. He's so much stouter. He still maintains comfort. He's tall-shouldered. He's just considerably better coming at you, and he's much more boulder-bladed and boulder-hearted than the bear that's going to be in second. This bear in second, he just outbuilds and outlasts some of these others. That is a very good pig when you ride and look at him from the side. He's good in terms of his angles. Everything fits together. That view coming at you, for me, he becomes too flat about his blade and too narrow underneath. You change that about him, his extra athleticism, height of shoulder, and youthful look up front can make an argument in this particular pair, but that flat blade and narrow chest keeps him second. The narrow belted Barrow was a discussion point for David and I as well, and I'm not going to say this out loud, but David might have been right when we discussed this hog just a little bit, but we don't need to give him too much credit, but that hog just needs to have more belly, more just body shape and flank. I love the top side of this bear's skeleton. The way his neck ties into his shoulder, that's a broad-backed bear that's got a lot of shape. He's wide-pinned. He's good going away. He just needs more tummy. He needs more belly. Just need to open him up in the lower 1/3 of his body cavity, and then we can really talk about that thing higher in this particular class. The white-belted bear that comes out next, so functional in his build, good in terms of his angles. but in the same breath, he's the plainest bear amongst within this particular class, up front and in terms of shape. But his comfort level and functionality is so hard to deny in this particular drive. He needs to stay inside the top 4. This bear that's next, ultra cool from the side, driven very, very well. Unfortunately, that view coming at you, that bear is too fragile arm, too in at his knee for me to get any higher within this particular class. The bear that's next, certainly one that you have to admire relative to his feature and his bone. It's a little short stepping behind, flatter in his arm, frailer there in his front knee and ankle. We work our way down into some bears that just need to pack more punch at the San Antonio Stock Show to get up higher for these two evaluators, and or just be a little bit better built in terms of their skeleton. Fun class to talk and work through. My compliments to those exhibitors.
Okay, we got placings in class 94, crossbreds. First place, again, this is the second class of the Division 2. First place went to Kate Crownover from Wilbarger County 4-H. Second place went to Keenan Mingus from Yo FFA. Third place went to Derek Petty from Granbury FFA. Fourth place went to Joe Wayne Scruggs from Carson County 4-H. Fifth place went to Logan Lang from Winkler County 4-H. Sixth place went to Cutter Cadell from Stanford FFA. Seventh place went to Kaylin Pugh from Grady FFA. Eighth place went to Heston Hall from Wilbarger County 4-H. Ninth place went to Zachary Mueller from Splendora FFA. And 10th place went to Ryder Rodriguez from Vernon FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in class 94. Again, our second class of the second division. Now shifting to the back, class 95 crosses. Class 95 has 36 head in it. Weight range from 261 to 265. Certified Texas spread winner in class 94 crossbreds. First place in that class was exhibited by Kate Crownover from Wilbarger County 4-H. Also happened to be your CTBR champion. Barrow raised by Brockman Farms, Montgomery, Texas. Congratulations to Kate Crownover and Brockman Farms for their CTBR champion in class 94 crosses.
Okay, the judges are sorting class 95. We just have this class and one other class, and we are done for today. And we'll, after we finish class 96, which is the class after this one, then we'll go in and get the first and second place out of all 8 classes and do your Division 1 in your, which is the first 4 classes, and then the 5th through 8th class will be the Division 2 of that, and pick the Division 2 champion in reserve as well. And then they'll hold over till tomorrow, and we'll do the rest of the crosses tomorrow, which will be 8 more classes. We'll have 2 more divisions. We'll name those Division 3 and 4, and then those 4 will come out to be named the Champion Cross and the Reserve Champion Cross tomorrow. In this class, we have 36 head in this class. The weight ranges from 261 to 265. This is San Antonio's 74th show that they have had here in San Antonio. They have given over, since it started, $243 million worth of premiums or monies since the inception. The funds have been awarded through scholarships, grants, endowments, auction, calf scramble programs, and show premiums. It started back in 1984 where the first scholarships were awarded. There were 15 of them at that particular time, and there were a mere 90,000. So what a wonderful job. They've gone from 90,000 to 240 million to date. They give out about 550 new scholarships that are added each year to this program. And in any given year, they will have about 15 that are activated for students that are entering to further their education. So they put out money for about 1,500 scholars a year. So that's a lot of kids that are getting benefits to help them further their education. Because, you know, these days it is expensive to get these kids through college. I think it's probably running around, I'm not sure, I haven't run the numbers. Back when Landon was in school, it was probably 8,000 a semester. I would say it's probably hitting close to 14, 15 these days per semester. And so it adds up in a hurry, so every bit helps to help them further their education. Looks like we've got 13 so far in the pen, so it must be a really deep class. We got 4 in the main arena, so that's 17 out of a class that had around 30. Let's see how many were in that class. About 36 in that class. So they've finished, and now they're in the big arena. So now they're going to evaluate these 4 that are out here. They've got 15 in the pen so far, so it'd be interesting. They're still looking at these 4. They're looking at the base width of this black hog the young lady has. So looks like they've said they've got enough in the pen. They're telling each of them what they would change about them, and I appreciate them doing that. And the audience out here in the stands are clapping and telling them good job, well done, and they did. So they did an outstanding job. Now we're going to releasing the first Barrow out to evaluate our second sort, which historically they have kept anywhere from 5 to 7 to reevaluate for the third evaluation. So we'll see. Last class, I think they did 5, and so all 5 do make the sale. They do place 10 of them. 10 of them get a nice rosette, but only 5 of them make the sale. So we'll see what they do as far as how many before they start issuing placing buttons.
That's 17 in this class.
17 is what they ended up with?
Yep.
Wow.
Found
That's
a set they like.
outstanding. As I was telling our viewers, there were 36 in the class. That's almost 50%. And I know you do as well appreciate that they take that extra time to sort, them that deep down to make sure they get the top to the end, because like we discussed, at 12.8% of making the sale, you've got to, if you do that thorough evaluation, then at least you know that when you go to bed at night as a judge, you've done everything to give every kid a fair opportunity.
One stuff back right now. Two now. Again, just like every class, we'll do a top 10. We'll do the top 5 will be making the sale, and the 346 that go to the sale on Friday. Our third class of crossbreds in Division 2. One more class today, and then we'll go into our division drives for the evening and be done for the day.
Hey, I like being finished a little early. That's great. Like you, Brandon, you might get to bed at a decent hour tonight.
I believe I'm actually going to get to go eat a decent supper.
Oh, where are we going?
I don't know yet. My college roommate lives at Bernie, and so that's what kind of makes it affordable for me to come down here and stay like I am. But him and his daughter are here, and they're riding back with me to Bernie. So hope it's more than McDonald's. I told them I needed to stay for. I needed to pay for room and board tonight, so I would take them out to supper. So
I'm going to tell you that driving that road from Fredericksburg to San Antonio all the time. Of course, they've got a good Papados on there on the way back through. They're right by almost 1604, but
brand
they need
new one, yeah, that brand new Papados.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I was kind of thinking.
Yeah, and then I didn't know if you noticed they've got a Texas Roadhouse there that's brand new. That's a little further toward Bernie. On 10.
My only scary thought was when I asked her a little bit ago where we were going, she said Ruth's Chris.
Ooh,
so
I mean, it's excellent.
Yeah, I know it's excellent, but
look at all that savings you've saved in room and board.
I need to figure out how many nights I've stayed there and see if it's. I may just be able. Right now, I think I'd just probably be able to pay for 1.5 of us. But.
Well, just say we can only order one side, guys.
Yeah. There's lots of good food down here in San Antonio.
Oh, absolutely.
Got 5 back right now. Had him got them all out. He's got 6 back now. I think this may be his last one out.
Oh, he's got 6 pin back now, or fixing to be, or
Yeah,
Yep,
here comes
looks
6
like
right
it.
here.
Oh, definitely they're going to bring back 6 back out. It's just a matter if they're going to keep one more out. Nope, I think they're going to start placing 7th, huh?
Nope, got
Oh,
another one.
there you go.
7th back. They're at 8, so they're going to start. Here's the chips now, so they'll start placing 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then redrive 7th. So getting awful close to getting us a top 10 here in class 95. Again, our 3rd class of Division 2.
We have 36 in this class, so all of these, it's quite an accomplishment. They're going to release quite a few here. I think you told me 17 is what we ended up with, and we got 7 that's not going to make it, and that just shows you the depth that we have in this class. And these kids really have done an outstanding job, and they should lift their head high because they've worked hard, and they've just released them. So. People in the audience have given them a round of applause, which is well deserving of the hard work that each and every one of these have put forth with their projects. So we ended up with 7. They're fixing to let out the first one.
Been driving 7 to get 5 cell holes in class 95. What did you say the weight was again in this particular drive?
This one is this
61 to 65.
yeah,
right?
61 to 65,
261 to 265.
and 36 started this class. Amazing how these weights have shifted, and think back when 270 was the top of the class, and now, now this is in the bottom part now.
Yeah, the bottom of the 2nd division. So
Yes.
that's always a good sign. The old young lady in the black, they've decided they like that one. Go put that one up. We'll put a look at him in a little while.
That's good.
Same way with this other young lady. They've got 2 they stash back. So get to these heater classes where they want to study just a little more and get it right. No need in kind of wearing out your top end if you don't have to. So
Yeah, because they're going to have to go on, and if they end up being in the top 2, then they've got to go on and drive some more. So
pin 3 back here again already. So, yeah.
So it looks
3 back.
So it looks like they're going to do another sort then.
Lots of work going on here. We got 3 back in the pins right now. We got 7 out total, and we're placing 5 for the sales. So like you said, a few of these people have been down here at layover for a little while, and why not take just a little more time, make sure we get them right and get them lined up. I don't have to go eat tonight.
Oh, I bet you will, though.
Probably do me to miss a couple of meals.
I know I will, too, but, I could miss them, too. But, you only live once, so by God, you got to enjoy.
Yep.
Got to treat yourself once in a while.
Yeah, for sure. So I believe we've got 7, 6, and 5 going back in the pen. 4 stays out there. I'm sorry. Yeah, 4 stays out there, and then we're going to let these other 3 back out. Always a challenge when you're watching these kiddos in this class. Very, very competitive. One of the seniors from Haskell, Shaylee Dunham, went out, didn't make the top 10. And then I've got a young man here I'm familiar with, just living at Graham. This Creed Jordan just ends up in the crying hole today.
Oh,
in this class
man.
of 6. So both those kiddos seniors had great show careers.
First call, 96, cross-bred Barrows. You can bring your Barrows to the holding pen at this time. Be sure to have your purple show card with you.
Had a couple of those yesterday that got cell holes and was able to, or not yesterday, the first part of the first wave anyway, got to talk about. So.
Like we've got 3 really nice Barrows out there. Very, very uniform between those 3 in type. Got a good look from the side and got some good chest to them and good structure. It's just going to depend on, what their likes are there. Hey, the little girl in the black, she's really working that hog. She's really making that thing prance all the way around. You want to watch some good showmanship, and when we talked about it, how many, it's just not like you go out there as a rookie. You go out there and you get a lot of work in going to shows, but she's, as young as she is, she's working that hog, and that hog's working with her. That's a really good showman there as well. Bowman wins the class. Nice set, though, all the way through. All 3 of them super good.
This is not to take anything away from previous classes, but this is what I dreamt that I would see when I came to the San Antonio Stock Show, just from a quality of depth. I mean, we're talking very good show pigs, 6, 7 deep. They came to the stock show thinking they could win classes and be competitive and do well. And so I'm not one that likes to get on the mic and say it's one man's opinion and all those different things. It is. We're just breaking them down for you. And if this one pig out here was better in a spot in terms of maybe just, darkness to his color, it's not close. Because he's simply the best pig out here. Folks, when you break him down from a proportions, bulk, squareness, comfort level, that is a tall-shouldered, big-backed, big-bodied Barrow that can go off both ends of his body. He's good in terms of chest width and spread. That's just a good show pig to win that particular class. I felt like the Barrow that's in second was the most like him from a proportions perspective. He's the better chested option of the remaining 2. But he's the Barrow that becomes bigger in his crest. He's a Barrow that doesn't blend and smooth up from the side as well as that class winner does. But he is a big-backed, square-ended Barrow that's comfortable. If I could raise his front foot just a little bit, clean up the crest of his neck just to shade, he can go ahead and win. But I think a very, very good pair of Barrows that are very similar. If I didn't have to see that view of this show pig, we're still talking about him winning, because everything else on that Barrow is flat awesome. Skin, hair, presentation. This is what I preach to my families at home, how they need to be presented and how they need to be brought to the pig show. Love that about him. That's a fresh back. That's a big hind leg. For me, he comes at us too concave in his chest, too narrow at his knee. If he's not that, we're talking him for days. The bear that comes out next, just a very good meat and potatoes type of show pig. He's just too bland when you get on the top side of his body comparatively. He wins other classes, and we can certainly commend him for that. That bear is just not as bold and as fresh up high. Bear gets a little wide walking when you crawl in behind him as well. The bear that comes next, my goodness, my compliments to how they got him ready. That is a very big, very fresh back, very big caboose. But he's just a little too wide walking. He wants to cave and funnel to his foot up front. The bear that's next is one that you really admire from the side in terms of just a practical look. Maybe just a little too plain about his jaw, heavy about his cheek. That bear gets a little washed out right there in his hip-loin junction. But at the same time, that's a flexible, good, broad show pig in his own right. We start working our way down into bears that just need to have more punch down low in terms of feature or muscularity up high. Good pig here needs to be fresher backed. Another big-legged show pig just needs to be fresher as well. My compliments on a great class. Please put your hands together for those kiddos as they head back to their pens.
Okay, we got placings top 10 in Class 95. Again, this is our third class of 4 in Division 2. First place went to Kyle Bremer from Atascosa County 4-H. Second place went to Brighton Reese from Lockney FFA. Third place went to Carly Willenborg from Bosqueville FFA. Fourth place went to Hadley Rodriguez from Kroll FFA. Fifth place went to Faith Mitchell, Goose Creek Memorial FFA. Sixth place went to Creed Jordan from Graham FFA. Seventh place went to Brock Bashir from Lubbock County 4-H. Eighth place went to Brandon Perkins from Frost FFA. Ninth place went to Kenzie Dobbs from Wellburger County 4-H. And 10th place went to Rhett Strachner from Smyre FFA. Your CTBR champion in that class was fourth place, exhibited by Hadley Rodriguez from Kroll FFA, breeder of that Barrow Craighead Show Pigs from Vernon, Texas. Congratulations to Hadley Rodriguez from Kroll FFA and Craighead Show Pigs, Vernon, Texas. Bring back some memories. I was just telling the announcer here, my very first show pig that I bought for any kid in Texas, I bought for Mr. Craighead back in the day. He won the Wellburger County Livestock Show. So congratulations to Chase and the family for raising Show Pig and Hadley Rodriguez for exhibiting.
Well, we're at our last class for today. To finish up today, when we get finished with class 96, we will have done 8 of the cross classes, which is one half of the classes that are here in San Antonio. We have 16 total classes. Those are divided into two divisions, and as soon as we complete class 96, then we will go in and pick Division 1 and Division 2 champion and reserves. This class has 35 in it, and it ranges from 266 to 268. So pretty much through this whole breaking of these crosses, these first 8 classes, they've ranged either 3 or 4 pounds apart. So that is pretty cool that they were able, and they really got them all really evenly through it. There was only one class that was less than 30. It was one class of 26. Otherwise, they all had anywhere from 33 to 36. So very evenly distributed between, and having some fair classes as far as evening them out. You know, in the Berks, it kind of got tougher on the first wave on the Berks, the first lightweight class. There were so many 250s that they ended up having to do 76 in that class. So, you know, to break it down into this, because that breed's not as big, the Berkshire, so they only have 3 classes of those. So that's kind of what happened there. But anyway, really a nice, evenly distributed set of crosses. In this last class for today, we have got 12 in the pen so far, but what's interesting is we have 12 in the pen, but none in the big arena yet. So that's quite interesting. Looks like they're looking at another one there that looks like they're pretty close. The pens look kind of empty when you look on the screen. So there's not but maybe 2 more to go after the one coming out, the way it looks. And so this is real interesting. That I would tell you, it's probably the first time I've seen where we don't have one out in the big arena since I've been working it. Like we've got 14 in the pen so far, and still 0 in the big arena. Got 15 in the pen and 0 in the arena. So they have definitely made history here so far of not having even one in the big arena. Oh, I stand corrected. They did put one out here. So that is still a record, just one out here. But he's got 15 in the pen, and unfortunately only 10 of them get rosettes, and 5 only make the sale. So anyway, it's going to be interesting what they do here. Are they going to pan him, or no, they're not going to pan him. So darn, but she has bragging rights. She was the only one that was put in the big arena, and they're definitely giving her some applause, which she's well deserving of it. So they've let out the first one there. They're letting out the second one now. We got 2 belted hogs that are out in our big arena.
All the volunteers in the back were extremely happy.
I bet they were. They know it's time to prop their feet up and
You don't really see
turn
the
on the air
views.
conditioning.
You don't really see the views of all the volunteers that we go on, but these crews do a great job. Obviously, we've got some interns, but then a bunch of these volunteers have been here, done that, been here every year helping out, and there was a bunch of them excited. They know they're going to get to at least take a break and sit down and get their feet kicked up, but they have worked very, very hard through this show to make it run smooth like it does, and it runs smooth like it does because of those volunteers. So.
Absolutely, they give up their time. A lot of these have full-time jobs, and they give up their vacation time just to come help out, help the show out, and help these kids out.
Yeah, we recognized a few up here in the main ring. Obviously, they've been doing a long time, but there's a lot of them everywhere that do a great job.
Oh yeah,
pull this San
especially the
Antonio
ones.
Livestock show off.
Absolutely, especially those out in the back in the trenches.
Got 3 pin back they like.
So we've got 3 pinned, and we got 8 out in the big arena at this point, and they're both David and Doug are kind of discussing kind of what they have. They just pinned one back now.
Yeah, I think they kept about 14 or 15 for sure. Grabbed another one. They got 5 back now. I'd say this is going to be one of them deep classes. They'll probably rework this top end pretty hard again.
Oh, absolutely. Definitely, like you say, go 6, maybe 7.
Already got 6 with that young lady coming in. So.
Oh, wow. They didn't even let them all out yet, have they?
Nope. Seven pin back now. I think maybe 8 pin back now.
Oh, wow. We're going to make a record here.
Nine back. I'd just pin one more and rework the top 10 is what I'd do. Tough class. Very, very tough class.
Oh, it is. Very deep.
There's 10th. 10th button and the rest of them go. A very, very good class. Lots of quality in this drive.
Absolutely. There's still a lot of quality out here.
So we'll rework our top 9. Again, this is our final class of today. We'll be going right into Division I champion drive and then do Division II champion drive. That'll conclude our day today. So we'll go to the lightweight division, or the lightest weight division, Division I, then go to Division II, 4 classes in each of those, and that'll complete our day. And here in this class, kind of different than they've done all day. They kept 9 back, placed 10th, so they're redriving this top 9. Yeah, maybe similar to what they've done in some of these other classes where they kept a bigger chunk, maybe roll a few back. I don't know. We'll just have to see. But there is 9 that are redriving. Again, our top 5 make the sale. And one last plug, if you have enjoyed the webcast, and if you know any of the sponsors that are coming across to down around the right-hand bottom or the left-hand bottom of your screen, tell them thanks. We appreciate them, their sponsorship. If it weren't for their sponsorship, we would not have been able to make all of the junior shows, and obviously lots of different sponsors for different rings, but these sponsors have helped us be able to broadcast every junior livestock show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show this year. And hopefully you've enjoyed the webcast here with Taylor Fort and his stream team. The views that they get are incredible, in my opinion, for what we'd like to see in show barrow shows. You probably get tired of hearing me if you've watched the entire webcast, but the only thing that good out of COVID, I think, came our ability to better webcast livestock shows. So, and his crew does a great job of it. Here's a button goes out. I think that's 9th that goes back in. Okay, here is our 5 sail bearers now here in class 96 crosses. Fifth and fourth been placed. There goes third. Now top 2 are in Doug's hands to be first and second here in our final class of today's crossbred show, Division 2, class 96, 35 head in the class. We'll roll right into that Division 1 crossbred drive on the completion of this class.
A lot of depth here in this class, and the bear that just stays the most comfortable but still is one of the bolder ones is the red belt that comes out. You fix him in a spot, and I think you have a very, very good beast. Outside of that, he's still the most comfortable. He's still bold. He's still big backed. He's still square pinned. He's just the sounder option that still packs enough punch within this particular class. The belted bear that comes next is one that grabs you just from a basic build perspective when he comes out the gate. Big bladed, big back, square pinned. He gets more rigid and it gets tighter as the drive wears on behind, and that's where he gets beat in this scenario because he's got a big rear paw, he's got a big stout front arm, he's got a very good center body and rib cage in him. Maybe not as elite in his look, but he does have some more feature and jaw than the bear that wins. So it gets close there. We went with a sounder, more functional option as the drive wore on. The young lady comes out with one that has class-leading advantages from his hip forward. Love his head shape, love his blade shape, love his body shape. That's a proportionate show bear in terms of his length, height to length ratio. He gets too short in his upper hip, but he still stays more comfortable than the blue bear that comes next. This blue bear, big and broad and stout, has got a neat look up front. When he sticks his rooter through the gate, you're like, man, I got a baller here. But for me, when you set this guy in motion, he's too short in his hip to get any higher within this particular class. But at the same time, he brings more elite pieces to the table in this particular drive than the bear that comes next. He's better headed and bolder. This bear here is just plainer from his shoulder forward. He's plainer in his back. He's just flatter and plainer in his upper pin set. This bear that comes out next is wild marked and huge backed. He's got a big, wide pin set in him. He became more rigid. And I guess the bigger concern is his head throws him off. He's got more crest. He's got more cheek. Just doesn't come with the elite presence that the others do. And this bear here does have a shot more presence when you study him from the side. He's the plainest option within the top end of this particular class. Same goes for this bear. Love his build from the side. He's simply too narrow underneath to be any higher in this particular class. This bear's got a really neat look, too dry and hard-bodied. Bear that comes next, too flat in his feet. Fix his gland there. Nice class. Congratulate those exhibitors, please.
Okay, we're getting ready to do that Division 1 drive, but I'll go ahead and do the top 10 in Class 96, our final class of Division 2. First place went to Braden Underwood from Idalou FFA. Second place went to Landry Cozart from Klondike FFA. Third place went to Ashlyn Pugh from Grady FFA. Fourth place went to Carson Clift from Randall County 4-H. Fifth place went to Ryan Brimer from Atascosa County 4-H. Sixth place went to Thompson from Knox County 4-H. Seventh place went to Parker Wallace from Monterey FFA. 8th place went to Taylor Golke from Crawford FFA. 9th place went to Kevin Clift from Randall County 4-H. And 10th place went to Elizabeth Babb from Snyder FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 96. Again, our final class of Division 2. Now we'll get them loaded up and get ready to show for Division 1 champion.
Okay, for this last class, the Texas bred class champion in Class 96 was exhibited by Van Underwood, and the breeder of this Barrow was Brockman Farms out of Montgomery. Again, it's Van Underwood. Congratulations to him and Brockman Farms as being the breeder in Montgomery County. Good job, guys. Thanks. As the judges await, they're lining up these barrows of the 8 classes that we had in our cross drive today. Will there be the first and second places out of each class? They will go ahead and let all the first place out of the top 4 classes out. And then whoever they use for champion, the second place in that class will come out and they'll evaluate for the reserve of the lightweight division. And then they'll do the same for the 5th through 8th classes of the crossbreds as well and do the same thing. And then that will complete today. It's been an enjoyable day. Enjoyed having working with Brandon today, and it's been fun. And I think we've had a nice set of hogs out here and a lot of good stiff competition.
Okay, we're ready to drive for that.
Here we go, and you go ahead and announce them, Brandon.
Out of Class 1, your class winner, Blake Pellerin from Smithson Valley FFA. Second in Class 89 was Kinley Cox from Haskell FFA. Out of Class 90, our second class in the Division 1. First place went to Katie Willenborg from Bosqueville FFA. Second place went to Cotton West from Sinton FFA. Out of the third class in Division 1, or Class 91, class winner Harold White from Hutchinson County 4-H. Second in that class, Lexi Halsell from Ford County 4-H. And our fourth class in Division 1, Class 92 crosses. First place exhibited by Landry Ottmers from Fredericksburg FFA. Here comes Landry now. And second in that class, Bryn Fort from Burke Burnett FFA. Again, Division 1 crosses. Represented it out here, and they're all in the same weight bracket, 250 to 253. Here is our judge with his decision for Division 1 champion.
Very good lightweight division, and we bring these class winners out here, and there's certainly some differences in feature and bone and just maturity. But David and I are in complete agreement. The smooth built, good one in terms of skeleton, but still packs the punch and the power it takes to win big pig shows and be ready and stout. Just does it so flawlessly from a skeletal perspective. Young ladies, Barrow right here will be your champion.
Division 1 champ comes out of Class 90, exhibited by Katie Willenborg from Bosqueville FFA. Brings in second from that class, exhibited by Cotton West from Sinton FFA. Now showing for reserve Division 1.
We dropped that second out, and he's certainly in contention, just simply due to the fact that from a balance and build perspective, he's very, very good. When you draw lines in the sand in terms of muscularity, that's where you have to toe the line there in terms of where he is up high. And I still think he's pushing that level of acceptability. I think there's one that just packs a shot more punch up high for me when we start to break that pair down. The one that just has just a shot more on the top side of his body, young man right here will be reserve.
Reserve comes out of Class 91, our third class in that division, exhibited by Harold White from Hutchinson County 4-H. Okay, we now move on to Division 2. Division 2 consists of Class 93, 94, 95, and 96. Weights in that division went from 254 to 268. So we are in Division 2 crosses. We're getting them lined up. We'll get ready to go for that. This will be our final two decisions of this afternoon. Tune in back tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock for Division 3 and Division 4 crosses. We'll have 4 classes of each of those. So see you then for the webcast, and then also stay tuned, and then we'll be announcing in the morning approximately what time we'll be doing our champion drive. So you'll want to tune back in. I know in the past it's been afternoon, 3 o'clock, something like that. There is a possibility it may be a little earlier than that tomorrow too. So we'll get that word to you as soon as we know. One last plug for our sponsors. Couldn't do it without them. If you know them, thank them. If you've listened throughout the day, you're tired of hearing me say that, but it's important. We appreciate your sponsorship of the Youth of Texas, 4-H and FFA Youth of Texas, San Antonio Livestock Exposition, as well as Taylor Fort and his stream team. Couldn't be here doing this and broadcasting this in the way that we are without them. So please help us thank them and appreciate their efforts. Wayne, we may have got done too early. You may have to go home and do chores.
We'll figure out something. We'll just get a little creative on how we end the rest of the day then.
Yeah, you may have to find something else here to do at the stock show.
Oh,
Yes.
Maybe
Might have to go over to the steer show. One
Let-
of our Fredericksburg people won the Simmentals.
Oh, good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal. I didn't know they'd changed the steer show over. They actually are doing that in 2 waves now.
Yes, much
so
different. And
yesterday
Houston's doing it too.
Yesterday we showed steers all day. Today was move-in day number 2 for the steers, and then they drive back in and show on Thursday and Friday. So when their sale is Saturday morning. So very busy time at the San Antonio Livestock Show, and it'll come to an abrupt halt about Sunday morning. I bet all these volunteers and all the staff here at the San Antonio Stock Show just wonder what's going on. But
think they'll sleep good.
Takes a lot to get these shows pulled off, and we talked about the opportunities for our kids in the state of Texas. Basically, a lot of our county stock shows are in January. Kind of depends on what part of the state you're in. Some of them are different the further south you go. But lots of them are in January, and we go first week in February, typically last couple of days of January, first couple of days of February, usually Fort Worth Falls. Sheep and goats and heifers are earlier, late there in January, and then the steers and the hogs are usually wrapping it up that first week of February. And then we roll right into the gilt shows for San Antonio and San Angelo that get just nearly stacked on top of each other, and Kerrville. Should have thrown that in as a major as well. Texas, Certified Texas Bred, Texas Pork Producers host that Kerrville show same weekend right there after the gilt show at San Antonio. Take one little breath before they load back up and go to San Angelo to the Barrow show, and then they don't even go home. They come straight from San Angelo here to San Antonio. That's why the camps are essential. They have a home base closer to San Antonio. Get in here, move in first wave, and then now we're here showing second wave. So busy, fast and furious couple of weeks and months, 2 months actually for stock shows in Texas. Everybody will go home and take a breath or two for about a week, and then we'll get started right back up for Houston and Austin. Wouldn't know what to do if we weren't busy, right?
No joke. It's a lot of them are just living out of a suitcase. It just seems like every year it seems like it's getting tighter and tighter. But I'm glad they're doing it the way they're doing it as far as the waves and the different, because it's a lot easier on the pigs as well, and a lot less stress even for the kids and the county agents, because when we used to pen them 2 and 3 to a pen, that made it, especially 3 to a pen, that made it tough, and that was stressful trying to get them fed.
Well, we're getting them loaded up.
Yeah, as they're getting loaded up, just if you just tuned in, between the first and second wave, we've had a total of almost 2,700 head. It was 2,688. Our second wave having 917 in it, and they 46 actually go to our sale, which is 12.8%. So the odds is as tough as if we went to Las Vegas, I would think. But the good thing here is it's just like one big happy family, as we pointed out. There's a lot of life lessons being learned here with kids and parents, and things and memories they'll cherish the rest of their lives.
Absolutely. I think we're short 1 second place Barrow. Well, I think we're ready to roll.
Go.
Class 93, our first class of Division II. First place exhibited by Hunter Vallis from Montgomery County 4-H. Second in that class, Brandon Barrow from Abilene Wiley FFA. Class 94, class winner, Kate Crownover from Wilburger County 4-H. Second in that class, Keenan Mingus from Yo FFA. Out of class 95, our third class in Division II. Class winner exhibited by Kyle Breimer from Atascosa County 4-H. This is Kyle Ashton Breimer, so I'm going to go with Ashton Breimer. Second in that class, Brighton Reese from Lockney FFA. And your class winner out of our final class of Division II, first place went to Braden Underwood from Idalou FFA. Second in that drive exhibited by Landry Cozart from Klondike FFA. He seemed to know what he exactly wanted to do in Division One. They're studying this set a little harder. Maybe that one that hadn't jumped out quite yet at him.
Like they're kind of discussing through this thing a little bit. What's your take on the two? Which two would you go? I'm not going to put you on the spot on one, but which two you think they might be going for?
I don't know. I was just sitting here thinking. From every class, they found a really solid individual.
Absolutely.
That black-headed Barrow is kind of built to go. Just really, really complete. Not a big hole in him. That one grows on me the longer he drives. I know that young lady in the black shirt, that belted Barrow. Kind of funny pattern, kind of throws his pattern off from the side out of his hip just a touch, but they talked about that one just needing to be darker skinned, which last I looked at doesn't really matter when we get down to it, but kind of makes a little bit of a difference out here, and maybe a little blander look when you get right up on top of that one. That kind of funny colored belted grayish one with black speckles. I mean, that's just a nice show pig. Sound, functional, big, shapely back in him. Proportions are right in that guy. And then you got little he beast. That spotted one is intriguing. I mean,
he is.
If you want one that starts with a big forearm and then really backs it up from there, I mean, he does it. He hit him right in class. I think he's a little thicker and crestier up about the front third of his skeleton. But it kind of, it takes a big engine to run a big truck. And that one, he's drove. He's still going. So I don't know. I think you got four nice ones out here. Obviously, in this particular division, we've got a little bit of spread and weight as we study them. But the way I look at it, just use the best one, whatever it is. So
you avoided it.
Well, absolutely. I mean, every time I picked one I liked, I haven't got anything right. So it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what I think.
It doesn't matter what our opinions are. We don't make the final decision. But it's always fun to kind of speculate. But as Brandon said, there's a little weight difference, 254 to 268.
Well, it's certainly been a good day, and I want everybody around ringside to put your hands together for all the interns and all the help and everybody that's helped put this together. I didn't get to say that after wave one, and we lost some of our help to go back to school and different things. So if they're watching, I give them a big round of applause as well. They were great help. And I hope we have everybody back tomorrow, but I wanted to make sure my compliments to all the help was given before we get to tomorrow. We get out here in this division, and the pigs are good, folks, and there's subtle differences. It's really a pair of them that come down to being broad enough, stout enough. The other two fit inside these other two, and there's just no question it's the two wild-colored ones out here. One's just a notch stouter in his jaw. He's just a notch leveler and more correct out through the base of his tail. Another one's just a little neater. Izzy is as just manly. And I've said it from Saturday till today, you got to be a man to win big pig shows, and the Cheetah's a man. He'll be your champion in this division.
Congratulations to Kate Crownover, Wilbarger County 4-H.
And congratulations to Kate Harper Crownover of Wilbarger County 4-H.
Brings in now second from that class, Keenan Mingus from Yo FFA.
Not sure we lost one there, but I don't think it would have mattered. The closest and longest discussion that David and I have had for the first 3 days is on this pair. There's no question between the two of them. I think there's some subtle give and takes. but I still think in a close call that the very second best is young man Sandy Bell. He'll be reserve in this division.
Reserve champion comes out of our final class, exhibited by Braden Underwood from Idalou FFA. Congratulations to all of our winners today. Again, we will be back at 7 in the morning with the Division III crosses. Remember, we'll have 4 classes in Division III, 4 classes in Division 5, and then we'll be announcing what time our champion drive is, hopefully in the morning, so y'all can make sure and tune in and not miss that. So we are out for the day, and we will see you in the morning at 7.
Enjoyed it. Thank you.
You bet, Wayne.